And away we go. Are you ready? Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, Dandy, fresh face. Hello, hello. Oh, I will turn this silly, silly music off. I totally forgot. Where are you? Where are you? Please hold. Oh, there you are. Boom. Alrighty then. How's everyone tonight? You guys are comfy? You guys have your PJs on? Your bunny slippers? All right. Tammy Martin, good day. Oh, let me go by. Oh, I got to say hello to everyone properly. All right. Sorry, 1 second. I have something blaring in my other ear. I forgot to turn off. So give me 1 second, okay? Please hold. And we're back. I have my Bluetooth headphones set to. I have my desktop computer in my right ear and my laptop in my left ear, and I was listening to myself talking from a previous show. I guess I had a playlist on, and I was talking. I was like, "Oh my god, this is confusing." So again, my laptop is in my right ear, and this desktop is in my left ear through a Bluetooth splitter thingy. So I do that because I need to listen to at least two things, because if not, then I get distracted. So I need to distract myself. That makes any sense. So let's do that again. Fresh start. Take 2. Let's go through and say hello to the lovely, lovely, lovely people. First in was Dino. Gowdy, everyone. If you don't know what Gowdy, let me put that up on stage. If you don't understand what Gowdy is, I'll explain. Dino is part Samsquanch, and he lives way up in northern Wisconsin. So he tries to say howdy, but his lisp, his Samsquanch accent makes it sound like Gowdy. And it's weird because his fingers are so huge that when he tries to type, he tries to hit the H, and his thumb hits the G. So he types Gowdy, but he also says Gowdy. It's an odd phenomenon that it's a double. It's autocorrect in real life too. His mouth autocorrects him. He tries to say howdy and it comes out Gowdy. So we go with it, right, bro? Right, that's the truth. So then we have Rebecca Ann, Rebby Ann. Hello. Then there's Lita Joe, who we all know as Carol, my love, the one who lets me hide under her bed. Don't tell anyone. And then we have who's here? Where's all my rabid fans? And where are we all? Come on. Nicole, the lovely, lovely southern sweet accent. OMG, Nicole will be on here soon talking away, and wait until you hear this woman's voice. Oh my God. Oh my God. I called her husband up and thanked her for lending her when he takes long drives in his truck. So he says, we have a deal that she helps and kind of helps out here and hangs out, and so he loves it, and I appreciate him having me stand in as his double. It's exactly it. And he does that because I'm over 2,000 miles away, so he has no fear. And Nicole, we're like brother and sister, so there's nothing going on anymore. I promise. I'm just kidding. So where are we? Dandy Lioness. Welcome. Maniacal Monday. Oh yeah. Just another manic Monday. Oh. Wish it was Sunday. Oh. We all know the song. There's a little ditty called Jack and Diane. And we got Tanny Martin. Hello. Get your, you know what, Tammy? I was just putting on my manly lip balm. Here on this channel, I only wear the manliest manly lip balm. And it even says, I'll prove it to you. It's the Nivea, and it says for men. So it cannot be confused as anything else. It's not that chapstick. It's not cherry and all these, it's the manly Nivea for men. And like my Stanley cup is so manly, it's actually growing chest hairs on itself. So it's weird. So yes, another manly thing I do. So everyone knows, if you're new here, the manly motto of this show is, for me, and ladies, welcome. I love NHL hockey. So the whole bare knuckle fighting on ice with razor blades strapped to your feet is pretty awesome. MMA fighting is pretty cool. Car racing is pretty cool, and which leads in to the manliest emojis. I love emojis. So I'm not letting those chomos and demons, if you guys want to believe that, that's cool. I'm not letting them steal the emojis. I'm taking back emojis for the regular folk, for the men, for the women, that, I'm not letting the chomos ruin it. So fuck them. They've ruined enough. They're hurting kids and animals and people. Nope, they're not stealing emojis too. Damn them. So feel free to drop an emoji if you don't want to type anything. Even the old school ones where you put like a little colon and bracket. I love it. Anything's on the go here. Oh, there's a good say. Oh, let me finish saying hi first, because some say I'm easily distracted. Everyone looked like we survived another month. Yes, we have. We're here. 4 pits in the house again. Wow, bro. At it again. Are we? Yes. Because basically, as I'll finish saying hi. So remind me to finish saying hi after I say this. I work the night shift, and I'm kind of start around 11ish, and I go till 7 a.m. So right now I kind of have my own business. So my boss is very lenient. So I'm doing my RC car business very at my own pace. And if I miss a bit, I can always catch up, because when I wake up, I do it anyways for fun. So it's weird that way. And if I just break even, gosh darn it, that's fine with me. Breaking even is pretty good, because once I start getting all these huge jobs going on and out in the world, and gas and stopping and buying food and all that, I mean, sometimes it feels like I'm spending more to make more. Whereas if I just kind of chill here in my business, and I have that side hustle gig of I'm watching my security cameras, because my neighbor has he's building 2 homes that will sell for at least $2.2 million each. So I'm watching that construction site as a kind of a home security business, where I lend him my electricity, and he's paying my electricity bill, and I let him use my hose, and he's paying my water bill. So definitely working out good, especially in this cold winter up here. So say my electricity bill is $400 in a month, let's say $400. He's going to pay the whole thing, because we can't tell how much he's using. And I don't think he's using as much as that. So working out, only because the hydro company wants to charge him, I think, $8,000 to $10,000 for a hydro hookup on his construction site. So even over a year or two, paying my bills is going to be way cheaper. So it's a win-win situation. So let me carry on. Welcome, 4 pits. It's good to see you. Purple Amaryllis in the house. OMG. Perfect timing. 4 a.m. You're over in that crazy, across the pond on that wacky island we know as the United Kingdom. We love you guys over there, especially Canada. As you know, as a Canadian, we've and in the 80s, we took back our independence from the monarchy, which was cool. But we still have a whole lot of the tradition stuff, which is I can call a number. This is a true story. I can call up a number for the Canadian government, and they will send me a signed, I think it's 8x10 or 10x12 of King Charles himself. That's a true story. I haven't done it yet, though. And if I do, I believe I had a few American friends. I'm going to pick which one of them will appreciate it most and send it to them. And then maybe I'll get my brother and my kids. I'll use their names and try to see if I can get more sent to me. That's a great idea. And then I will choose between my American friends and I will have raffles, and I will send them to you with if you win a contest here, it's either, so it'll be, the prizes are, if I have one, I'll let you know. The prizes are signed 8 by 10 or 10 by 12, framed with glass and everything, of King Charles, or a half used box of tissues. So that's for the runner up. Yes. They're not dirty tissues. It's just a box. It's been opened and it's a little, it's dented and stuff. It's got, but it's clean. So that's for the runner up. A half used box of tissues. And who else? Oh, I said Rebby Ann and Dandelion Ass. And Paula's in the house. Welcome, Paula. There you go. My safety blanket on the screen. Paula, I've highlighted your comment. So as we all know, Paula is here. She's known as the pop culture expert. So if you have any questions about movies, TVs, actors, actresses, anything pop culture, Stranger Things, especially right now, is the hit. It's what's happening now. Anything on Netflix, anything Taylor Swift or pop culture, you pop it in this. If you ask a question about pop culture, and if Paul is here and reads it, especially if you address it to her, most of the time before you hit enter, she'll have that question answered. It feels like, because I know every time I throw in a question about an older movie I can't remember or a TV show, kaboom! Within seconds, Paula answered. And now we have Miss Pie. Where have you been, Pie? Pie, please tell me you're okay, because I missed you. We've missed you, Pie. We talked about pie last night, which wasn't your pie, but I think somebody brought up pie, and we talked about it probably for 20 minutes. Where you talked about the life of pie. We talked about every type of pie. We talked about the radius, the circumference of a circle by finding the radius, which is the center point to the edge. So you get the radius, and then you square it, and then you multiply that by pi, which is 3.141, and you'll get the circumference of a circle. And there was more pie talk. Oh my gosh. So if anytime you're in chats anywhere and it feels like it's you need a topic to talk about, if you drop the word pie, just write pie. Just write I love pie, and you'll see chat pop off, because it's a buzzword. People love pie. So I'm glad to see you, Miss Pie. And oh boy, it pops up. Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Let's this is an after hour show, and I have it rated for no kids. It's past 11 p.m. So I'll be honest. Yes. Sit on my lap. We'll talk about pie. And the first thing that pops up, the old joke. Just kidding, everyone. Oh, Marissa Beth. Oh, did I say? So I 4-Pits Nicole. Marissa Beth is in the house. Good afternoon over there. So it's definitely afternoon for. Is it afternoon? Or you're Australian. OMG. A person from the future. So it's going to be at least 1 p.m. for you, 2 p.m. Oh boy. And these wacky Australians are going into their summer. They're going into their summer. So right now they're like, I'm up here freezing. It's negative something here, Celsius. So probably like 25 degrees, 30 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm turning my heaters on and, sealing up leaks and, no snow on the ground just yet, but there has been already a few times. So, and now those wacky Australians are backwards. They're from the future and they're backwards. So they're going into their summer now. And it's like the other day, Marissa told us it was like 37 degrees Celsius, which is almost 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's that. So Tammy Martin, I said hi. Hello again. Oh, I was in the UK or Scotland. Just making sure before we get on with the planned show. Planned. Ooh, 28 degrees. That's good. 28 is good. It's not like heat warning. So yes, 28 is great. That works out to what in Fahrenheit? I love to do that for my American friends. Those wacky Americans who refuse to get on board with the rest of the damn world and use the simple, easy metric system, which is divisible by 10. It's so gosh dang easy to use the metric system. Yet you imperialist buggers insist. I'm going to check now. C2F. And you said 28 degrees Celsius is Dun, 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 82.4 degrees Fahrenheit, which I think is just lovely. Pretty close pie. 82.4. And what you got to understand with the whole Celsius Fahrenheit equation, it's not relevant. So it's like the humidex when there's humidity and temperature above 23 or 24. It's not relative. It's not equal. So if it goes up a bit on one side, it goes up more on the others. So it's like you kind of got what I'm saying, right? So yeah, it's all wacky. My whole life, I know the equation to work Celsius to Fahrenheit. It's just easier. I Google. I put C to F, and then the thing pops up, and then you just enter. You pick the one you want. So you put in 28 degrees Celsius, and it shows the Fahrenheit. So yeah, I mean, it's not cheating. It's just easier that way because the whole equation is a lot. So here, and now, so we've started this. So here, and we've said hi to everyone. And what I'll do now is remind all of you that I'm probably just going to finish reading that Frank stuff from the Delphi court docs, and I'm getting my ears wet and my hands, working the StreamYard, and soon there will be amazing shows. So right now I'm kind of I'm killing time because I'm working and watching security screens and building RC cars and doing silly stuff and waiting for paint to dry and watching the paint to see if it dries, and that's always fun. So what I'm trying to say is I was going to be reading stuff like this anyways. I enjoy going through the old stuff, and most of us have been following the Delphi, and we know he was convicted and it's kind of over, but it's going to start up soon, most likely, as when he gets his if he gets his appeal or however that works. I'm not sure, but I understand everyone's opinion's welcome. We're just going to go over the old stuff, and it's so neat because honestly, there was so much that happened that I learned stuff that I didn't know, or the stuff that I did know then. I realized I may have been a bit wrong, or the stuff that I knew makes more sense now because of stuff we've learned in between. So there's that. And so I'll probably just be talking with that. I will pause and throw in maybe my soliloquies and stories if something, or I'll read your chats and we'll pop off, for a bit. So it's like a free ball hangout session. Ladies, you guys have bigger balls than us men, I'm sure. So if you want to call them ovaries and store them inside, that's fine with me. We're going to let them hang, let them all hang out, however you want to look at it. So I'm just saying that as like a brainstorming, throwing stuff at the wall, just chatting, having fun, free therapy. And so where I was getting to is, if you don't like any of that, honestly, feel free to mute me if it's boring. Put on like your favorite musical playlist or another channel that say you find another channel you really want to listen to, but the chat is shitty, and then talk in this chat here. Talk about anything you want. The only thing is, like, if you make a jab or politics or whatever, fine. We kind of need to make a quick jab. Try not to if you can. It's kind of like, think of all the things we do get along with. So if you can, I'd rather not with the politics, but I'd rather stick with, because I feel like I have friends on Facebook that if I don't block them because of their crazy politic ideas, one way or the other, that the next post is about cars that I love, music or concerts and TV shows and movies and nature and flowers and bees and birds and animals, and just everything else that we do get along. So I'd prefer that. But again, anything you want. If V comes around, she'll tell me not to police which I don't want to do. I don't want to do that. But I mean, take a jab or two and move on. That's all. Let's not blow up the whole chat thingy, because we have so much in common. So I'd love for you to talk about. So I was meaning, if this doesn't seem fun to you, reading the old Delphi docs, I get it. Feel free to mute me, play your music or another chat, and just enjoy yourself here in chat. That's the most important thing. And Farmer's here. Look at him. Farmer just did it. Oh, Kelt is here. So I should go in order. Sorry, guys. Sorry. So Mimi shows up. Quad axle Mimi. you want to just call her Mimi, M-I, make sure you get the big M-I, little M-I, boom. Mimi's where it's at. And Kelt shows up. D's nuts. Yes, girl. Yes, comedy is welcome here. Emojis are welcome here. Any topic, just have fun, get along. And man, if somebody really annoys you, try joking with them. And if they still annoy you, just try joking one more time. And if they're really, really mad at you, I guess they'll let you know. So then you can block them or ignore them and just stay and enjoy chat. Because I don't want to assume that we're going to get along with everyone, but I think many of these fights and misunderstandings are just that. When we're typing, especially you guys, now that I'm talking away here, I have the advantage of you hear the inflection of my voice, and you hear if I'm laughing or crying or what, So when you're typing, it's kind of hard, to get your point across. And I think most people, yes, I love it too. That's my new. Let's say hi to Derek first. Derek, saying hello to everyone. Welcome, welcome. Derek Farmer had a great live tonight. Just kind of cooking. We talked about what was it? Sauerkraut. We talked about the Red Green Show, Trailer Park Boys, and a few other things. So he was cooking food and getting stuck in the snow and breaking windshield wiper blades on his car and a lot of just normal stuff. So get on over to Derek Farmer's channel. He just talks about everything, so it's fun. And I like your attitude, dude. That's it. So where I was going with that is, honestly, I used to jump. Sometimes we all do it, but I've found lately now, and took me to the age 50 to kind of pick up on this. I don't know what happened. The switch flipped. I don't know. So if you don't reply too fast, take a second to think about it. And if you're not positive somebody's really mad at you, maybe most times they're not. So if you reply harsh, then it kind of starts something that wasn't even happening. So, and I've actually just done it recently, but nowhere near as much as I used to. So like, again, if you're modding or whatever, if you're not positive somebody's being like a troll that's really trying to be vicious or mean or vulgar and make chat blow up and fight everyone. If you're not positive, you might be wrong. So just, give them a chance and joke. I reply with a joke. And most of the time, it's just sarcasm that you misunderstood. Most of the time, honestly, you'll find that with me. And if you try again and again, after a few tries, if they're really, really ignorant or mad or vulgar or just trolling, then they'll let you know. So if you're not sure, just try joking back if you want. That's what I do. So sauerkraut. Ooh, you make your own sauerkraut? So that's pickled, right? That's why it has that awesome smell. Yeah. We were talking about the sauerkraut earlier, and it's one of those things that most, you forget to buy to have if you're having the sausages or the hot dogs, the good ones on the barbecue. But every time if I'm ever like downtown somewhere and, you get the street hot dogs, you stop at the little hot dog thing, wherever you see them in the park, I always throw that sauerkraut on because it's awesome. It's great stuff. Fermented, that's it. So it's not pickled, it's fermented. Are they different? Either way, it's just, ripe. It's ripe. You either hate it or love it, like Derek was saying. And there's that. So it's one of those things that I see it. If somebody has it, I'll slap it on, especially a big sausage or, loving them big sausages, right, Dino? I know you're driving. Keep your eyes on the road. Don't forget, don't think of that big sausage, just the Wisconsin sausages. And Lola comes in. Hello, Lola. Welcome, darling. SI still goes on. How RA is guilty. Ooh, he said, well, oh, no, he didn't do that. Yep. Who's SI? Anyway. Well, he was convicted, so technically he's guilty. I mean, if we were going with before he was charged, I used to ask them to say, hey, you whether you think he may be in the future guilty, at the moment before he was convicted, before the trial or before it ended, he was literally innocent until proven guilty. So I used to ask, so now that he's literally been convicted, so Um, honestly, Lola, he is guilty. Technically, you have to say he's guilty because he was found guilty in a court of law. But I'm going obviously with it was a wholly not a fair trial. I believe the investigation was quite flawed. And if there's an appeal, I think I think if everyone could see, I think a lot of people on either side, I remember at the time, even the pro prosecution people that believed he was 100% guilty they thought there was some stuff at trial that might not have been on the up and up. And you got to say, if you follow that Constitution, although I'm a Canadian, I love your guys' Constitution and freedom of information. And I have lots of family that go down there half the year as snowbirds, 8 to 10 family members. And I used to have in-laws in Georgia. And I've gone there shopping many times. I'm not even 2 hours from the border. I've gone there for hockey tournaments all my life for my son, myself, my brother, and my dad. And so I go to, so although I'm Canadian, it still means a lot to us. Plus, us Canadians love, if we do the true crime, you guys with the open access to all the, the freedom of information and records, it's definitely got us on that one for sure. So it's easy for us to find out, freedom. We could contact there and get stuff emailed to us much easier than in our own country. So that's one thing I'd like to see change up here. So we love, not we love, but you know what I'm saying? We're grateful that you guys still have some good freedom of information stuff. So we can, it's interesting to be able to get the records and all of this stuff, which is a lot harder up here. So where was I going? We got K, morning K. Everyone, user, because they're going with those silly handles now. So if you can't change your handle to something, so you got to go in, you open up that YouTube and in your page, when you see your picture, you hit the edit thing, that little pencil. If you're on iPhone and you can edit, you'll see a username and a handle. YouTube is insisting on going by your handle now, not your former username. So like user QW4 is K. You see her picture, K? Just call her K. One simple, doesn't even have to be capital, just a single lowercase K. And Miranda's here. Hello. Good day, Miranda. How you feeling? I hope you're doing well. And, oh my gosh. And let's go with that. It's stupid. I'm sure you're referring to, and Miss Pie is a fellow Canadian. So yes, we have, it's a little restricted. So yes, we're grateful with you, kooky Yankee American friends of ours. Yeah, we kind of, everything, there's a saying, I'll say it every time. When the USA sneezes, Canada catches a cold. It's a dumb saying we always had as a kid. So there's that. Oh, wait, did I see Dom? Dom, hey, buddy. Dom's here. How you feeling? Another guy. Dom. Welcome, Dom. Mr. Dom. So again, we've said hi to everybody. Oh, Miranda, you want to know? I'll tell you. Where did you go? How do we change it back? There. How do you change it back to your username? What you have to do is, are you on iPhone or wherever you find, you'll see wherever you can change your name. If it's on iPhone, you have to hit the little edit pencil thingy and you'll see username and handle. See, on YouTube, there's two, you have a username and then you'll have underneath it, you'll notice if you go to someone's channel, it's different. That's their handle. That's the @ part. So you're seeing handles now. So you should find, and now the thing is, YouTube is going to stick with this because those are very specific. A handle, you cannot get only one handle can be given. So you can try to make yours, like if somebody tries to, what that is, not imitate you, like clone you or whatever, and kind of, I'm talking like impersonate. If someone tries to impersonate you, they could steal your picture and that, but they can, if you look at those handles, those are exact specific. So they'd have to, if they were spelling your name with an E in it, they'd have to kind of use the number 3 and try to trick people. So those handles are specific. So what you do is, luckily when I did mine last year, I switched it from my weird email to Sweet Dude Shibby. But when I did that, Sweet Dude Shibby wasn't available. So I thought for both of them. And I don't know why I did it. I just wanted both of them to be the same. And I had no idea. I just got lucky, I guess. Because in the future, the few times when they switched in live chats, they kind of went username, handle, and every now and then you'd pop up in a chat and you'd see all these different names. Mine was always the same because I kept choosing a handle that was until it turned green. So I had to use the underscores so I can also get my username the exact same. And I believe I played around with it for a long time. So if that made sense to you guys, they're showing the handles now. So Miranda, if you want the just Miranda back, more than likely the Miranda will be taken. So you'll have to choose something that you want that makes you happy, like Miranda. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying. So you'll have to just try it, and it'll show you. So when you go in there and you choose, like when you're choosing names, it'll eventually say, "Oh, this is available." Like it'll turn green. So I guess you'll have to find one you like. And I got lucky, and I just kept doing it until I got both of them to turn green. So I think the handle is the important one. That's what's showing now. So try to get a handle that you like as close to how you like it. Like Miranda, you might, if you use a capital M, and if the I is, you might use a number 1 or an L, or I don't know what to say, but you guys, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, oh, you're good with mine? Yeah. Well, you got lucky, Miranda. Yes, because we know it's you. We know it's you, but like some people have a completely different handle and username. It's confusing, but for you, yes, it's not a big deal, right? And for me, mine was, and like Nicole, same also. She luckily had this whole Nicole Watts. It's a little long, but because before it was just Nicole Watt. But I mean, again, you would know either way which one she is. But some people have a completely wildly different handle versus username. And you guys know what I'm talking about when people show up, and like for the longest time, user blah 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 with K, and I didn't even know it was K. So when I checked her, you kind of have to go to their page and you'll see both their names. And so I believe I Googled it, and Google says YouTube is sticking with these handles. So Miranda, yeah, you got lucky. We have one, and yeah, your fin photo, but that's not that. I think that's great, but people could take that photo, right, and kind of, what I'm saying, make like those trolls that are really mean. They could kind of use that photo and make an account similar, and people have done that in the past. That's the, it's unfortunate. There's people out there that would, every now and then you get those trolls, and I usually I bookmark them and then I block them, but I also report them to YouTube if it's like one of those ones that are just, when there's somebody that comes in and they don't even care about anything. They're not even on one side or the other. They're just like looking, they call it BOIT, capital B, capital O, capital Y, capital T. And that stands for bottom of YouTube. And there's those angry, mean trolls on the internet that they don't even know any of us. They'll look for, like, see, look at there's 24 people listening. So they kind of, they go around to these types of chats where we're kind of just having fun and being friendly and getting along. And they like to come in and just kind of, just really be obnoxious and mean. And some people just get off on chaos. So that's the type of person that's the worst, I believe. So then sometimes they would come in and block the mods and try to get away with causing trouble, or they would see your photo, go to your page, steal your photo, and then make an account similar to your name and then cause trouble. So unfortunately, we'll have to deal with. And luckily, lately, it's not been as bad as before. But you know what I'm saying, Miranda? Like, we all love Finn. Your photo is Finn and your dog. But yeah, people can come and try to. Some people just enjoy that. And it's unfortunate. They might take your photo and look at my photo. Oh my God. Imagine them taking that photo and making an account called something, similar to my name and causing trouble in other chats. And then people get mad, so there's that. So yeah, Miranda, we know who you are. Dom, luckily, his says Dom S50, but his name was Dom S before. So, but sometimes people have a handle that's completely different. You know where I'm getting at. 25 people here. Finn's birthday is December and 9th, and he'll be 3. Well, happy birthday to. We'll dedicate this to Finn, which is Miranda's lovely, lovely golden retriever. Here's a little ditty called "Let's Read Some Old Docs from Delphi," and we'll just talk. And if this announcer is annoying you, feel free to mute and just enjoy the lovely chat. So let me pull up and share my screen. And we've said hi to everybody, and I didn't miss, didn't miss anyone. Oh, purple did I say purple amaryllis? I'm pretty sure I said hi to you. But I'll say hi again. So if I say hi to you 2 or 3 times, it's because I'd rather say that too many times than not at all. And away we go. All right. So let's do this. Yes, I could use a good, I'm going to go. I think I'm ready. My great cat passed away last month or so, and I'm a little bit petless. So I'm due to go and rescue one, maybe a puppy and a kitty or whatever, two that get along. And I just know they'll rescue me at the same time. So, and also I love having a dog around, especially when I doggy sit for my daughter's Australian Shepherd, sometimes weeks or months at a time, if she has to go away or work or do something, a couple weeks. And I love having them here because, man, I got to get up and kind of go outside. And once you get outside, you're like, it's nice. But if you don't have something to push you out, or, sometimes you just don't as much. So when he's here, I feel like I'm outside every hour or two, and I take him down in my backyard, or I even just walk him around the block or up the street. And it's like, once you get out there, you're like, I need to, this is fun. So there's that. They kind of, they're there looking at you like, okay, sometimes you wouldn't go outside. It's cold or dark. And once you get out there, you're like, oh, this is nice. Damn you. This is nice. Shit. You know what I'm saying, guys, right? So there's that. Yeah. Having a dog around or a cool cat is just sometimes, that's nice. Unconditional love. They're looking at you like, dude, get out of that funk. Come on, feed me, pet me. I'll let you touch me. The cats especially. I'll let you pet me if you feed me. Okay, so get your ass out there, fill that dish up, and then pick up my shit too. And then afterwards, if you're lucky, I'll let you pet me. So there's that. So, okay, 38 minutes in. It's a good time to start the show. Isn't it? Isn't it? All right. So I've got the documents here. I shall share my screen. And I'm getting so gosh dang good at this. Boom. Kaboom. How's that? Oh, and then put it back up on the stage. And then move this silly faced guy here. I'm going to put Miranda down for a second. Not down. Oof. I didn't mean it like that. I meant to remove you from the screen. OMG. You know what I meant. Oh. I'm going to take it off the screen and the highlight. And then what I was going to do is there's this one here, this one. So I can kind of keep, because I like to see my little face down there at least. Because when I see that little circle thing moving, I kind of know my microphone's working. So it's always a nice feeling. Because I can't hear, like I have it on mute, like I get on YouTube and I can hear myself, but it's nice just when I see that and it looks good. Yes. Are you talking to the wall? What did you ask? What's everyone doing this week? My trivia. Oh, trivia. Boom. Yes. Honestly, guys, that's a great, I'm not, if ever I missed anything, guys, it's not because I mean to ignore you. I got 3 screens going on here and I'm watching on another channel, plus my 4th screen on my laptop. I have a monitor there and I'm kind of watching security next door. And so if I ever miss a comment, please, I'm totally not ignoring you. Just to understand that. I'm just a dope juggling all this stuff. So, let's read it. What's everyone doing this week, says Miranda. My trivia team made it to the playoffs Saturday. I'm going to a concert. Well, that's amazing. What concert? And I'll probably read on and see. But trivia, I'll stick with that for a second. On this channel, I will try to, I'll pick once a week a night, like whatever would be a good trivia night, or, when it's like a Friday, I don't know, whatever. I'll pick a time. And I know there's programs where I could use a program from a third party, and I'll be like a game show host. And on the screen, I could kind of play it where we can do trivia and maybe we'll pick teams or however that works, and kind of have a little bit of not rules, but just a little bit of what's that word I keep forgetting? You know, like you know what I'm trying to say, like like rules. There's a word. Shit. Mm-mm-mm. You know. Anyways, and just so we can keep track and take turns and kind of keep have a scores and us trivia games. You know what I'm saying? So there's third party programs. I'm looking into that where I could kind of put it up on the screen and I'll be the game show host and we'll play what's that one where they have like Family Feud or something like that. I don't know. So thanks for bringing that up. I love trivia myself. And I know my super duper double moderator, Big Fish, don't hate, create, loves the game show stuff too. So if I can figure out how, I'll pick one show a week and everyone will be welcome. We won't talk about any of that silly stuff in life. We'll just be total trivia and game show fun, which I would really enjoy myself. So when I figure that out, you will be the first to know. Yep. And Paula will we'll pick captains and we'll have Paula versus Nicole or Miranda, and you guys can choose teams, and then we'll have a whole fun trivia. Just a whole fun. So it's better when you do trivia instead of just like saying questions and blurting it out, right? Like to have, okay, it's your team, you guys can't say nothing, or you can steal the question. And that's what I'm like, not rules. You guys know what I'm saying? Like a format, like a game plan. So, although just shooting out trivia questions too can be fun, because at Christmases and then when we have our family dinners, sometimes instead of just playing serious games around the dinner table, we would put like those a couple of those Trivial Pursuit cards, and just if anyone wants to blurt it out, pick it up and kind of not formally, but just kind of read the question off, and people either jump in or they just continue talking, and and I find most people jump in and they love to just answer the questions in between and then go back to stuffing their face with turkey or ham or lasagna, all that stuff. So, and then somebody will pick up, like my brother will pick up, they'll say, and what's this, and ask if you ever find that, if you have the old Trivia Pursuit, just try that next time at one of your big family dinners. Just pull a pile of them out randomly and just kind of put a pile in the middle of the table or 2 or 3 at each piece, and just say at any time you want, if you feel like asking a trivia question, go ahead. And nobody keeping score. It's just kind of fun to blurt out questions and answers. So there's that. So again, thanks for bringing that up, Miranda, the trivia stuff. I would love to do something like that. And Paula sounds like she would love it. I'm sure you'd all love it. And we can all kind of do something different for one team or for one time. Ooh, Marissa, this week I'm going to op shop. What's that? Op shop to fill a bag. What is op shop? Op shop. Is that something over there in Australia we don't know about? I'm going to op shop to fill up a bag for $5. I don't know what that means, but it sounds interesting. Yeah, you weird Americans in the northern part are just like us here. Basically, if I had to go anywhere, if Canada were to close down or join or whatever, I would definitely join up in these northern states, anywhere from the East Coast to the West Coast, all the way. Any of those northern states are great, all the way from the West Coast, all the way along, the Washington states and on the West Coast, and all the way through the middle there, and Wisconsin or Michigan, or what's that one out east there, the one that's up near Quebec. Any of those northern states, I'm sure I would find perfect. Yep. There's that. So let me remove this. And you know what I did also? I've been writing down the page numbers too and paying attention. So I will do that. We've said hi to everyone. I was on page. Where is it? Oh, I finished on page 30. Excuse me, 32. Yeah, living in Canada is great. Living anywhere, I think I'd be very happy. I think we're fortunate anywhere in Canada or anywhere in the United States. And we have our, probably there's some areas you may not like as much as others, but I think anywhere in the United States or Canada, I think I would be very, very happy and grateful. And just being going outside and the parks and, it's basically the same up here. Really, guys? I mean, a couple less little small little handguns, the conceal stuff, but I mean, it's pretty much the same deal. And as for the entertainment, all our movies and TV shows, and especially now with all those, subscription rentals and Disney Plus, and it's, that's all 100% the same. We have all of that, so it's pretty much the same. A few differences, we all have little pockets of that are, the East Coast here is different. The center in Quebec is different, and the prairies, we call it the prairies, the flatlands, and in between from central here, from Ontario throughout to Alberta is pretty flat and open. Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta, but then British Columbia, so they're all unique, yet I pick any one of them. And especially for the nature, or any of the northern states like Wisconsin and all of them. I love those. And I would rather live in a tent or trailer or anywhere in a field or anywhere versus a mansion in the city. I honestly would. I would want a nice chunk of land, beautiful land, and I'd rather cut the lawn than have someone do it for me. If I were butt ass broke and I had a beautiful, beautiful wooden cabin that had at least all I want indoor plumbing and Wi-Fi. That's it. And I'm good to go. You know what I'm saying? That's it. And let me see. Let me find the page number. I was on page 32. So I'm going to read, and I hope you guys enjoy. So what it is so starting here, it's the memorandum in support of the accused, which was the base. Ooh, what did I do there? What did I do? I'm sorry. It all just disappeared. Why? My screen went dark. Let me reload. That was weird. Oh, and let's try that again. And we're back. So it's the memorandum in support of the accused's motion for Frank's hearing in the Delphi, Indiana versus Richard Allen. This was released on September 18th of 2023. And I'm on page 32. So that's what I was trying to do before it disappeared. 32. And I was here. So if you want a quick, I'll just do a quick. I won't even. If you want yesterday's show, I mean, oh my God, I went on for, what was it, 9 hours? I don't know how I did that, but at least the ending part, I'll have to bookmark it. I'll go back and bookmark it, and you can, because I didn't start at the very beginning. I only read 32 pages, so probably around the 5th or 6th hour, I don't even know, I started reading this. So I will honestly, I'm going to bookmark stuff. So if any of my live streams, if you want to jump to certain spots, I'll try to write the titles better and bookmark, timestamp. That's what I meant, not bookmark, timestamp. So you could, like, if you want to find Tony Liggett's, whatever his deposition, hopefully it'll tell you, I'll have it timestamped so you can skip all of what I've just done here now. Because look at me, 15 minutes in and I haven't even started. So I'm sure lots of you love this, but if you don't, there will be timestamps to come to right about now where I'm about to start reading, which is page 32. And so we glossed over all of this. So the first 32 pages was the end of yesterday. So if you're ever interested, that was that. And away we go. So this is the one man alone completed all these tasks. So these are the defense kind of saying stuff they got from discovery, and yeah, some of it they kind of were bombastic and about, or very overly descriptive, I think, or trying to get word out there. So regardless of how you feel, I understand, but we're just going to read this because honestly, there's things we missed. There's things that we didn't understand. There's things that now make sense, or there's things that I'm like, oh, I believe this, and now I realize I was wrong. And it's just an enjoying read. So also just to get me going as a influencer, creator, announcer, broadcaster, and learning how to use all this YouTube stuff. So I'm having fun with it, and I hope you are. And if not, come on back later if you don't, or just enjoy the chat. So before I ramble on and say the same thing again, I'm going to start reading. But first, I'm going to quickly pause and drink my love. My coffee's perfect. Oh my God. 1 second. Talk amongst yourself. Anything's on the go. The main thing here is you enjoy yourself and chat, and we all just have fun. That's the main goal. And if you enjoy listening, wonderful. If you want to mute, enjoy your playlist. Listen to the Bangles or some old Grateful Dead or whatever you like, and just enjoy chat, okay? I'll be right back. And we are back. I forgot I had my smoothie here. I just sucked it back through a straw. And I could barely, it was so thick smoothie. And I put like 2 huge tablespoons of plain, like 0 or 2%, just plain yogurt. It looks like whipped cream, but it's not. So I tricked myself. But it's still, when you marble it in with the straw, tastes great. It's just, it makes it hard to drink if you're in a hurry. That's all. So there's that. So one man alone completed this. So this is the defense stating things. If you don't agree, I understand. If you do, feel free to jump in and comment about anything. Every now and then I'll stop. I'll read the addendums. And you see those little numbers, that's the addendum. I'll go to the bottom of the page. And if you see anything you want, I'll check chat. When I take a drink, I'll read chat, say hi to new people, and I'll try to address your questions. So again, just want you guys to have a good time. That's the main thing. Chat amongst yourself. And here we go. So one man alone completed all these tasks in less than 1 hour and 17 minutes. And that's an addendum. So I'll go to the addendum 22 at the bottom. 22. Jerry Holman testified in his deposition that investigators estimated the time of death as occurring somewhere between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. And that's from Holman's deposition. Well, thank you for telling us that. And in brackets, Liggett says one thing publicly, but another thing privately to his law enforcement friends. So publicly, Liggett has claimed under oath that one single solitary person was responsible for abducting and murdering the girls, and his name is Richard Allen. Addendum 23. Liggett deposition. Psych. So claiming publicly that Richard Allen acted alone would allow Liggett to continue proclaiming that the murders were not the result of a coordinated abduction and subsequent ritualistic sacrifice at the hands of a pagan religious cult. No, if Liggett continues trying to convince everyone publicly that one man and one man alone, Richard Allen, performed all the tasks, then Liggett must convince others, including the public, to ignore the voluminous mountain of evidence that supports the coordinated efforts of multiple Odin Knights. And again, there's that word, Odin Knight. And we all know, either if they really don't know that that's not even a word, it's a rock, or they're using it to kind of, I honestly believe at some point when they realized Odinite was a rock and not an Odinist, that they kept using it, I think, to troll the other people who would, and if they were really an Odinist, they would try to correct them. And I don't even know, but they use it a lot. So, and we all know now that it's, whatever it is. It's not a, there's no, it's a rock. It's not an Odinist, an Odinite. It's silly. But at one point, I think they learned, and I think they may have been doing it intentionally, or they really didn't know. I don't know. So, however, you will learn later in this memorandum that Liggett's claim that one man acting alone, and certainly not organized band of cultists, murdered those girls is actually not something that he, Liggett, believes privately, based upon one-on-one conversations with other law enforcement. And the fact that the whole gag order was, Nick had said it was to not alert others they believe may have been involved. So there was a lot of talk about, that there was more. And so whether you think Richard Allen is or not, there's always thoughts that there was more, I believe. So, but Liggett, it's confusing. Because even just thinking of Liggett and Leesenby as two different people in the beginning caught me off guard. Because when I saw that L, I was just like, boom, ooh. But, there's a Liggett and a Leesenby. But I learned that long ago. And Liggett's more of the bigger guy. Leesenby was kind of the sheriff or the lower of the two. And anyways, there's that. So I'm going to take a quick pause. Sorry, guys. Need to finish this dang smoothie before it gets cold. 1 sec. And we're back. I had to double check that I was muted because, when you get to the end of a smoothie, it's like a plastic cup, and I'm like slurping away to clear the bottom off with a straw. So thankfully, I muted myself really good. Anyone new? Ooh, Danny DeVillen. What's up? What's up? Where are you? Did I miss you? There you are. Hey, welcome. The problem with running into good, intending strangers online is that the internet is a tool of the enemy. Yes. Yep, that's true. Because people like when new people come in here, I take everyone as it could be someone who hates me, and they could be trying to trick me, and I don't know how. I don't check into that stuff, and I just everyone you come in here and you're cool and nice, then that's great. But yeah, we in situations like this, we put ourselves, not at risk, but I mean, to be, like I kind of have to trust everyone here. I don't know, and I'm sure 99% of you are great, but there's always, you get one of those trolls that would come in and say, they would, for example, we were talking about, say they took, we were talking about the usernames and handles. So Miranda here has her dog, Finn, and we all love him. He's adorable. And, so they could you've seen people, like they take people's photos and then try to make a account similar to yours. And then they go into chats and and then people might think it's you. And so there's those type of chaos, and those type of people are just never happy. And instead of trying to come and be happy and nice, they want to bring everyone else down because I don't know. So there's that. But again, all we got to do is just trust everyone. Yeah, me and Miranda have had our ups and downs, but we always work it out. So, yep. There's always that. I know you're kidding. I know, and that's a safe bet. So also, yes, it's good. That's why I know you don't have to, but I find if you just throw in a little emoji or LOL, it just helps people know that you're, because most people are being sarcastic or trying to make a light, joke or humor, and sometimes we take it wrong. And I did it just the other day. I forget who it was and what it was about, but they wrote something really nice to me, and I read it the exact wrong way. And I kind of I don't know if I got mad. I warned them. Then afterwards, I didn't even notice until somebody corrected me. So, yeah, it happens, especially when you're writing and typing in chat. So it's easy to misinterpret. And I think for the most part, we all mean well, and we're just kind of, how you're being sarcastic and you're joking, but you can't always write sarcasm, and, because if you have to write, that's another thing. If you have to write, oh, I'm just kidding, then might not have been as funny as you thought. So you have to go out there and I go out there on a limb sometimes, and I say things that I know may be misinterpreted, but for the most part, I mean well. I'm not, I say stupid stuff, but my actions, I think, once you get to know me, will speak for themselves. I hope. I hope. So if I joke, especially after hours, I'm a 52-year-old guy. We say stupid shit. Yeah, that's about it. As long as it's not too much locker room, like when I'm talking with Dino on Discord or something, we maybe talk a little differently. But for the most part, here in chat, excuse me. Oh my gosh, I usually mute when I do that. Sorry, I did that right into the microphone. I went to. Sorry, one sec. So there's that. So again, a little LOL goes a long way, or a little emoji or two, a little heart emoji, like, it just helps. Does seem, or if you're being sarcastic, like you take a jab, and Nicole loves using it. You watch within the next 5 minutes, she'll lose that little one where there's the person with their hands up, like, I don't know, or the shake my head where they're kind of like holding their forehead, like, So if you drop those in most of the time, things will go well. I promise you. There we go. Look at this. Oh gosh, how gosh, And if you do the oh my, if you do the extra LOL, OL, 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 there's no way anybody misinterprets that. So I love it. That's exactly how you spell it. Yes. And I don't even know what you guys are talking about, and I'm sure it's hilarious. And I'm not even going to join in because I should carry on because you guys are having fun, and I usually ruin it. So enjoy yourself. Here we go. Let's get back to it. So still, to be fair to Liggett's public proclamation under oath, let's test Liggett's claim that one man, Richard Allen, acted alone by reviewing all the tasks that this 5'4" man would have had to accomplish to pull off the abduction, the ritualistic murder, and then staged crime scene as it was found on February 14th, 2017. So again, some of this, if they get to where they're kind of just too repetitive, I may just skip over it because I think at this point they're trying to show people of how much. So they're very step by step to show you that, one guy doing this might be a lot for him to do. So I'll start reading, but if it's, I don't know if there's any trigger warnings in here, if they get descriptive. Or it just kind of gets too repetitive, I may skip over. So I believe to talk about certain things here. So if there's trigger warnings for you about what actually specifically happened or descriptions, just be warned. And if you want to take a few minutes and come back or mute me and not read and just join chat, that's cool. So I'm not sure, but from what I remember, there's probably some trigger warnings where they're very descriptive. Just to, I guess we have to be. I mean, we'd all wish this never happened, and we don't have to talk about this. But I mean, I think obviously, you need to, if you want to know what happened, or to get justice. The main thing is the justice for the girls, and if you believe they already did get justice, I respect that. But for the most part, I don't think anyone did, and not only that, they made it worse by ruining Richard Allen's life, in my opinion. At the very least, this whole investigation, the flawed investigation, all the stuff that was left out, and the unfair trial. I mean, you just don't, in your country especially, the Constitution, you need to get a fair trial. So without that, I don't know how you can think he was convicted guilty. So I'll stop babbling. You know what I'm trying to say? I think I wish this never happened. So, but it did, and it wouldn't do us any good to ignore the specifics. So, but if it gets to be too much and it's a trigger warning, please feel free to mute or come back in a little bit. All right, and you know what I'm saying. All right. Oh, Pi, you leaving? Good night, Pi. Sorry, is Pi leaving? Did I miss her? Where'd she go? Oh, I'm sorry if I missed you. Good night, everyone. It's my bedtime. Pi, if you're listening still, put on those little bedtime stories with Shibby. Enjoy and fall asleep. And we'll see you another day. Thanks for coming. Night, night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Alrighty. And Paula. Okie dokie. Let's do this. Ooh, Candy X, just in time. Hello, Candy. Thumbs up. Is that what you got there? Thumbs up. I can't see it. Looks like a thumbs up. Let's do this. And I have this weird feeling if someone new comes in and I don't say hi, I feel weird. So I peruse to make sure I'm saying hi and hopefully good night to people. And Danny has fleas that bite. Well, there you go. Fleas are no good. I remember my dog had fleas when I was a kid, and my dad would show me how, like, it was a beagle. Then we let her go out all the time outside. So, whenever we would, like, obviously you can have things to take care of fleas, but what we would do is she had white fur on her belly, so we'd roll her over and we'd scratch her and pet her, and you'd see the little flea running around in the white fur. So we had to kind of try to grab it. My dad would teach me how to pinch it in the fingernails to make sure you kill it. So that was back in the 80s or whatever. So there's that. I guess we'd all seen that. So, but those little puppies and kitties, for all the stuff we deal with, there is way, way, way more good than bad. And yes, they pass away, and but I mean, hey, my cat. I've had 2 great cats and a great dog that lived to be like 18 years old, and when they pass away, yeah, it's difficult, but if the alternative is to have never met them at all, like the whole, it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all or whatever. That even goes with your pets too. So when all that pain subsides, there's always the good memories and photos, and especially nowadays with the videos and all that. So there's way, 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 way more good than bad. But there is a few things that are annoying and troublesome and expensive and time consuming, and you guys all know. But for every one bad thing with a pet, there's 9 wonderful, great things. So it's a blessing in disguise sometimes. So this one man would have to have been solely responsible for marching Abby and Libby down a steep hill. 2. This one man then would have to march both girls through the woods for some distance. 3. At some point in time, this single solitary man would have to have had crossed a cold river whose depth was nearly 3.5 feet. Addendum 24, excuse me, 24. Find attached the exhibit 26, which the U.S. Geological Service survey depth rating of Deer Creek near Delphi, Indiana, taken from a measuring station near the crime scene on February 13th, 2017 at 2:15 p.m. Wow. So the measuring was from the actual day. So just a station nearby at 2:15 p.m. So right when the videos they were measuring. I remember reading that, right? So that's 13th, 2:15, and so 2:13 was when they say the Libby started taking her video, I guess, or ended it, or whatever. So it's a nearby, a geological survey depth rating of Deer Creek from a measuring station near the crime scene. Must be just something they had in there, because they do need to. That's one of those flood. Because back in the day, that Deer Creek area, it was when there's a big flood, they had a few really big floods. I think it was in the early 2000s, 2004 and 2006, I believe. If you ever want to see an interesting thing on the flooding and that, find a channel called Meow Zedong. She did a lot of stuff, and years ago, there's one in her videos. There's one called Deer Creek flooding something, and it's like 20 minutes, but it talks about the history and has all these old newspaper articles, and it shows a lot of the geological lines and the FEMA, how they drew lines like right near Ron Logan's property, and some of them were in a really dangerous flood zones, and so that was insurance implications really made it hard for them to get flood insurance, and so that whole area there, like say where the crime scene is, like that whole valley part, it was prone to, like, if there was, not always, right, but maybe every 5 or 10 or whatever years, I don't even know. Like the one that happened this summer, was it in Texas, where it's kind of like one of those unexpected flash flood thingies. So obviously they probably had some measuring type of thing in the water or whatever. That's what it sounds like. So there's that. So, you guys having fun? Just reporting. Welcome. Look at that. Just in time. Luckily, I'm getting good at this. I'd rather go a little slower because I have all night. Basically, I'm working the night shift till 7 a.m. my time, which is Eastern. So another at least 7 hours I have to work hard. I have a hard job, difficult. So I'll enjoy. I'll probably read away here for a little bit longer. So welcome, just reporting. Everyone say hi. There's that. Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone? They didn't bite? Yeah. Yes. What kind of flea would not bite? That'd be a what kind of flea? Those are what kind of flea would not bite? That would be just a bug. A different kind of bug. Yeah. Alrighty. So let's do this. Did Becky B just come in? Oh my gosh. Becky B, just in time to say hello again. That's B3CKY B33 aka Becky B. Hello, Becky B. Welcome. And away we go. Have fun, guys. Enjoy your chat. 30 people. Holy shit. I'm never usually this high. Okay. Oh my God. Mom's going to be so proud of King. I can't wait to call her tomorrow. Oh boy. Mommy. Okay, sorry. Now with these addendums, I'm getting good at them, but when I go off like that, I should remember to go back to where I was before I start babbling on. So now I got to find the addendum because I know I saw an addendum and it went down to it. Oh dang. I promise to get better. I'm horrible. Here it is, 24. Yeah, it was about the water. So next time I go down to read an addendum, well, from the little number, the addendum number at the bottom, I will return to where I was. And then if I have to babble on like I just did, I will remember. That's one thing I got to do better. So remember, it's okay to go off on a little rabbit hole type talk, whatever, but you got to remember where you are, because when you come back, then the whole fiddling around like I'm doing right now is, I think, what people may not like the most. So lesson learned. At this depth, if the water were only 2 feet higher, Richard's whole body would have been completely immersed from head to toe. For, with the cold river water rising well above his waist, this man, acting alone, has to worry about himself crossing the rushing river while also trying to corral 2 girls, keeping them from running or screaming, knowing that houses were not far away. Yeah, seems pretty hard, eh? I mean, it's plausible. I mean, I guess if you have a gun, you know, I understand the fear someone would have if someone's holding a gun on you. I mean, I don't, because I've never been in that situation, but I could, and especially as a teenager, I mean, I can only imagine, I guess. I don't know if that even if it happens, well, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking about what's plausible or possible or whatever, theories. So 5, this man on his own would have had to then march the girls up to the site of the murders, while all 3, because of the depth of the water, were wearing undergarments, pants, shirts, jackets, socks, and shoes that were drenched with water from the river crossing. That's one thing. Yeah, I remember, like, when I was a kid, we used to definitely go, when you're going in the water and that. So when you're walking out of like a creek like that, sometimes like your shoe would get stuck, and so it was that. Or just, once you if you have socks and shoes on, once you get them wet, they're kind of like getting back up on shore. They're heavier, and you almost instantly want to at least take your shoes off and drain it and squeeze your sock out to put it back on. Because if you're going to be wet, at least it doesn't need to be soaked. So there's that. So once he and the girls arrived at the murder scene, this single solitary person then somehow would have had to subdue either Abby or Libby in rope or some other restraining device in order to have the ability to kill the unsubdued child without fear that the other would run away or scream. So there's that. Yeah. I mean, there was also talk of, I believe, I'd hate to say it, but with one of them had a bump or something on their head, so it's possible. I feel horrible thinking it, but like if say one was rendered unconscious and the other was like frozen in fear, or I don't know, even being held with the other hand. I mean, sometimes if a man, or like especially if the gun and in fear, and I guess we've all where you can like say Abby's hand was like being held, her arm, and then the person would turn and like use the butt of the gun maybe or something to hit Libby, and she went unconscious. And unfortunately, I'm not. I don't mean to say it like that, as if I hopefully not disrespectful or crude, but I mean just kind of talking about the possibilities. So there's that. Please don't take me the wrong way. So 7, because of the lack of blood on the girls' clothing, each child would have had to have been completely disrobed before the single solitary man sliced his first victim's neck. So the man acting alone either asked each child to disrobe or he assisted in the disrobing. So again, if you're just joining us, I shall just look here. Oh, David Rogers. Hello. Welcome, David. That's the big kid of the house, David Rogers. And did I miss anyone? So if you're just joining us, is someone leaving? What? Oh, what GN? Or what do you mean? What gun or what good night? Not sure what you mean, but can a flood be staged? Of course. I guess anything's possible. But that whole area, I don't know about whatever, but if you look at that Miyazadong video, like there was like I mean a big flood, like one of those big floods. I think it was 2004, that Deer Creek area. Like it flooded where it would like go up to their properties, and FEMA came in and it was a whole thing. And then they started drawing lines and telling people their insurance was going to be this and that in certain areas if you're on this side. And then the creek, I think part of it was also that some of the creek changed. It was such a big flood that it changed trajectory. Like the creek kind of, instead of going this way, went this way and stuff. And so if imagine, I'm not sure about this, but it's kind of a thought I have that, if you have a creek on your property, right, I think it's a good thing, right? Like your property would be more valuable if it was a creek, I believe. I love creeks and everyone, so it's a water source. But so if it changed trajectory and then became on someone else's property, which I'm not saying happened, but you'd have to think that it would affect property values. Are they making one more valuable and one less valuable? Or I'm not even sure if that's a possibility. It's just a dumb idea I had. There's one thing I know about creeks. When I was a kid, my aunts and uncles, when we used to go up, I have cities and they're all nearby. When all of us kids, wherever we'd go out to the country, there was a place called Warkworth and Peterborough out here in Ontario, and Bolton, Ontario, and up north and Muskoka, and we'd always go. There's always a creek nearby. So as kids, especially all my cousins, we'd all kind of pig out, get some food, and then take off. We'd be in the creek swimming, swinging on tires, all that fun stuff. Or if it was deep enough, swimming and then fishing, or just running around through there, turning rocks up and catching crayfish and snakes and garter snake and just salamanders and just, so everyone loves a good creek, especially the kids, right? I would spend a whole day in there, and then so there's that. So 8, Trooper. So one second, sorry, I'll get you off the screen, David. Hello. And everyone say hi to David Rogers. Welcome, brother. And away we go. Oh, you just took it. So you meant gun? Just took out a vowel? What gun? I think if you're asking, I believe they said there was a gun involved. I don't know. There we go. Judy Wilkie. Good evening, everyone. And good evening, Judy. Just in time to say hello. And if you're just getting here, Judy, I've been talking for an hour and 20 minutes, but I think I've only been reading for maybe 20 minutes. So I was just finishing off this Frank stuff and the Odin. So this is the defense kind of just saying stuff. So there's that. And Paula, the Pats won. Awesome. Is that good or bad, Paula? I don't know much as I'm more of an NHL hockey guy, but I believe the Pats are football. And feel free to tell us updates on any of your sports team. Even you wacky people over in the United Kingdom and Australia who they have their own little football thingy, which we call soccer, and I'm sure drives them bonkers. But feel free to throw in if your team won or lost or anything like that. The Pats won. I think it sounds like a good thing. I hope it is. And way to go. Go Pats, go. I'm a Toronto Maple Leafs fan. So when I hear the NHL hockey, we just beat the Pittsburgh Penguins last night. So that was great. And that's anything's on the go here. Talk about, here we go. Paula with the update. So Paula, pop culture Paula, does a little side hustle with the sports. Maybe when the pop culture is slow, sports are always great. So 11 straight wins and the number one seed in the AFC side of the playoffs. Well, Paula, thank you for that update. That's awesome. Yeah, 11 straight wins. That's great. Oh, was there a mistake? I reported a mistake to RA attorneys in that Frank's motion they never got to correct because of the judge. Oh, feel free to let me know. And or am I near it, or is it gone by? Let us know. Was there a mistake? Drop that in. That's, yeah. I mean, this is a lot of information. Who knows? I mean, even if you forget if the olden stuff was like real, even if it was partly like not posing as the fantasy from a real person who believed it, but even if it's a bit of it was the staging, which is like where they would stage the scene to misdirect. So say this person, just theories and thoughts. I'm just saying that, like, say they knew about this kind of stuff and did it to think, I'll throw them off on a wild goose chase because they're thinking I have nothing to do with it. And if you think it was Richard Allen, that might be a thing because say he knew about it, but he obviously has no links to it. I guess now we know, right? So obviously we'll never know. But again, I'm not. I want you to know I'm not saying anything certain here. I just kind of throwing out ideas, and I think with every situation, there's at least 3 or 4 plausible scenarios, and one obviously more likely than the next, and one more like that you might like more than the next of those same scenarios. So it's all I do is just kind of. So there's no certainty here. So I'm not saying exactly. I'm just hypothesizing from my experience and from my opinions, and so I know we're all doing that. Feel free. So there's that. Just talk amongst yourself, and discussion is always fun. At least not fun, not about topic at hand. I don't sound too cold. Fun. Well, it's interesting. Look at this. Interesting. The true crime genre is obviously interested to people, and I'm sure we'd all much rather people stop killing each other. I think, but it'd be somewhat entertaining because interesting, not interesting because I would like, reading court documents, even these older court documents, and kind of revisiting things and rediscovering things and re-understanding things and, putting 2 and 2 together now that we've learned stuff since. So there's that. That's all. Anyways, have fun in chat, guys, and I'll carry on. So Trooper Dick Jerry Holman. So if you don't know what that means, he's the detective in charge, and it's literally an acronym, DIC. That he is a literal title, one of his titles, because he's so prolific. This Jerry Holman, he's actually so I feel I should honor him with his detective in charge title, and I call him every time his name comes up, the full name. I think it's to honor him. I will remind you that it's Trooper Dick Jerry Holman, and I mean that with the utmost respect, and that's the truth and nothing but. The Unified Command has confirmed that both girls were made naked at one point in time, as Liberty was found at the crime scene completely naked, while evidence showed that Abby at one point in time had her clothes off. Addendum 25. So I'm going to go down and I'm going to remember I was on number 8. So here we go. 25, home and deposition. Okay, we're back to 8. So again, maybe we'll just quickly talk about that. Like, how do you say it? Like, okay, so Libby, obviously, unfortunately, was nude, and I guess when you lose blood, there would be, you'd be lighter. I guess you'd be a bit pale, right, and cold because it was chilly, and with the ground being so dark and brownish, like obviously it would make, even with the branch or whatever, she's not being hidden by those branches. So I think it would have aided in, if people walked by that area. Like, I find it hard that I don't know what you guys, but to think that everyone knew. Let's just picture 50 searchers and the family, right? So picture it's the 13th, and they were at 213. They're at the bridge, right? So their last location was that bridge at 2:15. So you set off to that area, right? Because obviously that's the last known location. So what time? Let's say 3, 4, 5. By the time because they're older, so they had, you'd think, okay, you'd wait to pick them up, and then they don't show up. It would take, I mean, I don't fault the parents or the father, anyone. I don't fault them, because if it were my kids, I would think, oh, I'll give them another half an hour or another hour, and dang it, they'll show up. Like, at the time, I'm sure nobody's believing something's happening bad, and they just kind of lost track of time or met some boy, normal kid stuff. So I guess whenever it comes around 5 or 6, whatever they started the search, right? They think, okay, at some point you're thinking, okay, something's not right. Something's not right. The Derek goes to pick them up and they're not there, and walks around, something's not right. And we're all calling people, and one thing, I'm sure he calls Patty and Becky, and Becky calls, so that's happening at this point, I say. And so they're looking for them. So let's say whatever time it is when they're at, so the cops have been called, like 6, whatever it was, the search starts, so let's say it's 6 or 6:30 p.m. on the 13th, right? So they gather the searchers, even the police, even if it's 20 searchers and cops and volunteers, they can get together. And some of the fire guys would help when there's no fire. The fire guys would help out. It's like a team effort, and the family is probably calling people and friends, and you know how it works, right? So what do we think? 50 people, 30 people, to be safe. 30 to 50 people are looking for them, knowing their last known location is there. And then it's 22 hours until they find them. I have a problem with that. It just doesn't sound. It's one thing so they say they look, they would look around, and they would go to the end of the bridge and kind of spread out from this area. And to think that it's so easy for this person to corral 2 people across that creek, yet the searchers didn't go over the other side. And we know they did, because when they were talking about it in one of the depositions, I think the most part people were on this side where Weber's Drive was. But I mean, to think that there was also a team on the other side. How do we not find them, even on that first day or that first night? And to believe that they said, let's call the search off and go home when 2 young girls are missing, and it's cold and dark, that these men are going home. Tobe or whoever said they called off the search to go home. That's not, and as if, we know some of them just stayed out, and the family would have stayed out. So with flashlights, and I know it's dark and that, but listen, guys, in 2017, the LED flashlights are wonderful. Those LED light bulbs, and you get a good $20, $30 flashlight from Amazon or any Walmart, and with the LiPo batteries in them, and we all have them, right? Imagine with 1 or 2 good flashlights, and would light that area up very, very, very well, I believe. And like Ron Logan said, it was lit up like, as if the police didn't have a couple of those big spotlights that would come out, and even their headlights of the cars pulled up to imagine pulling up to that cemetery and just flashing your high beams on the area or whatever. I don't know. Or on Weber's private drive, and kind of parking cars and turning your high beams on. And I mean, it would be, I don't know. To think they were laid there for 22 hours and weren't found I have a real problem with that. I don't know how you guys feel, but I mean, it is definitely weird that to think that they weren't found a little sooner. Um, I don't know. So let's say, so if we follow the state's timeline, they go 213. They're say by 2:30 this happens, and Weber comes home and scares them with the van, and he's so afraid that he does the murder, and then spends another hour and 20 minutes doing shit because he was next seen by Sarah Carbaugh near the mouth of the cemetery at what was it to three? The time was 3:57, I believe. So if you figure 2:30 it happens, they cross the creek, Weber drives by, and he's scared to do this. So 2:30 to 3:30, and then if he's seen at 3:57 out on the road, it's got to be, even if he ran, it would be at least 5 minutes to get out there from that crime scene to out to the road where he was seen by Sarah Carbaugh. And that was at 3:57. So if we take off 5 minutes, even if we take off 10 minutes for him to get out there, because it's possibly walked, but whatever. If you're doing something like this, you're moving fast, right? So let's say 10 minutes. Let's be gracious. So from 3:57, he was seen a little near the a little like a block or so north of the entrance of the cemetery on the 300 North. So let's take 10 minutes off to 3:47, and Weber came at 2:30, they say. So an hour and 27 minutes, right? So what was it, 47? No, an hour and 17 minutes, let's say. So he was so afraid he spends an hour and 17 minutes at the scene doing all this unnecessary stuff. And they're saying it has nothing to do with it, right? Those branches, all this stuff. So that doesn't sound like somebody who's too afraid, right? So the whole scenario is weird. But let's say it did happen like that. And he's seen an hour and 20 minutes later. Like, what are the odds? So by the time they start searching, that they go 22 hours knowing that, just knowing where they were last on that bridge. Do you think are we going to think that they just kind of, let's look on the top of the bridge and nowhere else? Like, we know they're poking around and looking over the edges and going up and down. And so are we not? I don't know. So it's literally implausible. It's impossible to think that they were there that long. A couple hours, fine, but 22 hours laying there with no leaves on those trees and the dark ground. And unfortunately, Libby was nude. Obviously, if you're led a bit, you're pale skin. Impossible. I'm sorry. Oh, I won't get you started. Yep, I'll move on. So, yep. You know what? You guys are wonderful. Keep reading. You're right. I do this. I start looping. So we'll talk about it and move on. You're so right. So right. I get stuck. Thank you. Yes. Poke me and push me because I get caught in those little loops. So here we go. I read this one. Right. Oh, yeah. So I'll read it. And once the girls were disrobed and naked in the middle of the forest, in the middle of the day in February, and once he had subdued one of the two girls to prevent her from running away, the man acting alone could finally kill the girls. 10. This man acting alone would have had to pull the ceremonial knife or whatever sharp instrument was used to inflict fatal injuries to the neck of the first child. It is unknown which child perished first, while the second child watched, hopefully without screaming because becoming so hysterical that said child was uncontrollable. I hope that really wasn't the case. Like, I mean, it's hard to think it wasn't, but I guess if one, I don't know. And there was no, in the toxicology stuff, you'd think if this person tried to use anything to render them unconscious, like you see in the movies where they kind of, what is that stuff, chloroform or whatever? I guess we would never know. I don't know if we know about that because, there was bandanas found, right? And all that stuff that they never sent away. Is that plausible? That maybe they had used or one had used after they got them, because I see it in the movies all the time, right? I just don't know if it's a real life thing, but they take like handkerchief or bandana and cover it over their face, and the person goes unconscious. So I don't know. Just saying, is that a possibility? Do we think? I'm not sure. Ooh, 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 ooh. You meant the emojis or LOL? Mm-mm-mm. What's this? One girl was in Ron's. Oh, you think that far? And the other in the house? Oh boy, that's possible. I guess. Lots of stuff. Yeah, throw it all out there. We can just talk, and even though the trial is over and he was convicted, I still think there's just more to this. Either way, even just a fair trial. If you want to think it's the right guy, it's a fair trial, and these LE, it's all that stuff they lost and didn't collect and kind of obfuscated and sort of lied about and misdirection and stuff, and from Holman trying to hide up Purdue stuff and not knowing who Turco was, him or her. So it's a little fishy, right? So I wish Elliot just did lost less evidence. That seemed to be some maybe pretty exculpatory stuff. So the man acting alone would then walk over to the second child, who was somehow subdued, and inflicts the same fatal injuries to her neck, unfortunately. The autopsy notes taken by Liggett reveal the pathologist stated that because of the particular vein that was severed, Abby suffered a slow, unfortunately, death. So on 112, addendum 26. Find attached and marked as Exhibit 27 Liggett's autopsy notes. The defense has not yet deposed the pathologist to determine what the phrase slow death. So did they depose do we have that? I don't recall that anywhere. They deposed the pathologist. Means in terms of timing, whether it is 5 minutes or 25 minutes or 55 minutes or more. So that was addendum on page, what was it? Addendum, oh my God. How did I do this one? Yeah, so I'm on 13. So basically there's Liggett actually, if you read in his deposition, he was present for both autopsies. He even says in his that he was there in the room as the autopsy was performed on each of them, and then they maybe took a break and did the next. So he was there a couple hours for each of them, standing, taking notes as the autopsies were performed. To give Liggett as much additional time needed to sell this preposterous story that one man committed all of these tasks in such a short period of time, we will presume that this one man acting alone took Abby's life first and Libby's second, so that he, the lone killer, could efficiently handle all of the other tasks necessary while Abby suffered her slow death. So, 1 second, need a quick drink. Sorry. And we're back. I say this every time, but like say now I reset. By the time I go to take another drink, I'm like slouched down. I slide down in my dang recliner. And I got this microphone in my face, so then I have to adjust that. Oh, woe is me. What are you guys talking about? Did I miss anyone? Judges like Gull shouldn't be allowed. Yeah. I mean, it seems like she did she wanted to hold the defense accountable, right, for things that they did wrong, like with the email and the pictures getting out, and I get it, but didn't she did quite a few things wrong, literally, like she got a few things wrong, like the way there was a few filings she did that she wasn't, like, how can we expect it to be hold the defense accountable yet the prosecution, the LE, and none of them are held to account. So you could say that there was transparency, and they told us that they screwed up. They were transparent about all the mistakes they made in law enforcement, right? But what good is all this transparency without accountability? That's what's missing. So I think all things are equal. How do you expect to just when one side's being held to account, and then the other side's kind of allowed to just do things and screw up and just nobody cares. Like, go, I can swear to you, if there's a lawyer type legal eagles in here, we can point out a few different things that Gull literally mistakenly did wrong with the filings and all that stuff. Like, why is that okay? It shouldn't be. If we're holding Rosie especially to account for Baldwin sending in a wrong email, and the Westerman was Baldwin's guy who went in and did those photos, it's wrong. But Rosie, and especially, who's holding the others to account? Nobody. So seems like rules for thee and not for me. Just my opinion. Well, true. But from all the stuff they have told us, as transparent on some of those things, like there's no accountability. So I mean, I'll gladly tell you the stuff I fucked up if I know I'm not going to get in trouble, especially like like in 2017, we forgot to collect the sticks, or we didn't. Like, what are we saying? Are we to assume that in 2017 that when you show up to a crime scene, you find 2 murdered children and they have sticks on them for whatever reason, to cover them, which is ridiculous, undoing, which is plausible, if it's a real posing fantasy, like it really did happen because of the runes and whatever, or if it was staging, which means it was those type of things that were meant to distract from a person that has nothing related to Odin, and they wanted to completely throw the police off, and whatever reason you find, the sticks were on them, right? Nobody's denying that, right? So it's very obvious that the person who did this touched those dang sticks. And there's lots of them too. And more than likely, this person would have had their DNA on them, right? Sweat or other stuff, those other types of bodily fluids, and blood himself, because you see it all the time. If you're using weapons to do this to people, sometimes they cut themselves, and so on and so forth. And so these LEs show up and remove these sticks from the girls, obviously to get them, afterwards, and they leave them there. For 5 days or whatever. So there's zero written in that. And then now they're like, oops, we're sorry. We've learned our lesson. We won't do this again. No. In 2017, you fucking guys knew damn well that that would be ridiculous to not collect them right away. But also, from what we found in a few depositions, that they did collect at least one of the sticks, and that's where they got some of that DNA from too. So I was a little confused by that, because I didn't hear that until one of these latest depositions. I forget who said it, but one of them said that we did get some of that DNA, or maybe I missed it, and I'm very sorry. I'm only, I'm just a dope who barely got through high school. I squeaked through high school. So I'm no legal eagle here. I'm not a dummy really, but I mean, yeah, we all get it wrong for sure. But from what I remember, there's so much information that they were always saying that they left the sticks, right? For at least 5 days or something. And then, like, what would be the reason for that? There's no acceptable reason that anyone can justify. There's none. In 2017, we knew damn well all about DNA, and if these were on the girls, and there's blood everywhere, and bodily fluids, and naked girls, that there's most likely the person touched this stuff, and it's a very high probability that there's DNA on these items. To think that every single one of them wasn't collected and categorized and individually, and then sent off, like, why? Makes no sense. So there's that. DNA results. Where? What do you mean? Where were you? Huh? Did you watch the trial? In the trial, they had DNA which weren't complete. There was stuff that wasn't complete. I may say it wrong here, but they found DNA samples. They found DNA of people that they couldn't get the full. I don't want to say the wrong word. The full. Somebody help me out here. And they couldn't tell if it was. We'll go back before I misspeak. But there was DNA. Yeah. They found it on one of the sticks. And in one of these depositions, one of the cops, probably Liggett or somebody, says that they did find it on one of these sticks that they took off the girls immediately. So whatever. I'm not. If I miss speaking, I'm sorry, but I'm sure you guys know that there was DNA found, but it wasn't a complete profiles or something like that. I hope you know what I'm saying. I don't want to misspeak because it's very complicated, and so we will go back. I will write a note. We will go back and cover the DNA stuff because yeah, a lot of stuff came out about DNA, and then there was there was DNA that they found that was accidentally by one of the people that were working there, or they didn't want to send. Oh, sorry, what? They didn't want to send it to Othram to get everything they needed from it because they say they didn't want to use the whole sample. Oh, right. Yeah. There was enough, no results, but plenty of DNA. Or they had so little of it they didn't want to ruin it or something, or enough DNA to exclude. So how about this, guys? Since we're all kind of we all mean well, and we're not it's very complicated. Nicole and I will write a note, and we will we'll do a thing on DNA so we can get it right. Sound good, guys? Because yeah, I understand. I mean, I'm not trying to say don't say or whatever, but it's so complicated and so much happened in this that my head's spinning kind of, and I want to just get it right. So, and I know there's some great creators that have covered this in depth, even myself watching, between Prof or Criminality and many others, and maybe Teresa lets me watch her videos, so maybe one time we'll find one of her if she did anything on DNA, and we'll do a whole thing on it and just talk about it. And if you guys would like that, sound good? Or I mean, feel free to go ahead, talk about it, because I just don't want to misspeak and say the wrong thing. But I know there was sounded to me like recently in these depositions that one of them said that they did get the some of that partial DNA from one of the sticks, and they did collect it. So, but not all the sticks were collected. I'm not exactly sure. So I will come back to that. Right? Perfect. Whatever this emoji is, I love it. Looks a little, whatever that means, I agree. Abby, what do you mean? What do you mean? Has anyone heard from Heather? Hope she's okay from what? What do you mean? She was here last night. What? If somebody, you don't talk to someone for a whole day, you start worrying about them? Come on, settle down. Abby has been moonlighting with the Scrabble board. She almost eloped with her Scrabble board. She's been playing Scrabble and she gets distracted, that little silly goose. And it's, oh, look at it, it's late. Like, I mean, look at us. She's, it's after midnight, or it's almost midnight for her in her time zone. She's in Central. So, you silly monkey. She's fine. I'll message her after. Oh, you know what? She actually did message me today. Oh, on Discord. I was talking with her today, so you don't need to worry about her. If she's awake, she'll be here. She's probably sleeping or moonlighting with that Scrabble. She fucking loves Scrabble. So I see what you're saying. Yeah, I was talking to her today. Don't be sorry, silly. Never be sorry. I mean, but she's playing Scrabble. That makes sense to me. When did I talk to her? I messaged her last. Oh, here, she was up early today, so she probably fell asleep. She was like, oh, she told me at 6 p.m. today that Shibs, you should go on early because she fell asleep and watched some of the replay. So she messaged me on Discord, and then she says, "Come on, I'm bored, please," with like 10 Z's and a crying happy face emoji. And that was at 6:34 p.m. tonight, or like the previous. Now we're kind of into the new. So she's well. She's just sound like she was up and at it today, and she was in chats. I saw her somewhere in a chat today, I believe, and then she's probably tuckered herself out and sleeping. So she's like that. Like the Energizer Bunny, and then she just crashes out. So I'm sure she's fine. Everyone loves lasagna. Scrabble is Scrabble code. Scrabble is code probably for lots of things, like let's chill and Scrabble. Scrabble and chill. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. She definitely loves that Scrabble. So, and she's just fine. You guys having snowstorms or what? Did you guys we didn't have any warnings where I'm at, but it was definitely cold. But my lawn is still green out there, and I'm up in Canada. But I do know more in the central areas of Michigan and stuff had more snow, but it didn't come up to us. Somehow the way the jet stream goes. I'm in like a snow belt up here in southern Ontario, and the jet stream kind of dips down along the west coast and into the warmer states and comes back up through, Indiana and New York State. And when it gets over, kind of blows the warmer air over us here in southern Ontario when it comes back up and back out over the east. So we didn't have any. There was a part in the middle of the night last night, I believe it started to like snow and it almost tried to stay on the cars and stuff, but it didn't really stick. So it definitely melted today. So if there was any. So but I know Farmer was talking about this dang car. He bottomed his car out and he almost had to dig his dog out, right, Farmer? Your dog went for a dump. He went to take a poop and the dog almost got stuck in the snow and he almost had to dig his dog out of the snow. So his car got stuck, it bottomed out and it was packing snow. So it's almost like hitting an island. So the wheels, so yeah. With all the Great Lakes up here too. You're right. So certain areas, like one side of a lake has more lake effect snow and depending on the jet stream and the wind and your location. Yeah. Because if the lakes, if there's a warmer day, it evaporates and it goes up. And then if you're near these Great Lakes, oh my God, especially over in Michigan and Superior. The Michigan is the second largest Great Lake. There's Superior and Michigan. So Superior is the largest, then Michigan, and Huron's the third. Erie is the fourth, and the fifth is Ontario. Lake Ontario is the smallest of the Great Lakes. So if you're on the right side or the wrong side in the right moment in the wind and all that, you'll get lake effect snow. And one side could have blizzards and the other side could have green grass like I did. So yeah. The dog bottomed out. Yeah, imagine that. Yeah. Especially with dogs, like, if you get that snow and like unlike snowshoes, like those lynx and stuff, they like have snowshoes, like their paws are so puffed out and spread. So they kind of walk on the top of the snow. But if you get a dog and they don't, like they kind of, their legs aren't long enough. Yeah, imagine that. So just hope you're okay. Your snowman melted. Oh, yeah, you're in Australia. There's no way you got a snowman. You silly. Marissa in an Australian snowman. Do you have to do that in your freezer? Or fake snow? You can use like a white stuff. Anyways, sorry guys. Good to see you're having fun. Talk amongst yourself, and away we go. So to give Liggett as much additional time needed to sell. Oh, I read that one. Yes, I'll go into this one. Additionally, even after Abby finally would have died, the man acting alone would have had to then wait enough time so that the blood escaping from Abby's neck would stop flowing, as there was little to no blood found on any of the clothing Abby was wearing other than around the neck area, both undergarments and outer garments, meaning that the single solitary man likely clothed Abby's dead body after the flowing of blood ceased. So there's that. And I guess, is it enough to think that, especially Abby, I mean, not this, Libby was thicker and a little, taller or whatever, but Abby, unfortunately, would he be able to pick her and like up and walk her to the creek to wash her and stuff like that? Is that possibilities? And I mean, there's an hour and 20 minutes. I mean, I don't know. Or they would do that and then redress. I don't know. So, and this is all after he was scared to do this, right? Their scenario is Weber came home at 2:30 and scared the person and chased him across the creek, right? So they're assuming that he was on this side, wasn't it? And Weber drove by and they got scared and made them go across the creek and didn't do all this. So, man. Again, I know all this and we all know this. And each time I think of something new and, so excuse me, I'm not confused. I guess, just trying to have conversation and come up with stuff to, at the very least, find. And if he's the guy, let's find justice for true justice, and we'll know it after a good, fair trial for these girls. And if you think they already got that from this trial, God bless you. But I just don't. think it. I think they didn't yet. And I think the person, or the very least, is more involved or something. Something happened here and wasn't right. And that's the story, and I'm sticking to it. So once this man, acting alone, inflicted the injuries to Abby's neck, and she was dying a slow death, he would have left Abby on the ground somewhere away from where she was ultimately laid to rest, as there was little blood at the scene where she was laid to rest and posed, and where the man acting alone placed sticks on her body. So when I say there was that puddle or whatever, right, with sticks on it too, but also like, I guess if it happened and it would, soaking into the ground is, like to think that, like, wouldn't they, if they knew where it happened, like, wouldn't they want to kind of dig up that and to see how much blood would be left in the area? And I don't know how one would go upon that, but if both girls look like they're empty of blood, wouldn't they want to find out where it went? I don't know. Just a question. Okay, let's chill. What? Chill soup, chili. You're in southeast Queensland, and in winter you do get some snow. I'm sure. Yeah, that's probably like in the mountain types. I guess you'd have some higher elevations that would get some snow. That's cool. So yeah, I mean, it's like me thinking there's no warm time in Canada. So to think we know how warm you are in Australia, but I'm sure, yeah, you must have some, I guess, mountain or higher elevations that would get snow. And they probably have a big hot spot, right? For people going to, ski and stuff. Imagine that. Yeah, I agree. So soup. Yeah. Anytime you guys want to talk about stuff, soup and pie and, you're saying chili? Oh, everyone loves, boom. Thank you, Candy X. Yeah, if you ever see chat going south and you think it's, or whatever, just throw in your favorite food. Like, if you talk about soup or stew, beef stew, or, going fishing and catching good fish, and or pie. Yesterday, one person they just said something about pie. I like pie. And boom, like for half an hour, we talked about pies. That was so funny. So yeah, if you're ever unsure, chili, like, oh my God, I'm a big fan of those foods where it's all in one, like everything in a bowl. Get some of that good, what's that bread? Sourdough bread with the good butter on it, and dip it in your chili, and OMG. Or stew, like everything all in one. Or like my grandma's recipe, after we have like a turkey at least twice a year at Christmas and Thanksgiving. And we have big turkeys, or sometimes even more. I don't know. They love turkeys. Everyone here loves turkeys. So after the words, right, you have all the leftover turkeys. We just throw it all in a big pot. My grandma has this wild recipe that she would even use like the bones and bubble them away and to get all the whatever. I don't know how you make it, but she did it awesome. Peas and rice and all in one. I sometimes honestly prefer that better. The whole turkey, whatever turkeys, throw it all in, and they use up the gravy as part of the stock with the soup, and it just is amazing. Peas and carrots and celery and rice and turkey soup. I'm just a big fan of the whole all in one. Boom, 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 boom. So again, if you're ever not sure about what to talk about, boom, pie or all in one chili soup stew, you'll see people get so excited. You watch. See that? Brownie talk. Oh, desserts. Oh, sour. Look at this. You see? I told you guys. Look at that. Who doesn't love sourdough bread with some good, like, not just regular butter, even no other butters with, like, all the extra little garlicky stuff, butter or whatever. OMG. So I'm going to start reading again, and I know I got you all excited. Talk amongst yourselves. The topic is anything that makes you salivate. Stew, soup, chili, bread, pie, desserts, and away you go. I'm going to read and come back, and I know you guys will be just gone off on all this wicked stuff. So I love it. You guys are nuts, just like me. Welcome. You found your place. I'm crazy. No wonder you guys love me. I'm just kidding. All right. So again, I didn't remember where I left off, and I hate that. I need to. Is there a way like I can mark this? I guess I can't. OMG! Why am I not doing that? I'm an idiot. So let me see. Can I test something? So let's say I left off here with the big. Ooh. Let's say I left off here. If I go elsewhere and fart around, I'm even going to hit my button. No, see, it goes away. So I won't click my button. So I'll try that again. And I was clicking my mouse away on the other pages. So I won't click the buttons. I will say I go away and then I come back. It's still there. Oh my God. So as long as I don't hit the button, it'll still be there. Fuck. You figure I would have learned that a long time ago, eh? I've been doing this. Go look at my live streams. Last night I did 9 hours and like 30 minutes. Then before it was 7 hours and 55 minutes. And before that was 7 hours and 23 minutes. And I've done a few 5-hour live streams, a few 3 hours and 2 hours. But I mean, yeah, at least once a day I've been doing this. So and I'm starting to think it's me being selfish because I enjoy it. And to talk, it's almost like free therapy to you guys. Spill my guts and hopefully not say too much to turn you off. Just the right amount of turn off. Just enough so you don't unsubscribe, that you kind of think, that's all. So once this man acting alone inflicted the injuries to Abby's neck and she was dying a slow death, he would have left Abby on the ground somewhere away from where she was ultimately laid to rest, as there was little blood at the scene where she was laid to rest and posed. Yeah, she was definitely posed, right? But also, can I say one thing? I remember one time thinking this, like, in the winter times, especially last winter, I remember listening. And when I myself, like, say I go to, sometimes I like to just shut all my lights off and listen, or even just meditate. I would lay on my bed, and when I'm wearing one of those baggy hoodies, I kind of do the same. Like, I put my hands in the hoodie, and I kind of let in that position. So I'm not saying that that's what happened, but how she was found, how you put your hands like right there on your, I tuck them in my hoodie too, if it's chilly or whatever I'm at, like if it's winter. So there's that. That's all. I like to throw that in. And 1 second. Damn, my coffee's so perfect. Oh, shit. So, and where the man acting alone placed sticks on her body. 16. While waiting for Abby to die her slow death, the man acting alone would have then used his ceremonial knife or whatever sharp object he used to inflict Libby's fatal injuries at the base of the F tree where Libby's blood was found. And 17. While one, waiting for Abby to die or slow, I wish they would, they say this a lot. I remember this part. I wish there's, so while he says it every line, wow, you guys, I'll probably just skip that. I don't know. I know they're just doing it to emphasize and to add. I'll read it. While one, waiting for Abby to die her slow death, and then two, while waiting for the blood to stop escaping from Abby's fatal injuries, this man acting alone would then grab Libby's body from the F tree where she was probably killed, dragging her to her final resting place at the base of the tree where she was found. 18. While waiting for one, Abby to die her slow death, and two, then waiting for the blood to stop draining from Abby's neck, this man acting alone then would have had to pose and position Libby's dead body in the manner in which her dead body was found at the scene. 19. While waiting for one, Abby to die her slow death, and two, waiting for the blood to stop draining from Abby's neck, the man acting alone would then select a variety of tree branches and sticks with the ultimate purpose of placing them on Libby's dead body. 20. After selecting the branches and sticks, this man acting alone would then gather those sticks and branches. Yeah. 21. After gathering the selected branches and sticks, the man acting alone would have to carefully arrange the sticks in the pattern found at the crime scene. So that's one thing I'll stop at with 21. So we know the photos, how it showed the sticks, right? Branches. And, it was what it looked like, right? So forget about how they were. I remember there was a lot of talk about horns and antlers and, I don't forget about all that. Just the way, even just the way they were on Abby, it was reminiscent, right? Like of asterisk of, it wasn't, they weren't just thrown on there. They didn't just fall there. So whatever you believe it was, they were there. So what was I going to say? I was definitely doing that to make a point. After gathering, oh right, yeah, like are they just picking sticks up, or are they like that one they thought looked cut? Were they making little runes themselves to take as little trophies from the branch that they used, or was it so they can get I always thought also if they had to cut a couple, maybe they did it so they can get the correct length that they wanted. And you wouldn't all that talk with the whole power saws and stuff was ridiculous because as a man, my old man's a tool and die maker. My whole life we've used saws and cut stuff and metal and wood. And when you're cutting wood, especially with one of those wood saws or, one made for, cutting branches and all that, it cuts so easy. It's like going through butter. And you wouldn't even need even a hand drywall saw, or those little camping saws. You can fold it up and put it in your pocket. Wood cuts extremely easy, especially if you do it. My dad taught us, like when you're cutting wood, use if you just do like a full swoop and kind of slide it back, but you don't have to go fast. You just use the whole length of the saw, because a lot of people mistake and they do little pushes and try to cut fast. That's not how you do it. When you're cutting wood, you use the whole, like say you have a longer blade, you just kind of use the whole length and slowly go back and forth, and it just melts right through wood, branches, or 2x4s, whatever. If you're cutting with a handsaw, so this whole talk about some guy as if they're going to walk, you could, but who's walking around with a fucking power tool? Like it's about, one of those little sawzalls or whatever, you could, but it sounds ridiculous to me. So there's no, in my opinion, the noise it might make, you're not using a reciprocating, the silliest little, even a drywall saw. Have you ever seen a drywall saw? It's almost like a big knife that you'd have at your, it's got jagged teeth on it. That would go through a branch like nothing. Now, another thing, if somebody did that in that area, I always found it weird that there was no talk from the LE about if you cut even the small branch, and especially over muddy, dark areas like that, there's white powder. You would know. You would say, "Oh, it came from here." There'd be white powder underneath wherever you cut it. I do it every day, all the time. Not every day, but often in my yard. When I cut things, I have to trim, cut, and if I pick a spot like at the back of a truck or something, and I cut just a few branches or even one or two, underneath on the brown dark ground, there's like white powder. So I always thought that. Well, yeah, you can have a portable. Well, yeah, it's ridiculous, right? Because only it's plausible, but totally not necessary. Because anyone, especially this person, if they're into all the woods and trees and branches, every person, guy or girl, if you cut wood, simple foldable, collapsible, tiniest of little pocket camping saws, or anything you wouldn't need, right? You know what I'm saying, right? Like and if it was this BG guy, he could have easily had a foldable. You've seen it on Amazon or Walmart. Go to Amazon and go look. There's camping saws, and you fit in your pocket. Like you would, and they cut wonderfully. They cut so good. And if you've done it before, and you just kind of don't use short, you can cut the largest of branches so simply. And I actually when I'm cutting wood, you catch into a rhythm. And I got power tools. I've got them all. I got sawzalls. Those are great if you have to kind of, the whole chop saw and the circular saws and those are, you don't need any of that shit. And even nowadays with the battery powered stuff, the cordless stuff, there's some amazing, with the technology and the batteries. Yeah, they're all available, but totally not necessary. Because a simple saw, and if you're cutting wood, it melts like, you would never, no guy or girl, especially would be doing that. So if they did cut it, they're cutting it from something in their pocket or a little. Anyways, before I go too far off. BG, don't make me laugh. Sorry. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like I'm just kind of going with this like there was, they and when they analyzed that fuzzy photos of him, like I mean, if you look at the guy, like I mean, you could easily have like a fanny pouch on, and those little fanny pouches, and you can very easily carry in your pocket or whatever a camping saw because they fold. You unfold them, and they're very good saws. I have So there's that. I'm just making conversation, guys. So if I annoy you, I probably will. I'm sorry. Hit the mute and listen to your music or another person that you like more that's not annoying you, and just enjoy this chat because their chat probably sucks. And if you enjoy them, mute me and enjoy my lovely chat. That's all I care about is your happiness. And if that includes muting me, I think it's wonderful. Anyway, sorry. Okay. After gathering the selected branches and sticks, the man acting alone would have carefully arranged the sticks in the patterns found at the crime scene. So A, this man acting alone would have to take the largest and longest of the branches and use his dexterity to lift that large branch over Libby's left shoulder next to her head, which wouldn't be hard. They're trying to make it sound complicated, but I think they're trying to make it sound hard because a large they should make it sound time consuming, not hard, because it's not, so B. Next, the man acting alone would have had to have taken a smaller stick and placed it under Libby's neck on a straight line from Libby's right shoulder to her left shoulder. Ooh, I'm going to stop here because I do remember now what I'm going to highlight where I have to start up. I do remember now what I was going to say was the oh shit, I think I just forgot again. Let me read this again because it made me think. Oh, yeah. Sorry. When they show up at the scene, imagine the first searchers, right? When the first people find them, you'd have to think it's a possibility like they knocked or pushed around some branches, especially with Abby. You'd think they would want to think, oh, like, is she still alive, right? Like, wouldn't you? Obviously, somebody was checking their pulse, right? Or at least with Abby, you'd think of her clothes there. And I don't know if you'd think it's obvious that, or maybe they didn't. I'm not saying it happened, but it's very plausible to me that maybe those sticks were more rune-like or more, more indicative of it being an Odin misdirection or staging, or like the posing, a real thing to some fantasy fanboys that kind of bastardize the religion and kind of just take it and or somebody actually doing it to distract and mislead. But what I'm just saying that. So picture them showing up there. I mean, if you see the photos with Abby, you'd think like you wouldn't even think of the branches really. You'd think, oh, like push it off. Like, is she check her pulse? Like, oh my God, let's save her, right? No, that's there. So there's that. Ha ha ha. Sunflower Lola. Did you change your photo? Yes. Shibby said he's making me lasagna. Ooh. Am I? Ooh. Who doesn't love lasagna? You know what I think of that? I think of, remember George Costanza on Seinfeld when he met a girl and she was into food and they were like, they were in her kitchen and she was cooking and something, they both got kind of turned on and they were like eating food and going in. And then he would come out from under the covers in the bed and reach into his drawer and grab like a sandwich, take a few bites and go back under the covers. And they were like, so that was funny. I never yelled at you. Shibby yelled at me going to Timmy's. So I bought a DeLonghi and make it. No, I didn't yell at you, silly. Don't you dare say that. I just think that, if you go like Timmy's is like Dunkin' Donuts up here. So if you're always going to buy coffees, I just first of all, if you go at the time when it's like 7 or 8 in the morning, you're trying to get to work and there's always a lineup and you're there for 10 or 20, I just like, it's so easy nowadays. I got a kettle on Amazon for $20 and the fucking thing, I fill it up and I push the button and it turns up, it's glass and it turns LED blue. And I can just, by the time I do anything, it's already boiling. It's so quick. And there's some instant coffees that are great. and you can buy those cups. I prefer. I'm just saying what I would do. You might never yelled at you, but I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Like you can order like 10 or whatever 20, and it comes with the lids, right? Where you can have those ones that you the Stanley cups, and all that, and just bring them home and wash them like a reusable mug, to go cups, and just to think that when you go to anywhere, Starbucks or Tim Hortons, that same coffee you're paying $2 or $3 or $4, and the worst part for me is the waiting in line. Like, you're getting in, you got to wait in line and all that stuff, and you're trying to get your ass to work or you're late. When you leave your house, you can just for 20 cents, 50 cents, you can have an amazing drink and no lineups, nothing, right? Just it's right there. So that's all I say. It's fine if you want to go spend $3-4 on a coffee that you can make for 50 cents, and especially if it's like rush hour traffic, and like up here we got Tim Hortons. It's like Dunkin' Donuts, I guess, to you guys, but if you go to any Tim Hortons at say 7 or so in the morning, and you're trying to get your ass to work for whatever, or even at 8 or 8:30, and you got to be there for 9, and oh my God, the fucking drive-through lineup is packed, and line up out the door, and that's all. So go if you want. But it would disappoint me. I'm not yelling. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed in you, so Lola. Disappointed. But I'm happy to hear that you did and got yourself one of those. I'm not a big fan of what are those ones where you have to get the pods and all that. I think that's all a waste of time too, because then you got to kind of take them apart and recycle the cup, or throw this in the green part, and it's a whole thing. And if you're just throwing them out, tisk tisk, because they end up in the landfills. So what I would suggest is just get some friggin' instant coffee. It's so good. Nescafe, fuck any of them. Just find out how you like it. A teaspoon or tablespoon, just pop a little sugar and a good cream. Boom. It's like fucking 20 cents. Take 10. That's all. My DeLonghi. I'll have to look up what a DeLonghi is. And if you don't know Canadian Tire for us, and you love it, so that's good. As long as you're not wasting time, because it makes me sad to think people are wasting time and money standing at a coffee shop for 20 minutes with a lineup, and paying way, way more than they should. That's all. That's all. It's a great point. See? Great point. Such a Becky B, you're a genius. Folgers crystals, boom. Look at you guys. No wonder you're here. Because you guys, you're making great points, and you notice when I'm making great points. That's all. I mean, you guys know what I'm saying, right? Like, I picture you getting to work, you got to be there for 9 or anywhere, and you go to fucking get a coffee. Oh, I want a coffee, right? And you stop at and just like lineups at the door, and the drive-throughs jam packed, and fuck that. You can just takes 2 seconds when you're getting ready. You just hit your kettle, turn it on, throw it in a cup, boom, boom. 2 seconds, and you got a beautiful one. And then you can drive by and look at all those fools standing there and think, oh my God, this coffee's better, and I made it for fucking 30 cents. That's all. That is all. Don't get me wrong. Just, that's it. When you're right, you're right. Boom. That's the way I'll move on for sure. They are out living life, though, Shibby. Well, they are, right? But I mean, they're not. You think that's living life, standing in lineups? Because I'm going to the same places they're going, but I'm not standing in a lineup for 20 minutes or paying $3 for a 10-cent coffee. So when you think about it, they're living less than me, because let's say we're all going to the same place. I don't stop at a Dunkin' Donuts or a Tim Hortons and wait in line for 20 minutes at a drive-through, or go inside and wait in line. And I'm talking, that's all I'm saying. So picture me, and so picture this, those same people, you got your coffee, you leave your home, you're driving by. So you're living more life because you're driving by, and you saved money, and you're getting there sooner. So who's living life? Come on, TJ, don't you dare. I oughta, TJ. Oh, I didn't even say hi to you, TJ. Everyone say hi to TJ. My first guest on this show. So you can say what you want. You can say it. TJ, my very first guest, my first live stream, when I fucked up my very first live stream, I fucked up so bad. I don't know if you noticed. It's funny. It's still up. I went on for half an hour, and I didn't put myself up on stage here. So my microphone was working. I bought a brand new microphone, and I bragged about my microphone, but I wasn't on stage, so nobody could hear me. So I was telling jokes. I told life stories. I told that first dumb live stream. I talked for over half an hour, and I was so funny. I was telling jokes, and every time I tell jokes, I would pepper in the occasional sound effect. So now if you go back and listen to it, it's just all you hear is those dumb sound effects. And it's me talking for like a minute or two, but you don't hear it because I didn't put myself on stage. So it's ridiculous. And then once I finally realized I screwed up epically, that there was like, oh my God, there was Criminality Teresa and all these big names were in my chat. And I thought I was talking to them, introducing them and saying hi as I'm doing now. But nobody could hear me because I wasn't up on the stage. Like there's a backstage and on stage. So with this StreamYard, you're backstage and you have to click it to put on stage. And this document, I have to share it on the stage. And, then it goes backstage if I remove it. So I didn't even know. So then a couple hours after, I finally realized how bad I fucked up. I was like, okay, I got to redeem myself because I was like, I can't leave it like that. There's no way. So I started a new live stream, which I titled my very first live stream. And man, there was no warning. Everything went wrong. But I was on stage and people could hear me, so I knew it. But everything went wrong. There was no half-hour warning. I just went live, and there was 1 or 2 or 3 people came in, and TJ showed up, and I was like, oh, I feel horrible. I'm gonna go jump off. I was so deflated. I was like, fuck it, I gotta make it right. And I was gonna quit. I would have never done this again. I was moping and whining and bitching and all that stuff. And then TJ said, oh, I said, I don't know if I put a link, and she came on. And my very first guest, TJ, kind of pumped me up again. I was like, okay, I can do this. So I came back from the ledge. I wasn't going to theoretically, I was less deflated. And then she went and entertained us, and her hubby was there, and that was funny, and whatever. And then she left, and Peggy then I was about to do it again. I was like, oh, fuck this. What am I doing? This is ridiculous. I'm an asshole. And then Peggy called in, and we had a conversation, and it turned out great. And then boom, after that, I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this. So TJ, my very first guest on panel, then Peggy came on, and now look at what you got. You got this, whatever this is. It's from them too, helping me, talking me off the ledge. So there's that. Not sure why I told you, but just know, even if we end up fighting and you hate me, you'll always be my first. You always remember your first. TJ, you're my first guest on panel, and I thank you. You'll always have that. We'll always have Paris, they say. And I'm doing great, and you're fucking right. Yeah, I'm awesome. Yes, you're right. No, I stuck with it, and thanks to you guys, I didn't give up. And you know what? Yeah, it can only get better, right? Yeah, I say if I'm going to get there, I need to leave here first, wherever the fuck this is. All right, let's go. Oh, 1 sec. I need a drink. My coffee's perfect. 1 second, please hold. And we're back. I entertain and overcharge. Oh, from here. Yes. Now we always have that. Yes. Now we get story time every day. Look at you. Bedtime stories with Shibby. And I don't mean to make light of this because what we're reading. And so, you guys know I mean, it is what it is. If we're, I mean, it's interesting to read these things. And I guess I don't want to make light of what we're talking about. Just know that, if anything, it's for the investigation and the state, and never about these two sweet young girls. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, but over the previously laid out large branches that the man acting alone had placed, Like it's about the the investigation and the trial. If I am ever acting a fool, not about Abby and Libby. Okay. All right. Over Libby's left shoulder, described in 14A. So next, the man would have had to grab one of the longer sticks and place it on Libby's right thigh near her genitalia. This stick would then be placed alongside the right side of Libby toward her head, but over the shorter stick discussed in 14C above. The stick starting near Libby's genitalia would from the right half of the V along with the stick discussed in 14D. Next, in order to form what can be described as a V, the man acting alone would take another stick, place it on Libby's left thigh near her genitals, and connect it with the stick described in 14C from the base of the V. Then this man would run that stick essentially along the left side of Libby's body over the large tree branch that is mentioned in 14A. The stick placed on Libby's left thigh would also connect with, and in fact may even attach, as the photo makes it hard to tell, the stick described in 14B. 22. At some point in time, once the blood draining from Abby's neck has stopped, this man acting alone would then have to gather the discarded clothing from the girls, both girls. 23. This man would then have had to redress Abby's dead body, starting with the undergarments Abby was wearing, without leaving any blood, his, Abby's, or Libby's, in the undergarments, except around the neck area where Abby had been mortally wounded. 24. This man acting alone would have to use his dexterity to lift Abby's dead body in order to maneuver the first bra onto Abby's dead body. Addendum 27. So I will try this. I'm 24. I'm leaving this. Oh, no. So I'll leave it where I have to read off. How's that? That's probably better. So where I need to start is this. And I'm on addendum 27. Boom. Abby was wearing two bras. The first bra on top of Abby's skin, but under the second bra was a traditional looking black bra. And I may have kind of glossed over this before, Nicole, right? But I don't think I think I just kind of was skimming through and reading some of this. So, but since I'm going from beginning to end, I probably should, because I know I kind of skimmed this, I think, or in a different document, I may have read this, but for whatever reason, I remember talking the bra stuff, but again, I'm just going to read. You guys cool? You guys cool? Anyone new? Anyone? Ferris Bueller? Oh, and you were too. Oh, was I really? I remember me from Prost Channel. I was entertaining. Yeah, I'm a class clown. My whole life I've been a class clown. I could tell you stories about me being in school. Oh, fuck. I went to a school, small school, and my mom would be like on the PTA, and help out. So she'd constantly come to the school as a kid. Picture me grade 2, 3, 4. And I would be like, she would have to come to the school and see me sitting like out in the hallway because I got kicked out of class. Or often I'd see her, I was sitting in the office, when they'd send you to the office, and I'd be waiting for the principal to give me shit. So I'd be sitting in the chairs because the teacher kicked me out of class in grade 4 or 5, 6, whatever. And my mom would walk in and kind of, she knew. I'd be like, she'd just give me that look. She wouldn't even say hi to me, like that look of disappointment, and it tore me apart. And I'd go in there and back in the 70s and 80s, my principal used to take a ruler and smack us over the backs of our hands and stuff. So, and my mom's stare, that hurt way more. That stung. So there's that. Yes. Yes. I was the class clown. Believe it or not. I know it's hard for you all to believe, but you got to trust me. Oh, yeah. I know. You're all in denial. Yes. I was the class clown. So this man acting alone would have to use his... Oh, I read this. No, yes. I even said I was going to start. Look at me. So I did this, and I said, I'll start off on it, but then I come back and I fucked it up because I got off on a tangent. So next time, until I actually start reading, I'm not going to click that away. Look at me. This will get better, guys. Trust me. Trust me. Stick with me. I promise. If you stick with me long enough, I will eventually say the right thing. So that's that. This man acting alone would then have to use his dexterity to lift Abby's body in order to maneuver the first bra under her back. So she was wearing a sports bra and a regular bra. So there's that. 26. This man acting alone then would have to use his dexterity to secure the black bra onto Abby. 27. This man acting alone would then have to locate the second bra that Abby was wearing. Addendum 28. And I'm going to come back to here. You watch this. I'm going to get it right this time. So addendum 28. The second bra was found on top of the black bra and under a pink shirt. This second bra was what the defense would call a gray sports bra. So the second bra was found on top of the black bra. So the regular one was under, right? And the sports bra, that was the defense would call a gray sports bra, was on top. Second was, yeah. I don't know. You guys know any? Is that something you would do? I don't even know. Or would there be reason, like, not to say, but I guess maybe teen girls would do it to have more like padding look, or I don't know. That's definitely one thing I don't have. I mean, even I had a daughter, but at that age, she probably wasn't sharing that with me for reasons. I would just say, go and buy this and don't tell me about it. I mean, not like, you know what I'm saying, right? She just wouldn't. Like, I mean, some things, yes, you'd probably go to your mom and not your dad. But I don't know. So this man, acting alone, would then again have to use his dexterity to lift Abby's dead body in order to maneuver the second bra onto Abby's dead body. 29. This man, acting alone, would then use his dexterity to secure a second woman's bra onto Abby. Is that something the guy does, or do you think she had it? Oh, someone leaving? Who's leaving, Derek? Or who's leaving? Who's leaving? Before you go, let me say goodbye. Who's leaving? Is it you leaving, Farmer? Someone's leaving? Sorry if I missed. It's got to be you, right, Farmer? Farmer says, so who's saying good night? Farmer? If it's you, good night, bro. Thanks for being here. Oh, look at that. Pert showed up. Pertin, where you been, girl? Hey, yeah, just stopping by for a minute. Hope y'all. Yes, we did. Where you been? Get your butt back here. Come on. I hope you're catching the replays at the very least. You gotta. Yes, Pert. Where you been? You okay? Is everything? Just tell us everything's fine, and we're good with that. Yes. Oh, Farmer's leaving. He's tired. Yep. You man, you've been out shoveling and doing stuff, and oh my gosh. Yeah, you get some rest, bro. Stay safe. Stay warm. Get your doggy's ear fixed or whatever you had to do. Ooh, that's what I wanted to tell you in your chat. Farmer, you said something about your doggy, right? One of my cats had some trouble with ears, and everything that I took her to the vets, nothing they did could get it to go away. What happened was, what got lucky was I just tried on Amazon or anywhere like Walmart or wherever you get stuff. If you go in the pet section, I found this, it was these ear drops, and it had just like natural ear drops that had like certain oils. I don't know if it was peppermint, and it was a combination of 3 or 4 different oils. So, and also you get the ear cleaner stuff, right? So you kind of, and the dog hates it, but you just kind of, you got to hold them and kind of fold their ear back and put the ear cleaner stuff in. And then I guess kind of, before they shake their head, you got to kind of massage the base of their ear around and then kind of back off and let them shake it all out of their ear, right? The cleaner. And then you just kind of get a couple of those drips that's oil. And man, my cat had for years had problems, and that really helped it. It was the one thing, all the medications they gave, nothing, it was just some eardrops for cats and dogs. I don't even know the name of it. It was just a natural oil that had it had a mixture of 4 or 5 different oils, like these just ones that were meant for this. So try that, bro. It's cheap. and you just got to do it once or twice a day. And so try that if that helps. I'm not sure. Well, rubbing alcohol, well, if you use the proper ear cleaner stuff, it might have a little bit, but not pure rubbing alcohol. I'm not even sure. I don't know. That's a lot, rubbing alcohol, but I think you should use there's an ear cleaner they sell, and it might have a few things in it, and you just kind of, it's meant for this purpose. So you want it to be safe yet effective. So you just put a couple drops in your cat's ear, the first to clean it, right? But then you got to hold them so they don't shake it away, right? And then you kind of lightly massage. You don't poke stuff or whatever, right? Obviously, if there's stuff you can get at with a Q-tip, but just at the outside, you don't go digging, right? Obviously, but I'm just saying, if you let them do it themselves and you kind of just massage it a bit, sometimes they'll almost want to kick their leg up, like it feels good, like they want to itch. But then you let them shake it out, like you have to just let, cats and dogs, they'll do it, and it's kind of, so don't do it. If you do it outside or wherever you do it, let them shake their head really good and get it all out, the cleaner part, and then you take the oil and it's like a drop. So you kind of, as soon as you get it, because they can shake no matter what, if that oil gets in there and kind of moves around, it's not being shook out as easily. It may a bit of it, but for the most part, the oil stays there. And I'll look it up, but it has like these 4 or 5 different oils, whatever they are. It really worked with my cat. That's all I can say. So there's that. So open flame, rubbing alcohol for ears. I don't know. Oh, it's for humans. Sorry, guys. Ooh, there you go. You're going out with a bang. This one's going to stay on. I usually lick it myself. Oh. After you, Farmer, you're nuts. I love you. You're good. You're a good chat. Come and make sure you come back. Go have a nice sleep. Check if you ever are next at Walmart. We'll probably have it, or anywhere you go to buy stuff. If you see the natural oil and a good cleaner, I mean, honestly, my cat had problems in her ears for years, and everything I did, this is the one thing that really worked good. And I guess if you stop doing it, it will come back. But it was just, and it was inexpensive, just once or twice a day, or once every few days, even once. Because once you get the good cleaning and let them shake their head, and the oil really, really helped. It was, I don't know, I'll look it up, and next time I talk to you, you'll know. But it's just a natural, made for cats and dogs. I got it on Amazon, and it was like a little eyedropper thingy, and it had a combination of 4 or 5 oils that were perfect. So there's that. Good night, Farmer. Good luck with that. And Pert, dang, you got to get around here more. Sweet oil, LOL, Farmer. And you guys are still having fun. See, look at that. Look at this guy. He was saying goodbye. You just can't leave, can you? That's good. Yep. Stick around, bro. You don't want to leave. Stay. Come on. Just kidding. So if you guys ever have to go and say goodnight, and I miss you, if I don't, just know I will say goodbye to you, even if you've already gone. Just know that, okay? And away we go. Ooh, did I mark? Oh, look at me. I forgot where I was. So once both bras were secured onto Abby's dead body, this man, acting alone, would have to locate the pink shirt that Abby was wearing underneath the sweatshirt. 31. Once the pink shirt was located, the man acting alone would likely have positioned Abby's arms above her head to make it easier to place the pink shirt onto Abby's dead body. 32. Once Abby's arms are positioned above her head, then the man acting alone would have to place the opening at the bottom of the pink shirt just above Abby's outstretched arms. 33. Once the bottom opening of the pink shirt was positioned just above Abby's outstretched arms, the man acting alone would have to use his dexterity by lifting Abby's left arm and placing it into the pink shirt. Excuse me. One sec. And we're back. Shit, I was going to put my Christmas lights up earlier and I didn't. Fuck. Why do I wait? I should have did it last week when it was warmer. I can get there freezing my ass off. What the hell? Looks nice. Once the man acting alone maneuvered Abby's left hand and left arm through the bottom of the pink shirt, he would have to use his dexterity to move Abby's left hand and left arm toward the left armhole of the pink shirt. Now, I took a drink and I didn't peruse through chat. I just hate missing anyone new. You guys hear that? That's my microphone. It starts popping for no reason. Listen. That's my microphone, not my lips. I've always done that since I was a kid. And you know what I used to do? It was crazy. It drove my mom nuts. Remember in the 80s when the Fat Boys came around and they were doing that beatboxing? You know, I fucking did that. I couldn't, when I was a kid, I was like, I loved it. The Fat Boys in the 80s, it was like one of my first, I bought 2 albums, record albums. My first 2, I went to the store and I had enough to buy 2 records. And I bought the Fat Boys, which were like these rappers, and they're like 500 pounds each. It's big fat guys that did all that beatboxing. The Fat Boys are back. Boom, boom. You guys all know that if you're old enough. And you know what my other album was? AC/DC, Who Made Who. I fucking love that still, you know? Now, when I got that as a kid, I was, oh man, whatever year that came out, I couldn't have been, I definitely wasn't driving yet. So whenever AC/DC, Who Made Who came out, I bought that album. And that fucking Who Made Who, and I think the third song was DDT. It's like my favorite song, and there was no singing. It was just a drumming. You guys probably know that too. DDT from a little ditty, like you know, AC/DC. Why I'm saying that, I'm not sure. Oh, because of the dumb sound effects. Anyways, so oh yeah, because I was looking through chat. I'm sorry, guys. I just feel weird if I don't say hi or good night to everyone. So 35. Once the man acting alone had used his dexterity to maneuver Abby's left hand and left arm toward the left armhole in the pink shirt, he would have had to use his dexterity to pull the left arm through the left armhole in the pink shirt. Once the left arm was successful, this is a lot, eh? Once, I'll read it, pulled through the left armhole of the pink shirt, the man acting alone would have used his dexterity by picking up Abby's right arm and placing in the bottom carry hole. I think these ones, I'm just going to go and start where he says what he's actually doing. In the pink, he would have, you guys okay with that? I'm sure you are. You get the grifts. So number 37, I'm going to skip this first half. He would have had to use his dexterity. Even this, I should, oh, fuck. To pull the right arm through the right armhole in the pink shirt. To lift the upper portion of Abby's body while using the other hand to pull the pink shirt toward Abby's midsection until the shirt was properly dressed on Abby. Additionally, you'd have to pull the shirt to her midsection, have to lift up. Yeah. You all know how difficult it is getting a little kid dressed. So the ground to avoid getting any dirt on the pink shirt, as the photographs show that the pink shirt was clean. It is likely that once the murderer redressed Abby in her pink shirt, that the pink shirt never touched the damp, dirty ground, as there was no dirt on that shirt whatsoever, unlike wet dirt found on Abby's backside and the wet dirt also found on the sweatshirt Abby was ultimately dressed in. 41. This would mean that once the man redressed Abby in the pink shirt, that he would have likely held up the upper portion of Abby's body with one hand while grabbing the sweatshirt with the other before placing the sweatshirt on Abby. 42. In order to put the sweatshirt on Abby, once he was able to locate Libby's sweatshirt, then this man acting alone likely positioned at least one of Abby's arms above her head so as to make it easier for this man to put Libby's sweatshirt onto Abby's body. 43. Once he positioned Abby's arms above her head, the man acting alone then would have to take the opening of the sweatshirt near the outstretched arm of Abby's arms of Abby. 44. Once he positioned Libby's sweatshirt near Abby's arms, this man acting alone would have to maneuver the left hand and arm in order to move it into the bottom opening of the sweatshirt. So, I just thought of, like, it seems like the other stuff was going by so fast because, like, the letters was twice the size when I had the answer and question. This right here would probably be like 3 pages in the other format. So this, or at least 2 pages or whatever. This right here, these 2 lines, these 3 would be a full page with the other format. So seems like this. I should keep reading. I'm complaining about how long it's going to take. Not complaining, but I keep stopping. No wonder. 45. Once he stuffed the left hand and arm into the sweatshirt, I should read faster too. This man acting alone would have had to position the right arm into the bottom opening of the sweatshirt. 46. Once both arms had been placed into the entrance of the opening of Libby's sweatshirt, then this man acting alone would have had to use his dexterity to pull the sweatshirt down towards Abby's head, likely using one of his hands as the other was being used to prop up Abby's body so that it wasn't touching the ground. Again, as the pink shirt shows no dirt. 47. Once this man acting alone started pulling the sweatshirt down toward Abby's head, he would also have to make sure that Abby's left arm and left hand were also being pulled inside the sweatshirt's left armhole toward the armhole at the end of the sweatshirt's left sleeve. Once adorned, Abby's neck would have to make sure that Abby's right arm and the right hand were also being pulled inside the sweatshirt's right armhole toward the hole at the end of the sweatshirt's right sleeve. And guiding both arms and the left arm into their respective armholes, then this man would have had to use his dexterity to lift Abby's body with one hand while using the other hand to pull the sweatshirt down toward Abby's midsection, making sure the sweatshirt was pulled over Abby's head. 50. Once this man acting alone had secured the first bra and the second bra with the pink, and then sweatshirt and the pink shirt and then sweatshirt onto Abby's dead body, then he would have had to locate Libby's jeans, which were found on Abby. 51. Once this man acting alone had located Libby's jeans, this man acting alone would have then had to place the opening of Libby's jeans at Abby's feet. 52. Once he placed the opening of Libby's jeans at Abby's feet, this man would acting alone have to have his dexterity to lift her Abby's feet from her dead body enough off the ground in order to start the processing of maneuvering Libby's jeans onto Abby's dead body. 53. First, this man acting alone would have lifted either the right or left leg and foot into the opening of the jeans. 54. Next, the man acting alone would have lifted the remaining leg and foot into the opening of the jeans. 55. Once he was able to position Abby's feet into the openings of Libby's jeans, then this man acting alone would have to use his dexterity to lift Abby's hips and legs in order to maneuver the jeans up Abby's dead body. 56. Once the man acting alone was able to maneuver the jeans several inches toward Abby's midsection, he would have to continue to readjust by lifting the body with one hand while grabbing the jeans and pulling them toward Abby's midsection with the other hand. 57. This man acting alone would continue this adjustment and readjustment using both of his hands until the jeans were ultimately completely on Abby's dead body. 58. Once this man acting alone had successfully completed the task of dressing Abby in the first bra, the second bra, and the pink shirt, Libby's sweatshirt and jeans, he would then have to locate Abby's Converse tennis shoes. And one sec. Music. Alrighty. Shoot. Anyone fresh? Anyone new? Nope. We lost. Farmer's gone for sure. Yep. And I'm out. So we missed you. Later, Farmer. I'm out. Have a great night, you guys. LOLO. LOLOL. Good night, bro. And nobody. Still 16 people. Oh no. Well, it's getting late. I guess it's one. We're losing them. Let's go. Focus. 17. Ooh, that works. 59. Once the man acting alone had located Abby's black Converse tennis shoes with white laces, he would have used his dexterity to lift Abby's left leg with one hand while using the other hand to place Abby's tennis shoe on her left foot. 60. Once the man acting alone had completed the task of placing Abby's left Converse tennis shoe with the white laces back onto Abby's left foot, he would have to grab Abby's other tennis shoe, the right tennis shoe. 61. Once the man acting grabbed Abby's right tennis shoe, he would have used his dexterity to lift Abby's right leg with one hand while using the other hand to place Abby's right Converse tennis shoe onto Abby's right foot. 62. Once the man acting alone had placed both shoes on Abby's feet, he would have had to locate the right twigs and sticks that could have fashioned into antlers or horns. 63. Once those sticks and twigs were found, the man acting alone would have had to lay the twigs or sticks over Abby's hair so that they crossed and crudely resembled antlers. 64. Since there appeared to be no blood on Abby's tennis shoes, and other clothing other than around the neck area, this man acting alone must have been extremely careful to avoid any blood that came out of Abby's neck as well as Libby's neck. 65. Because the river is very close to the murder scene, the man acting alone could have also walked to the river following the cutting of the girls' necks in order to wash and clean the blood from his hand before touching Abby's naked body and before placing the clothing back on Abby's naked body. 66. Another possible explanation as to how Abby had no visible blood on her body or clothes other than near the site of the wound is that the man acting alone had hanged Abby on a tree, stringing her up by her feet. 29. In one crime scene photo, a yellow rope can be viewed. This photo is attached and marked as Exhibit 28, filed as confidential. So what was with the yellow rope again, guys? Oh, hey, CN, welcome. 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 What's up? But CN is in the building. Yes, there's an entrance. The CN has entered the building. Warning. Trigger alert. Trigger alert. Warning, guys. CN's here. Good to see you, bro. And welcome. Oh, the double broth is a thing online. I won't comment. Search for yourself. Don't want to be disrespectful. Well, no, it wouldn't be disrespectful. I mean, I would think young girls, maybe it would be more padding and look, I mean, young girls do that, right? Especially if, one, I don't know, like just to, I don't know. I would think if you did a double thing like that, it would kind of, make it look a little bigger, right? I don't think it's me to say. Young girls do stuff. I don't know. Normal. Also, I guess it'd be. I've never been a young girl, but I went through that, and I remember, even though most of you kind of blossom at different times, right? So if there's pressure, like if one, like even with guys, like at that time, I remember, oh, my buddy grew a mustache, and I was like, oh fuck, am I a pussy because I can't grow a mustache? And then next summer, I was like, my mustache was better than his, kind of. So so it's like, I guess the same with girls, if one girl would blossom a little earlier or was a little bit older or whatever, then there would be like not pressure, but I mean, obviously, I remember at that time a new girl came to my school and she was like, it got the boys' attention. It was like grade 6 or 7, that's for sure. And the other girls were kind of like, Then the next year they were all up to par, and there was, I don't want to, you know what I'm trying to say. Anyways, let's move on. If that's the case, I don't even know. So that's it. Because the river is very close to, did I read that? The murder scene. The man acting alone could have also walked. Yeah, I read that one. So I'll read. Well, did I read all of this? Yeah, I'm just going to go here. out of Abby's neck more quickly and would also prevent the blood from desecrating Abby's body, especially if the man acting alone was able to hold Abby's arms away from her body as the blood spilled out of her neck. 67. Once this man acting alone had successfully completed the task of locating and putting on Abby's tennis shoes, then he would have to identify certain sticks that he would use to place on Abby's body. 68. Now, because at least one of the branches appeared to have a clean-cut end, this man acting alone either brought out his saw, a saw that he had either stashed at the murder scene ahead of time or had carried in his person as he walked on the bridge, and then used that saw to cleanly cut the end of at least one of the branches, or located the branch with the clean end cut that the man acting alone had either stashed ahead of time the murder site that he had carried with him in person while walking the high bridge before, or the man acting alone just happened to have found a branch with a clean cut on the ground in the woods. I think that's plausible. The last one, because there's an addendum too. I'll go read it. So there's an addendum, but yeah, I mean, I guess anybody. I can't see Ron worrying about that area to trim the branches and way down there. So if there was a reason, maybe for those hunting stands or something, if he had to get rid of a branch, like they would just chop it off, or maybe to get sun towards a certain area. I don't know. I can't see him down there pruning those trees. And then if he cared enough to prune them and clean the area, he wouldn't leave the branch there, right? Like he would pick it up and they would, get rid of the branches or whatever. So it had to be the person. If it's cleanly cut, the only thing that makes sense to me would be the person had one of those little hand saws and did it themselves, or they had a branch they found, and to help with the markings, if that's what happened, they wanted to cut it to the right length, or to make the runes make runes like those, because you saw them, they would make those little, they would cut pieces, they were like slivers, like coins, and then if the person did it, and to take the same sticks that were used at the crime scene, and also those would be his souvenir type things. So I guess there's many possibilities. I'm not saying one thing, I'm just saying there's many, and that's all. I love chili. Oh my gosh, are we talking? Chili is definitely one of my favorites. OMG. Fucking chili. Who doesn't love? The main thing with me is I love anytime there's meat added to stuff. I like it, especially the ground beef or like shepherd's pie. My grandma left all these wicked recipes. Shepherd's pie, when you put the ground beef and then corn and mashed potatoes on top and smother it with cheese or whatever, cheddar, and one big thing. But I always like it when you crisp up. You got to crisp up the ground beef. Got to be almost not burnt, but I prefer it well. The ground beef in a fried up or whatever they do in a pan, and make it crispy, and then do it. So that's for me. So, but chili, yeah. When we don't really with chili, you kind of do it a bit, and then you just kind of do it all in one big bowl. I have a wicked chili recipe. Chili's awesome. Damn you for reminding me of chili. I don't have chili. I could go get some, but I haven't ate. But I'd rather be here with you guys. I have a fridge full of food too. All right. Anyway, so I came down to read the addendum. Sorry. Later in this brief, you will see a Facebook post in which a few weeks before the murders, a man that looks like Patrick Westfall is using an electric saw to cut a tree branch. Yeah, Brad Holder then leaves a comment that says, "Cutting runes." Yeah, that's the one with Westfall's in a big orange shirt. And he's not even looking. He probably doesn't even know Holder took that photo of him cutting them. They got like a branch sticking out off it, and he's using a little skill saw. So that was fucked up. I don't know these guys, if they're doing it, they should be using hand saws. Like, what the fuck are they using skill saws? Unless they're making hundreds of them, Still, you'd think for this purpose, they should be using a hand saw. It'd be more, Vikings wouldn't be using a fucking power saw. Just my opinion. But LOL, a man carrying a saw, or, well, honestly, what makes most plausible sense if you know anything about camping, you can get it would be collapsed. It would be foldable, and it wouldn't even be big. It wouldn't have to be big, especially if you fold it, like those type of knives that what are they called again when you fold a knife and it clicks, and you unfold it and it clicks. You know what I'm talking about. And it comes in saws, and you can get it one that's not even big, and you cuts wood beautifully, and it's a hand saw. Cutting wood is simple. You don't need power tools unless you're doing like you're working and building a house and you're doing it all day over and over and over again, or you have hundreds. You have the chop saws. You'd have it pre-measured where you put the wood in and chop, and it goes to, and you bump it up against a piece where you've already pre-measured and chop, and you have to make hundreds of this, Sure, but if you're just doing this kind of stuff, especially for the symbolism in that, you should be using the little hand saws, because wood is terribly easy to cut. You make a long swoop, man, you go through, it takes 3 or 4 pushes and you're right through huge branches. So there's that. Before placing his 3-hand selected sticks on Abby's dead body, the man acting alone would have to position Abby the way that she had been found. 70. First, the man acting alone would have grabbed Abby's right hand and bent it at the elbow toward Abby's face, so that the arm was resting on Abby's chest, with Abby's right hand near the right side of her face. 71. Next, the man acting alone would have grabbed Abby's left hand and bent it at the elbow toward the left side of Abby's face, with the arm and hand resting on Abby's chest, excuse me, with her left hand near the bottom of the left side of her face. 72. Once the man acting alone positioned Abby's right and left arm the specific way that he wanted, he then would have taken Abby's right leg and bent it at the knee. Once the man acting, 73. Once the man acting alone had bent Abby's right leg at the knee, he would have taken the bent portion of Abby's right leg below the knee and placed it under Abby's left leg, which was positioned in a straight line. 74. Once the man acting alone had positioned Abby's body in a way that he desired, then the man could commence placing the sticks on Abby's body. 75. First, the man acting alone would have grabbed the largest and longest of the branches and placed it diagonally from the bottom of Abby's body, beginning below the right leg, over Abby's midsection, then over Abby's left shoulder. This branch was so long that it covered a few feet below Abby's right leg and a foot or so to the right of Abby's head. 76. Well, one sec. And we're back. You guys having fun? Little people here enjoying the chat? Hope you are. Cien, what's up? How you doing? Candy OXO. Yeah, a lot of people know, but not talking. Oh, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people probably know, but not talking ever. Yeah, it's just going to take, if you're talking about this stuff, like one person was going to just, I think once, like in those, I guess in these situations, if, there is obviously other stuff, right? Like it just takes, like if there is, they've kind of been tight-lipped, they've done a good job at kind of, but when one person goes, then they'll kind of start throwing each other under the bus. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but in situations like this, and they were making a good point the other day too. Like, they didn't take who was it? I think it was Messer and his girlfriend and So even the defense in somebody's deposition were saying, why didn't you do there's this thing we call interrogations, like, why didn't you try this? Like, when they put, like, it's like they do it purposely too. So say, and these guys, even though what's happening, it's still effective for the police. So they bring you, and 2 or 3 of them come in at once, and they let each other know they're in each different rooms. Like they pretend like it's no big, but so each of you, your buddy's being questioned. And they also have it where you can kind of just hear them talking, but not what they're saying. So it's intentional, and some places do it better than others. So they kind of pit each other there, and then they start looking lying to you too, especially with you guys, even up here too. As long as they're doing it, they can lie to you. So then they say, "Oh, your buddy said this. Do you want to get out in front of it? Do you want to be? We'll give you the deal." And sometimes the first one who talks may get a deal. And like so, they play them off like so. The defense was asking, like, why didn't you do that with a few of them? Like, I think it was Elvis and Ned, or Messer and his girl, something. There was, I forget. But they were like, oh, they're being sarcastic. They're like, oh, we have this old thing. It's called interrogations, because there was a few that really should have been questioned, and they kind of just didn't. I'm like, what the fuck? Man. So again, okay, so they found out they lost the interviews, right? Like, get those fuckers back in there and do it, and do it properly, and get it, like, I don't know. Because that shit works. Especially when one of them thinks somebody, they lie to them, and like they tried with Kathy Allen. I don't know if Holman lied to her or kind of made her believe things, and trying to pit her against, they do that stuff. So should have been a lot more of that with all these fucking guys. Why aren't we watching 50 or 60 different interrogations, man? And 20 or 30, because all these fuckers. Just my thought. Juror thought she needed. Oh, great point, Candy. Yes, wasn't that funny? Yeah, the juror thought she needed unreasonable doubt when it's. So yeah, she thought they made her believe this too. I think that was intentional. Obviously, they confused those jurors, and yeah, she was even saying it. Yeah, like it's almost like she thought that everything to be in Richard's favor would have to seem unreasonable, whereas the reasonable doubt should be 1 or 2 little things should cause all the other things to not. It should go, and he even said it. If you're not sure, it should go in the defendant's favor. But when they did the unreasonable doubt bullshit, they probably were confused and thought that it had to completely all be unreasonable for it to go in Richard's favor. Whereas there was plenty of reasonable doubt, and you would think there would be enough reasonable doubt in certain things, and it doesn't take much to go in his favor, right? To make it, But yeah, it's a great point, because I do remember that, especially the one girl, the one person that went and did the interviews afterwards, right? Was going on and on about the Polaroid cameras and barbecue stuff and unreasonable doubt, which was wild. So yeah, and I think it was partly intentional, like they were confused. It doesn't have to all be unreasonable. There has to be some reasonable doubt, and it should have gone. And all Gull said it in her instructions, and it must go in the favor of the defendant. It must. I mean, they heard all this reasonable doubt, but did it go to his? No. They just kind of, oh, well, I didn't think the bullet was important, so I just won't consider that. Whereas, no, I don't. Yeah, I think they were confused, and some of the younger people, even they're not as some of these millennials aren't as bright as us older Gen Xers, and maybe they were confused intentionally. I don't know, but it definitely happened with that one girl. Is that unreasonable doubt? Right. Great point. Great point. Anyone new? Nope. All right. Great comics, guys. Fruit of the Poisonous Tree explains. Yeah. That can't be explained. Yeah, fruit of the poisonous tree, meaning certain things. If they screw things up, then things shouldn't be used. Like, say Walla, for instance. She's listening to all this stuff, right? But she's breaking policies and doing stuff, right? Shouldn't anything that she's. Why are they taking her stuff? anything she said, especially since he's there basically being tortured as an innocent until proven man. But anything he said to Walla, why should that be allowed in court? Should not be admissible, because look at her. She's admitted she's unethical and making um, searches of people and talking in YouTube groups and all this stuff. And the same with Gallipo. Gallipo got up on stand. All the IDOC employees admitted violating policies, because Gallipo, I believe he admitted to knowing that the suicide companions were communicating with them when they weren't supposed to. And then the guards got up, or their affidavits were saying like, oh yeah, we were wearing patches, and no, it wasn't Odinism. It was, well, damn you, don't call me a fucking Odinist. I'm a Norse pagan heathen or something, right in their affidavits. And then the other doctor, they admitted saying, oh yeah, well, we thought he was feigning, yet we gave him medication. So if you think he's faking, why are you forcing Halidol injections? Like, every one of them from the IDOC admitted violating policies. Oh, man, it's wild that that stuff was admissible, especially those confessions where it was just the white van. Like, when you're holding stuff to the close to the chest, for me to be convinced that something, you know, there has to be specific stuff that, you know, you'd think you'd want to ask it properly. Like, there must have been stuff they had known at the crime scene that they could have used that nobody knew, that would have let them know for sure if Richard Allen said specifically that, like, I mean, specific stuff. It doesn't all murder cases do that? Like, okay, there was this that nobody knew about, you know, but this white van is not enough. It's just not enough. It's just too broad. And I picture Walla going in there and whispering white vans in his ear, and, you know, so that's not indicative of, you know, what else did he know about that crime scene? Like, come on, there needs to be more specific stuff. Hey, Anthony, what's up? Welcome. Hey, Anthony France, just in time. 3 hours in, and I'm just starting to read now. Psych. Just kidding. Just reading away, having fun, talking. Ooh, you missed. Ooh, let's recap, Anthony. We talked about chili, soup and stew and pie. What else was there? So much. So much you missed. Catch him up on all that great stuff. And pie and snowman and all this great stuff you missed. But welcome, brother. Just in time. Once the man acting alone placed the first largest branch across Abby's body, then he would have taken the second shorter stick and placed it on a line, for the most part, between Abby's right and left shoulders and over her neck. 77. The man acting alone was through placing the stick described in paragraph 75. He finally would have laid the last stick on a line along the left side of Abby's body toward the middle of her head, with all three sticks intersecting at the same exact location on the left side of Abby's body. 78. Once the man acting alone had finished placing the sticks and branches on Abby's body in the specific way that he desired, he would then have to place the rune on the tree where Libby had likely been slayed. 1 sec. And Anthony hopes everyone is well, and same Z. Don't you love that? Same Z. Yeah. That's what every 52-year-old guy says. Same Z. I hope you're well too, bro. And welcome. 78. Once the man acting alone had finished placing the sticks and branches on Abby's body in the specific way, I read this. I read that. Should remember where I leave off. 79. The man acting alone would have had taken some of the spilled blood from Libby and dipped his finger or some other type of object into Libby's blood. 80. Once the man acting alone would have dipped his hand or some other blood object into Libby's blood, he would have been then walked away from the bodies and toward the tree where Libby had been slayed. 81. Once at the tree where Libby had been slayed, The man acting alone would have taken his finger dripping with blood, or the tool dripping with blood, and would have painted a line, maybe a foot long, straight down the tree trunk, about 4 feet above the ground. Addendum 31. Law enforcement officer Greg Ferenczi sent Tony Liggett a video of a pagan ritual videotaped by Brad Holder, in which someone that looks like Patrick Westfall is marking a tree with his hand or fingers. Yeah. If you haven't seen that, there's a video on YouTube where Brad Holder was videotaping like a bunch of Odinists, and there was kids there and everything. More than likely it was water at this time, right? And it looked like Patrick Westfall. I think he was in like a blue shirt or something, or he walks up to the tree and he looks like he's doing something, like painting an F on a tree. And then also, I believe in that same video, he reaches and puts something up in the branches or something. I believe that's the same one, if I'm not correct. If I am correct. 82. Once the straight line would have been painted using Libby's blood, the man acting alone may have had to walk back to Libby's body to dip his finger into Libby's neck, or to dip whatever tool he used into Libby's neck wound in order to have enough blood to finish the rune that he was painting on the tree. 83. Once he dipped his finger or tool into Libby's wound, the man acting alone would have walked over to the tree now, containing the vertical line of Libby's blood about 4 feet above the ground, and would have used Libby's blood to paint 2 lines horizontal to the ground to form what looked like similar to an F. 84. Once the painting of the rune on the tree was completed using Libby's blood, the man acting alone would have now locate certain clothing items that he did not place on Abby, but were still on the ground, including Abby's jeans. 85. Once he located those certain clothing items, he would gather them. 86. Once the man acting alone gathered the remaining clothing items, he would leave the immediate area around the crime scene and walk to the river. 87. Once the man acting alone reached the river, he would toss these clothing items into the river. Addendum 32. Okay. Sorry. Here we are. Clothing from the girls was found in Deer Creek. 88. Once the man acting alone had thrown the clothing items into the river, he would have walked back up to the crime scene and canvass it to make sure he left nothing behind. 89. Once the man acting alone made sure that he left nothing behind, including his DNA, hair, fingerprints, and shoe prints, the man would be able to leave. 90. Once the man acting alone was able to leave after examining all the energy needed to complete all those tasks, he would have to walk up a steep hill for several hundred yards through some thickets and brush until he was able to get to the road 300 north. 91. Also, although this man acting alone, somehow smart enough to keep his DNA, fingerprints, footprints, hair, and other evidence out of the crime scene, this man acting alone was apparently dumb enough to decide to walk down 300 north in the middle of the day, headed west, easily visible to the public and easily visible to anyone driving a vehicle on 300 north, like Sarah Carbaugh, which obviously, yeah, again, it's ridiculous to think, especially a person who knows that area well. So picture you're at the crime scene, and if your car is really at the CPS, the old CPS building. 1 second, I need a quick drink. So you're at the crime scene and you're leaving. You want to leave, right? Do you walk out to the road and down? Why would you do that? You would. So they're trying to, some of them suggested that he was in a sound mind to realize he shouldn't walk beside in front of the Hoosier Hardware store to avoid that one camera. He walk around the back. Meanwhile, any business that way would have at least 4 cameras one on each side of the building facing down. And, like the first one looked up towards the side, the other, because you're not watching the road. When you have a business like that, especially all that stuff they probably had in there, the Hoosier Hardware store, they probably had some valuable stuff, like a little, whatever, picture all that good stuff. And they got a loading dock out back. So You don't just have one camera. They have that one we saw. You cover the front door, you got the parking lot and the entrance, right? But you have 4 other walls, and you have all these other doors and the loading docks and stuff, as if there's not cameras on one on each, at the minimum, the one on each side of that damn building. So to suggest that he walks around there to avoid the one camera we saw is fucking ridiculous. There goes Mullen and the FBI, whoever, if they want to play that they only had one camera in that business, I'll fucking bet my house they don't, that they had more than that. Because you're not just watching the front door in a business like that. If you got one of those cameras up, that means you got at least 4, at least, on each side. And you look down your edge and you look at your doors, any entrances where people can get in and out, like a loading dock and stuff too. You'd have one looking down the back of it, because if somebody's going to break in, they're not going to walk through the front door. Sometimes they're going to try to get in the back, especially in that area. Imagine thieves going there at nighttime and, turning their lights off and driving way around the back there and to the loading dock. They must have some type of loading dock or bay doors and stuff. Then they have cameras on that. So to suggest that this guy's smart enough to walk all the way around to avoid that camera is ridiculous. Because if he's thinking like that, why isn't he walking up the creek edge to the CPS building or to that other 500 trail that goes up near the bird sanctuary, or even just down the pathway? The likelihood of, what's the likelihood of, why would you choose the road where it's very likely to see people, and the pathway you might bump into 1 or 2 people? But I mean, come on. Why wouldn't you go that way all the way back to your car at CPS? Or better yet, like I've always suggested, I've watched videos, I forget who it was. It might have been Julie Melvin or somebody. Don't quote me, but between the pathway, so picture the bridge, right, where you go on at the bridge, right? So that pathway all the way up to the old, what's that blue bridge called? The Freedom Bridge, was it? The blue one? So from the Monon High up, that pathway part, and between that and the road, there's like a tree line that walks on. It's like 20 or 30 feet off of the path, the main path. And it would say if you followed that the same way, parallel, there's a dirt path where I saw people walk in the tree line all the way back to the edge there. So to say that this guy's walking down the middle of the road, so fucking ridiculous. It's not plausible. Or to then say, oh, he's aware enough at this time to think, ooh, I don't want to be on camera, so I'll go behind this building. Whereas as if he was that aware, he wouldn't even fucking go on the road. So I don't know, they want the best of both worlds. They want it to make, they want you're feigning and you need forced injections. So much bullshit. I'm sorry. Once the man acting alone was able to make his way out to 300 North to walk down the road in broad daylight, open to the public, rather than in the woods undercover, the man then walked some distance westbound on 300 North before allegedly being spotted by Sarah Carbaugh at 3:57 p.m. 1 sec. And we're back. RA was a patsy. Ooh, yeah. Oh, because Logan was the first one, right? And he went and ruined their plans by dying. Is that what you're probably right? Oh, KK. Oh, sorry. KK was number 1. You're right. Yeah. Well, whatever it is, yeah, they need to just find the real person instead of just trying to, you know much more than I do, I'm sure. Anyone new? Anyone? Glad you guys are all here. The Hanging Man and the Magician. Tarot cards, yeah. Pulp culture, same as propaganda, is Nancy Disgrace and her ilk, in my opinion. She's been working it a long time, yeah. Nancy Disgrace is wild, eh? I can't see how anyone watches Nancy Grace. Somebody's getting their day, and hopefully soon. Just fucking give this guy a fair trial properly. It's absurd. That being said, all right, let's do this. Yeah, there you go. You think it is, you try to do the right thing and help. And then fucking look what they do. Because, and that's another thing with them saying that Kathy Allen should have spoke at trial or this or that. You shouldn't. Now we all know you can't. As much as you want, don't fucking say anything. Because if it turns out that they want to kind of, like Richard Allen, after 5 years, they're like, oh, fuck, what do we do? Oh, this guy we cleared so long ago. There's enough we can spin now, especially after 5 years, because we can't collect video. We can't collect certain technology from towers, and we can just fucking say what we want. And all the witnesses, we can then say, like Liggett then says, oh, he talked to Betsy Blair, but here's his narrative of what she said or what she meant or what Richard meant. He said he was at the old farm bureau, but we know he meant this. She said he was wearing a tan coat, but well, Liggett knows better, because Liggett, he saw the video. Bridge guy must have had a blue coat, so he had to change that blue, right? Because obviously Sarah meant blue, even though she said tan. Like, all these fucking things they changed, and all her accounts are of what he said to her, and it's all their narrative. It's all a fucking fairy tale. Every bit of it went through someone's lips, and the fucking ballistics. She looks at the Oberg. She looks at this, and it goes through her head, her eyes, her fucking dumb little hamster spinning in a wheel, and she spits it out her lips. In my opinion, my subjective opinion. So every fucking bit of it went through their lips. So it's crazy. Oh, I thought my mouse stopped. Okay. Sorry, guys. Going from muddy to bloody. You're right, girl. Yeah, because at the beginning, the muddy to bloody thing was, she first said that he was muddy in a tan coat and looked like he was in some kind of fight or whatever. Sarah first said that. So Liggett inferred. He's like, she must have meant, since she said he looked like he was in a fight, she must have meant bloody too. So that's the thing. In the very PCA, Liggett, she says tan coat, looks disheveled, like he was in some kind of fight or something. So Liggett changes it to blue because he saw the video, and Bridge guy must have had a blue coat. He changes the coat blue and infers, meaning he adds blood, because, hey, I mean, obviously, if somebody tells you somebody's been in a fight, that obviously means they're fucking covered in blood, right? No, but that's what he did. And then it turns out at trial, then she's fucking spitting off shit about, you read her trial thing. She's going on about fucking, there's so much blood. It looked like he just stuck a dead pig or something like that, right? She says that. Like, come on. If somebody has that much blood on them, your first statement is going to say that even more. Way back at the time, it seems like the longer these people go, they start remembering more wild things, like bullshit. Like the ME on his third report adding fucking box cutter. Come on. If you're talking box cutters, it needs to be in your first and second reports, not your third. Box cutter. Fuck. Oh boy. There's that. Yep. All right. Let's do this. All right. So one man, 5'4" in stature. Yeah, not one person saying the short guy. If you fucking walked within 50 feet of this guy, your first goddamn word would be short. Holy fuck, I saw that. Ooh, tell me about the guy you saw. This fucking guy looked like a garden gnome. He was fucking short. You see a 5'4" man, anyone, a fucking 6-year-old kid, if he's at his waist and some short man, you would say he's short. But forget that. That's ridiculous. So all these teen girls, no matter, they tried to play it off like, ooh, these teen girls got it mixed up because they see a little bit older men as old, and Betsy, or was it, Betsy? Yeah, Betsy Blair is older. He looked younger, and they started fucking spinning it like that. And ooh, it's just like hocus pocus. When they do the shell game where they hide things under the shell and sleight of hand and it's so fucking ridiculous. Fuck all of them. Those 3 witnesses, if they saw Richard Allen, all of them, the teen girls, the older woman, Betsy, and Sarah Carbaugh driving by, you would all say short. If you see a 5'4" guy and the cops come to you, you would say he's fucking short. And then whatever, not one of them said it. Not one of them could point. They all talked about a different description, and not one of them could point to him in court. Oh boy. Fucking wild. Wild. Mm-mm-mm. And away we go. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it looks to me like, she's got no blood on her. Like, isn't that, they're both coincidentally, like, let's think of that. Like they're both cut right in that spot where you would drain blood from it. If you were doing a deer and you would hang it up, you would drain the blood, right? And like, they're both got the exact same right there. Like, who are we kidding? Even if you had, I don't know. It is wild, eh? Like both of their injuries are very indicative of how somebody would drain blood from somebody, isn't it? Man, it's wild. All right. So one man, 5'4" in stature, handled all these tasks, from the abduction at the high bridge to the crossing over the cold flowing river to the subduing of one girl. Yeah, so imagine him at the end of the bridge, to get them down that hill, right? That first hill to get down to the Weber's Drive. They're like, one would fall ahead or the other, you're kind of sliding almost at some points. It looks like you'd kind of almost have to kind of slide down a bit. Like, not slide, but I mean, like, picture if they both just ran if one ran this way and one ran that way. I don't know. I'm not saying that the girls did anything wrong if this is how it happened, but no screaming, no nothing. And I mean, to be, they're girls, and a man pulls a gun. If this has happened, they might have been in fear, and I understand. I'm not talking anything ill about them. But picture this scenario where if the gun comes out, fucking Abby takes off towards Weber's house, and Libby runs back across the bridge because she's okay with moving fast. I don't know. Just a thought. Sorry. And then, so then he's got them down on the edge of the road there, right? And their scenario is Weber drives by in this white van, and that scares him then. So Weber doesn't see him there. They're like, if they're right there, right, ready to cross the bridge, Weber drives by and only scares them and doesn't see them. Think about that's how they're portraying it, right? That Weber scared them to go across the creek, right? So Weber's driving by, and let's say they're right there. How does he not see them? And as if he saw them, as if he wouldn't fucking stop. Even if it was one kid or two kids, he would stop and fucking yell at them, or, what are you doing there, bud? Weber would fucking, especially if you saw a man and 2 women or 2 girls, and their looks on their face would probably be fucking paranoid and terrified, and as if Weber wouldn't stop to either, because we know he's trapped people there, and 2 women went on his property before, and he started locking the gate to block them in, and that gate is way up near the front too, right? So if people went in that little road there, those fuckers would lock them in and start calling cops and stuff. And even though it's not even really his personal road, they probably got so used to it, nobody going there, that I believe Rosie described up to the bridge part was like it had like a road designation number, and from the bridge then would be Weber's, I'm guessing. So they wouldn't even have right to close that gates on somebody, I believe. So there's that. Anyway. So they're at the side of the creek. Weber drives by and scares them across the creek. It sounds so silly. to the subduing of one girl while the other is killed, to the killing of the second girl, waiting while Abby died a slow death, then clothing Abby with very little to any blood transfers on said clothing in the arrangements of the sticks into, like picture all this. So the van goes by at 2:30, scares him into doing an hour and 20 minutes worth of totally unnecessary shit. That's what scared him. Yep, get off my land. And it probably wasn't even theirs. Oh, fuck. If Weber saw anyone there, he'd be all over him. Like, even we know Weber, there's stories, right, of Weber locking the gate on. And you know what that gate is? That gate's like way at the beginning of that little private drive where it comes off the road. Because there's the gatekeeper, which is one of the people in the houses. So it's like, so picture going from Weber's house, you kind of starting from the end of it. It's Weber's. You go in from Weber's house, you go down, and you're going to be passing where the downhill is, right? Where the downhill is, and it goes under the bridge. So then it goes all the way out. There's like 2 blocks length, or at least a quarter mile or 1/8 of a mile to get out to the main road. And that's where the gate is. So, and there's stories of him locking people behind that gate and not letting them out. So, yeah, the cops came because he locked the gate on 2 people that probably went down that road for whatever reason. They would have drove a car because they couldn't get out. I'm assuming, there's stories. And he held a gun at gunpoint, I think, too. Where he had a gun on him. He locked 2 women behind that gate. Yeah, the gatekeeper is the person in the house, too, that lives right in front of it. So there's that. So, so runes to the painting of the F tree on the tree, the F rune on the tree, to the throwing of the clothing items into the river, to the departure from the crime scene, and finally to traversing hundreds of yards through the forest and then up a steep hill, and then another 100 or more yards until finally reaching 300 north, all the while being so careful as to not leave any DNA or other forensic evidence behind. Were all these acts committed by one man acting alone? All these things occurred between 17 minutes and 1 hour and 17 minutes after the girls heard the phrase "down the hill" at approximately 2:13 p.m. Addendum 23. Sorry, 33. Addendum 33. Again, Jerry Holman testified in his deposition that the investigators estimated that the time of death occurred somewhere between. Oh, that's another good point. So Jerry Holman also in his deposition, did you guys read that? Oh, one sec. I got to take a quick drink. I got something. One sec. Jerry Holman's deposition, what he said in his deposition? He said that the searchers coming to search for the girls scared Richard Allen off. He fucking said that. But what time would that be at? How was that not? And how do we go back from? And I don't go his deposition. So fucking man, it's a long ass. Because if you look at my live streams, I read his depositions, and I did 3 separate live streams on them. And I'll tell you right now, I'll go. Oh, here's my channel. It's look at all these wicked thumbnails. I was doing ones like this dumb one here, and I went to a thing, and Adobe has like a free thumbnail thing. So you just, it's like already set up where you just kind of add your, and you kind of just, if they have words, you can kind of erase, you click on them and then you replace them with words you want. So it's just like styles. So I kind of like this one too. It looks like this one looks neat. I like the color combination. Anyway, what was it? Oh, it was Jerry Holman's deposition right here. Part 1, Jerry Holman deposition part 1 was 3 hours and 37 minutes. Jerry Holman deposition part 2, 5 hours and 21 minutes. Jerry Holman deposition part 3, 3 hours and 13 minutes. So it took me, I'm probably fucked around a bit too. I don't know. I'll have to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure. So 3 hours and 30 minutes, let's say, plus 5 hours and 30 minutes. So that's 4 hours, 9 hours plus. So it took me 12 hours to read Jerry's deposition. Fuck. So in one of these, I don't remember where it was. he says that the searchers scared not the van. The searchers scared Richard Allen, and that's when he did the things. I don't know if he crossed the. I don't know if he added that bullshit at the end, but he said the searchers scared him, and that's when he started doing the murdering. Then again, maybe I have it wrong, and I'll go back and check. But if you then scared him to then, you think he would stay around another hour to do stuff with searchers in the area? I could have sworn he said it. Am I wrong? I'm going to double check. I'm positive in his depositions he said that the searchers maybe he meant that the searchers scared him at the very end of it to just run away, like right at 2:30 or whatever. I don't even know. I'm going to double check up on that. Yeah. So imagine. Well, yeah. I guess I could. So Derek shows up, right? What time did it say he shows up? And I guess nobody's thinking anything's wrong. I guess, right? Like, I mean, you're thinking, oh, like, because I could picture showing up to get my teenage kid and his friend, and if they were in there, if they were kind of like, if I showed up, although if they had the phones, I'd be like, yeah, I'd be able to get a hold of them too. So I guess once you start calling, if they're not where they're supposed to be to pick them up, they would probably be, you'd be able to text them and say, dude, what the fuck? My son used to do that all the time. I would tell him I'm coming to pick him up at his friend's house, right? And I used to get pissed off at him because I think it's implied, like even when he was a teenager, and I'd be picking him up from his friend's apartment or something. So if I'm picking you up at 10 o'clock, right? I kind of leave at, I have to leave at 1:45 if it's that, and get there and get in the, and do all this. So I'm there at 10 o'clock. It's like he would wait until 10 o'clock to then get in the elevator and come down, and I'd be sitting there for like 5 or 10 minutes. Whereas 10 o'clock, man, fucking be there at 10 o'clock. So at around 9:45, start getting your shoes on and saying goodbye and smoke a joint. I don't care, dude. I don't give a fuck. Just get there for 10 o'clock, so that's just me. Anyway, so if I showed up, I would obviously think, oh, I'll fucking give him more time. But then if he was like 10 or 15 minutes and I then texted him and that, like if he didn't answer, I guess I'd start to get worried. Sure. But right on, dude. Thanks. That's what we're here for. To just talk and figure shit out. Picture free therapy at the very least. So there's that. And if I annoy the shit out of you, fucking put it on mute, put on your musical favorite playlist or Amazon playlist or music, or listen to another. This is a great example. Listen to another channel who has a very interesting person that you like, but a shitty chat, and then come here and talk in this chat. So the main thing is you guys are having a good time, and let's do it. So at his August 8th, 2023 deposition, Sheriff Liggett was adamant that one person and one person alone, Richard Allen, was involved in the murders of Abby and Libby. Addendum 34. Sign 34. Liggett Depot. Nothing there. However, off record, Liggett doesn't believe that one man was capable of pulling off all these tasks, especially in such a short period of time. And also, especially since the whole reason for the gag order was as to not alert all the other people they believed were involved in this crime. So leaving behind a crime scene with no forensic evidence, as referred to earlier, Liggett says one thing publicly under oath, but a different thing off record to his buddies. One of those buddies is former sheriff and now Chief Deputy Sheriff Tobe Leesenby. The day after Liggett's August 8 deposition, Tobe Leesenby was subject to a deposition. So, like, they're contradicting yourself in depositions yet. So, like, obviously, Liggett is saying, right, on their deposition, he's saying it's, one guy. Yet in Leesenby's deposition, he's saying Liggett believed there's more than one guy. And, like, those are depositions. They're sworn. So fuck Gull. What's up? Why isn't Gull? Well, one of them's not telling the truth. Gull has no problem with that. Yet fucking Rosie's gonna get turfed because fucking Baldwin screwed up, right? And these guys are lying. One of them's lying in sworn depositions. Because Liggett says it's one guy. And Leesenby is saying, Liggett said, in the locker room or whatever, fucking getting changed before the shift, that he's saying, Liggett's saying it's more than one guy. He believes it's more than one guy. So, and they're both, why aren't we trusting them? It's like they only want to trust them, trust them when it's something we want that helps our narrative, but don't listen, nothing like Murphy and them. They didn't toe the line, so they don't believe what they're saying. So when Tobe Leesenby was asked at his deposition how many people he believed were involved, this is Tobe Leesenby, how many people he believed were involved in the murder of Abby and Libby, Leesenby provided a different answer than Liggett. He, Leesenby, indicated that at least 2 people were involved. 35. Liggett, Leesenby Depot. Oh, that's good how they show the page. And I guess we could probably go find this and read what I mean. You guys catch the drift. If you ever wanted, you'd go to page 19 of Leesenby's Depot on lines 19 to 20. The reasons Leesenby gave as to his belief that at least 2 people were involved in the murders was Leesenby's belief that it would be difficult for one individual to accomplish what occurred. 36, Leesenby Depot. So these are sheriffs in sworn depositions contradicting each other, and fucking Gull has no problem with it. V, where you be? Nice. Look at you. V, are you mad at me? Was I mean last night? I know you're not. Glad to see you, V. You're awesome. You're awesome. Bah humbug. You noodle head. Here's V again. Sussiest stash I've ever seen from V. Hi, V. Welcome. Glad to see you. And away we go. And V. Everyone welcome V. For me and the porn stash. Oh, I had a wicked porn stash. I had a great mustache. When I was a teenager, when I turned 15 or 16, I grew a wicked mustache, and fuck, back then, my older brother's buddy would take us to strip joints, and I'd go, and before I even had my license at 16, I would be going to strip joints. And, they probably knew, I don't know, but I had a mustache, and we'd just go in and get beers and everything all night long. Wild. Fucking 90s, 80s and 90s, late 80s and early 90s. It's a great time. Damn it. Fucking racing cars and all the shit I did. Oh boy, I got stories. Anyway, when asked if any other law enforcement officers shared this perspective, Leesenby provided a surprising answer based upon what Liggett had testified to under oath the day before. Yes, at least one other law enforcement officer believed multiple people were involved in the murder of Abby and Libby. Tony Liggett, according to Leesenby's sworn statement, it was common for he, Leesenby, and Tony Liggett to have one-on-one conversations, and that Tony Liggett definitely believed more than one person was involved. And Mimi, have you been here the whole time, or just, I know you're not mad. You're cool. I don't deserve you guys. You're too nice. I'm a doofus. Thank you for being here. Yes, you would. Oh, I'll show you some photos. You're going to love it. I had like a mullet, too. Fucking mullet. Oh, my God. I had long hair at the back, and that was short hair on the sides, and man. What did the bushes start fading away? My guess, 1999. Oh, man. I will show you my stash one day. So was Mimi just coming back? Are you been here? Mimi, you like to kind of lurk sometimes too, don't you? You're kind of always here, I feel, but not always typing away, aren't you? I feel it. Leslie is the one that told Chris M. and Candace making boys lie on asphalt. Her name came to me after Shibby ended the night we discussed. Oh, okay. I feel you're kind of lurking a lot, aren't you? Aren't you? Aren't you? Nicole, right? Feel Mimi's lurking a lot, eh? Say hi more, Mimi. I know you're always there. I feel ya. Just my guess. Where was I? Yes, at least one other. Oh, I read all this. It was common for him and these B because, yeah. Did I get to this part? And Tony Liggett would have one-on-one conversations, and that Tony Liggett definitely believed more than one person was involved. And I bet you 37 is just going to be a deposition. Yep, same thing. But I'm going to have to check. Tony Liggett, who just the day before, under oath, claimed that one person, Richard Allen, isn't it wild reading all this stuff? How much gall let these guys off with? Like, fuck, man. So these two guys are contradicting each other under sworn affidavits and nothing. No, wow. And fucking Rosie. I mean, shouldn't that be Nick? Where's Nick's contempt hearing? I'm not fucking prosecutors in quite some contempt with all these characters fucking up and losing evidence. And where's Nick's contempt hearing? For fuck's sakes, man! How can you have only one side held? Oh my god, it's absurd. Am I being ridiculous there? Like if the defense can, where's Nick's contempt? Why isn't he being thrown off and oh man, or held to account? To all these fuckers screwing up. Who's responsible? Oops, we're sorry. We won't do it again. How are we to know in 2017 we were supposed to collect sticks that were strewn all over the bodies of the girls? Oops, sorry. How are we to know that if we left the light on or whatever, it would fucking eventually after 70 days start taping over all these interviews? Oops. Fuck you guys. Privately behind the scenes. Tony Liggett, who was just the other day under oath, claimed that only one person, Richard Allen, was involved in the murders. Privately behind the scenes was saying something altogether different in one-on-one conversations with his law enforcement friends. If a cult consisting of more than one person in a coordinated fashion lured the girls to the bridge, abducted the girls, and then collectively were able to perform all the tasks mentioned in the previous paragraphs, that perspective would cut against Liggett's sworn claim that the murderer acted alone. Conversely, even more problematic for Liggett is that stating under oath what he, Liggett, actually believes, example, that more than one person was involved in the murders of Abby and Libby, would then lend credence to the fact that the accumulation of evidence gathered by Murphy, Ferenczi, and Click strongly supports that on February 13th, 2017, several men from a pagan religious cult were involved. And the only reason this stuff isn't hitting at trial is because Gull refused to allow them. Wasn't it even there they couldn't even say the word Odin? Oh my God. Like, fuck them. They should be allowed to present their defense. And if they're going to look like fools, or if they're going to do anything, they'll be held accountable of the Bar Association, right? So the fucking fact, how is the whole of the United States not popping off about this? About all these things that the defense wasn't allowed to do for defense, and with all the, especially, it's just not, they weren't pulling it out of nowhere. They weren't pulling it out of their ass. They were pulling all of this from the discovery that they were given the whole 5 years before they were even put on this case, from the law enforcement and stuff and previous prosecutors and all this shit. So it's wild. For some reason, Liggett is obviously not interested in wanting anyone, including Judge Bloodlust Diener, to know what the evidence strongly supports an organized pagan cult as being the killers. Therefore, sadly, it's not surprising that Liggett lied under oath when he claimed in his deposition that only one man acting alone murdered those girls. So I got to remember that too. That's another thing he lies about, because he's saying Liggett says in his he said only one person did this, yet Leesenby swears in his deposition that Liggett said behind the scenes that there was more than one guy involved. So at the very least, if Liggett's not a two-time liar because he lied in the PCA stuff, so I would say we use this one for Leesenby. Let's say Leesenby's lying about Liggett. One of them is. So, although I'd rather pin it on Liggett. Yeah, that sounds better because we're trusting Leesenby, right? He's a fucking trustworthy guy. He's a goddamn sheriff, right? Gotta take his word. He fucking said it. So Liggett's a liar under oath again. So if Liggett had told Judge Bloodlust Diener that he, Liggett, believed that multiple people were involved, yeah, imagine he says this, in the crime, and if Liggett also provided Judge Diener, Bloodlust Diener, you know, if he was truthful about everything that was happening, not just selective, with the massive amount of missing details. So at the very least, let's say they don't, he tells Diener this, Diener would be like, I guarantee he'd be like, okay, continue with what you're about to do and go to RA's house and do the search. But also, these other fucking guys, man, get on them. Go search their fucking house. No? Elvis and Holder and whatever? What? If Diener knew, and I'm assuming that's who they're thinking, I don't know. Man. Fuck, 8 cops. I know V loves this. Yeah. V, you know what? V, I saw your comments. I must have missed them. Where's V? Are you here? V, I know I probably said it. Oh, hi, Yotan Jagger. Yeah. Are you here? Hi, bud. Sorry, I missed you. Yotan, good morning to you. Anarch, everyone say hi. Welcome, bro. You're just starting your day off over there in that wacky country across the pond. Good morning to you, brother. How are you? Have a good sleep. Ooh. Oh, that was I going to say. V, if you're still here, let me know. Here, there's a little ditty for V. She loves when I kept talking about and I was just going to do it again. So dedicated. Here he goes. Uh-oh. You're not paying attention as per usual. Here's a little. I'm going to dedicate this one. This goes out to you, V. Wherever you are. I dedicate this to you. It's called 8 law enforcement in unified command pile in one van, go down and investigate Elvis Fields, coming to you from Rushville. Because I saw you comment. I was watching the replay and I saw you comment because I know I've said it 50 times about them 8 guys getting in a van. So I saw you. I had a laugh. You're like, oh no, not the fucking 8 guys of glory again. You gave me shit for saying it so many times. So that's all. I thought it was funny. So every time you hear me talk about 8 law enforcement's piling in a van, picture Jerry Holman and Liggett, all of them climbing in a van to go down to Rushville to interview 4 members of Elvis's family, and obviously talk to Elvis, and fucking Elvis Fields not a trial. What the fuck? 8 guys found it enough, so there's that. And we dedicate that to V. All right. So this court will be considering whether Liggett intentionally or recklessly concealed information and intentionally fabricated facts in his affidavit for search warrant Liggett duplicity under oath, but the number of people he felt were involved in the murders is just one of many reasons to support the belief that Liggett intentionally concealed evidence and fabricated other evidence in his sworn affidavit. So I think later on, if you want, Nicole, remind me, we go and look for you still don't know? They went down to Rushville. And V, are you talking about me? How many? So 8 police officers. Purdy, in his deposition, said 8 police officers got into the van from Unified Command. So it's 8 cops. It's got to be like Doolin and fucking Liggett and Leesenby and Holman piling in a van with Purdy and Murphy and maybe Lori Lemler. There's 8 of them go down in one van to look. They go to Mary Jacobs' home because there's 4 people there, and they brought 8 cops, so 2 can go to each of those people and investigate them at the same time. So 2 of each of those 8. They didn't say it specifically, so there's that. I mean, that's a big deal. They must have thought something's up. Like, that's a big step to take, to send 8 unified command officers down to investigate one guy's family. He must have been like the major suspect. And then they would go talk to him too in Elvis Fields, right? As if they're going down there and not talking to him. Almost positive that happened. And then Liebert's description showed a guy who looked exactly like Elvis Fields. No? Look at that fucking photo. identical to Baggy-Eyed Elvis. Yet he's not at trial. And then all the shit he said to Murphy. And then Mary Jacobs passing the polygraph. And she, holy fuck. And he's not at trial. They can't present him. So it's wild. That's all. That's why I tell it over and over. Just because it's absurd. There's that. Bring back the Biff. I don't know what that means, but it sounds funny. Unified dumbasses. I'm more like it. Marissa Beth, after the mods leave, it's going to be Chat Royal Rumble. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Yes. Royal Rumble. Remember those? Yes, V. I can repeat it. You see that little line underneath this video? You go back 10 minutes. I can repeat it as many times as you want. And if you keep doing it, I'll keep repeating it. So go back 10 minutes, you little smartass, you. And I'll repeat it. If you put loop on my videos, I'll repeat things over and over again. Hit the loop. You know how you right click or whatever, choose loop. And I'll say it to you over and over and over until you get the point. Alrighty. Shithead. And let's go. All right. Part 2. The evidence. I'm going to write, when I write a book, I'm going to put a chapter in just for V. I'm going to dedicate it to V. It's going to be called 8 Guys, 1 Van. Remember the 2 girls in 1 cup? 8 guys, 1 van. Boom. Dedicated to V. Part 2. The evidence that connects the Odin Knights to the murders. Addendum 38. Marked as Exhibit 29, defense has provided an infographic highlighting parties discussed in this section. You guys like this? Do you want one man, one dream? You guys, Nicole, you still into this, Nicole? You guys having fun? You want what is Odinism? Oh, they have the specifics. I guess it's pretty cool. You guys are here. I should just assume you're enjoying yourself. How did all 8 fit into 1 van? It would be one of those big ass vans. Like picture one of those big square, police vans. Maybe they went in ones where they would transport people. It's like a little school bus. I bet you. I'm guessing. Like a van, and it's like a school bus inside, and they have probably 8 rows and a bunch of rows of seats. One of those long box extended vans. I'm sure that's he says it. Yes, they do. Or it's not that they need more details, but I think they need to hear it more times, right? V, that's what you're implying. So every time I should slip that story in I know that's what you're saying. Yes, I agree. And I will dedicate it to V every time I put it in. Right? That's what you're saying. I'm reading between the lines. So every chance I get to pepper that in, I will throw in the 8 man, 1 van. It's just absurd to think that. So, because I say the 8 man because you need to see it as that means it's important. Fuck, my God. 8 cops from Unified Command have to get in 1 van to go talk to one guy's family. He's a big deal. And that fucker's not at trial. So I won't keep beating it, V. I get it. And I agree with you, V. You're right. I've said it. I was looking back at it, and I don't want to, I'll admit it. I was thinking, oh my God, I say it, some videos, I say it like within a half an hour. I've said it 3 times when I watch the replays. So you're right. I agree with you. Damn it. Anyways, so there's that. All right. So for Rick's defense team, what is Odinism? For Rick's defense team, it has been hard to gain a grasp on exactly how to define Odinism. A March 15th, 1998 article found in the winter issue of the Southern Poverty Law Center's Hereinafter, blah, 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 intelligence report identified as the nation's preeminent periodical monitoring the radical right in the U.S. Said this about Odinism in 1998. A neo-pagan religion drawing on images of fiercely proud, boar-hunting Norsemen and their white-skinned Aryan womenfolk is increasingly taking root among skinheads, neo-Nazis, and other white supremacist groups across the nations. Asatru leaders have opened prison ministries in at least 5 states recently, and that many jailed followers are heavily white supremacists. A leading proselytizer, imprisoned terrorist David Lane, has been writing prolifically and influencing many to adopt his racist interpretations. Bob Matthews, the late founder of the order, of which Lane was a member, adopted a series of related beliefs. A Denver skinhead who confessed to the November murder of a man because he was black bears an Asatru. Bears? Should be, isn't it B-A, or is it bears like B-A-R-E-S? No? Or is it that? An Asatru tattoo. Some key Asatru leaders have known neo-Nazi or anti-Semitic backgrounds. Suddenly, says Phil Rodriguez, a gang investigator with the Arizona State Prison System, Asatrus become the new big fad. Asatru, an Icelandic word meaning belief in the Æsir of gods, has been officially recognized as a religion in Iceland since 1972. Further down in the article, the SPLC says the following. Odinism, which is closely related to... Did I miss an addendum? I probably did. Oh, was it important? Where's 29? It's addendum 38, so I must have missed an addendum. Where was it? Oh, it was at the very... Forget it, sorry. And away we go. Odinism, which is closely related to Asatru, was much favored in Nazi Germany. Its Nordic Teutonic mythology was a bedrock belief for the key Third Reich leaders, and it was an integral part of the initiation rites and cosmology of the elite Schutzstaffel, Schutzstaffel, which supervised Adolf Hitler's network of death camps decades later. Odinism also influenced George Lincoln Rockwell's American Nazi Party. Is that a click? Did I click? Ooh. Specials give stand up for justice. What? Ooh. It's very long. How long is this? Oh boy, that's a lot. Do you guys want this? Do you want this? Want me to put the link in, or do you want me to read this? It's the new brand of racist Odinist religion on the march, and this was way back in March 15th. So this is the story. Seems like a lot. How about I drop that link in here for you guys? If you guys are interested, sound good? Boom, 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 boom. And paste. Take this. So that's that story, if you feel. Food and part of the farm. All right, sorry. So in addition to the white supremacy component that exists with Odinism, there seems to be an additional dark demonic component to Odinism, at least if articles concerning Odinist human sacrifice and imagery found on the internet, coupled with imagery and language found on Brad Holder's Facebook page, are to be considered. As an example, the defenses attached to Exhibits 30 to 34, Exhibits 30 and 31 were found on the internet. Exhibits 32 and 33 and 34 are different versions of the same image that Brad Holder posted on his Facebook page. As you can see, law enforcement wrote the words "painting by Brad Holder, Odin hanging from the world tree" on Exhibit 34. This appears to be something that law enforcement would have used in a PowerPoint presentation. Additionally, Kevin Murphy, who was a state trooper that investigated the Odinist angle, said this about Odinism. It seemed to me to border on almost a satanic type of worshiping, sacrificing, but I couldn't really wrap my brain around it. Emphasis added. And one sec. So Exhibit 30 is an image from a website on Odinism of a man hanging upside down from a tree who has been sliced in the neck with blood dripping to the ground. This man's arms are posed similarly to Abby's at the crime scene. This man's legs are also posed similar to Abby's at the crime scene. The only reason everyone's saying the Odin angle's dumb now is because Judge Gull didn't allow any of it. So, like, look at all this that leads to it. I mean, this is their discovery. And, so Odin, you think Odin was a dumb angle when they find Abby and Libby with all these sticks on them and posed like that? Especially Abby with her leg back like that and her arms and then the whole asterisk, thing on her. And everyone says it's dumb to talk about that. Fuck. No, it only seems dumb now because that's probably the plan at the very beginning, to distract the defense with this stuff and make them look like fools talking about it. Because from all of our evidence and discovery, and how much did they really invest? They went to they went to Purdue professors to talk about it. And then they lied about what they said about it. And then fucking Becky Patty brought it up. And Brad Holder fucking said so much dumb shit about it. And oh my God. So yeah, obviously the defense went with it. And the only reason it looks bad now is because Gull kiboshed every fucking thing about it. So who knew that was going to happen? They probably did from the beginning. It's probably the plan. Make these fucking guys look like fools, because now everyone's like questioning the defense. Meanwhile, Gull is the one who should be questioned. She didn't allow all this. And the third party. Oh my gosh. Just my opinion. I don't know. Fuck me, I guess. His left leg is straight. So this man's legs are also poor. Was I? I'll start from here because Exhibit 30 is an image from a website on Odinism of a man hanging upside down from a tree who has been sliced in the neck with blood dripping to the ground. This man's arms are posed similar to Abby's at the crime scene. This man's legs are also posed similar to Abby's at the crime scene. His left leg is straight and his right leg is bent at the knee. The only difference is that the man's right leg is placed over the left leg, while Abby's right leg was posed under her left leg. Exhibit 31 is an image from a website on Odinism of a man wearing antlers. The antlers thing, I guess they could have not used, because unless we see more pictures, I thought if we saw pictures, it would be like extremely obvious that it was antlers. Yeah. Similar to the crude way in which sticks were formed on Abby's head. I think some people saw, and who knows if they were edited photos and what we were all looking at. But at the time, people were like, I can't even see little tiny, tiny twigs. So I kind of pictured like, fucking gigantic sticks and extremely, extremely obvious looking like antlers. So there's that. Exhibit 31 also resembles the crime scene in that the man's left leg is straight while his right leg is bent at the knee and placed under his left leg, just like Abby was found. Addendum 40. The man's hands are not similar to the way Abby had been posed. Both exhibits 30 and 31 were found on the internet by Ryan Boucher. So, Nicole, I'm saying Boucher for you, but I got in trouble because people want to say Boucher. So I'm going with Boucher because Nicole likes it. During his internet research, Addendum 41. See Boucher affidavit. The defense includes exhibits 32 and 33 in the event that court might think something like, well, Just because those images were available on the internet concerning Odinism has nothing to do with Brad Holder. Exhibits 33 are images that the defense located in the state's discovery. This is all from their discovery. Everything they got is from their discovery. Especially fucking Boucher sending all that shit in about Brad Holder, and fucking Ryan Winters jumping up and almost bumping his head. ISP. And also, I found out it's even worse because the reason Boucher sent that to Ryan Winters, he was in another police force, because Boucher first tried, was at Liggett in Unified Command, and they blew him off, or lost the photos or all that, whatever. They blew him off. So Boucher insisted on going. That's when he sent it to Ryan Winters, or whoever he got. So, and I think he wasn't at, he was in a state police office somewhere else. So Boucher was then so alarmed, he went to Unified Command and to Jerry Holman face to face and talked to him to demand that, or whatever, that they look into Brad Holder, because they had cleared him. They wanted him to, he insisted. He went to Jerry Holman face to face and told him, I insist you look into this Brad Holder, because then when Ryan Winters, ISP, Ryan Winters first saw that photo of Brad Holder's hand tattoo, he immediately thought, he was alarmed and thought it looked exactly like the real crime scene photos that he saw previously from Abby's, the real Abby crime scene photos, and he thought it looked exactly like the stick configuration on Abby. And he went to Jerry Holman. And so then they send Purdy and Lourdes to re-look into him. Remember Jerry Holman's like, oh, we cleared him, but if we find something new, we'll kind of use different words. I forget what it was. Not cleared, but covered or something. I don't know. Then they send Purdy and Lourdes, Roland Purdy and Laura Lowry, her real name Lourdes, police officers, to go re-talk to Holder. And so Purdy stops at his work and goes in, but since he was cleared, he didn't push the timestamp stuff. But Purdy did go back to his work to double check, and they're like, yeah, he has timestamps checked out. And he's like, okay. He didn't really look into it because he was cleared. He didn't deep dive it. Then they go and talk to Brad Holder, and fucking Brad Holder tells him that he walks through the woods and listens to the tree branches. He's listening for Odin to speak to him through the tree branches. And this motherfucker's not at trial. And he's the girl, he's his son. Abby is his son's girlfriend, who he lied about having met, who he actually says afterwards, the next time, that he did meet her. Wowza, right? Am I rambling? I am, ain't I? Anyone new? TJ, you're back. Keep going, please. Ooh. Yes, ma'am. You're right. Ooh, yeah, you see, Boucher or Boucher or Boucher. I thought it was Boucher, like pronounced. I thought anytime you had an O-U-C-H, it would be Boucher pronounced. But I guess anybody, it's their name, so he could choose. I guess we could try to get a hold of him, Nicole. Call him up. He's down near you in Georgia. Find him. Ask him, this dope named Shibby wants to know, should he pronounce your name Boucher or Boucher? Because even though most would probably say Boucher, it's his. If he chooses to say Boucher, I would gladly say Boucher. And I'm going to, because I know Nicole loves it. And TJ, I'm going to keep going, please. Yes. Just for you, TJ. I shall move on. Carry on. So both exhibits are the same image, with exhibit 33 being a close-up version. The image itself is a painting produced by the hands of Brad Holder. As the court can see, Brad Holder painted what the defense would call a very creepy, serial killer-looking image of a naked man hanging from a tree. Holder's painting is similar in appearance to exhibits 30 and 31. Also, in Holder's self-made painting, you can see that, just like Abby, the hanging man's right leg is bent at the knee, angled toward the man's straight left leg. Again, an overlay inquisitive man down in Georgia named Ryan Boucher Boucher, maybe I'll say them both, began piecing all this together without even having the benefit of the crime scene photographs. So Boucher is just alarmed because it's Holder, who he, I believe, knows is into, or even, I believe I think they said he knew that his son was dating the Abby, and that he just found it suspicious, I guess. But he'd never seen the crime scene photos, or I don't even know at that time, because that was early on. There's no way to even know, because we didn't find out anything about the stick configuration until later on. So he doesn't know anything about the crime scene. This is early on, like July, so it's a couple months after the murders. He's alarmed. I don't know how much he heard back then. I don't even know if we knew there was sticks on them. I'm talking a couple months after. And the only reason Ryan Winters was alarmed is because he had legitimately seen, because he was an ISP, he had been shown previously the real crime scene photos of Abby and Libby. So thankfully he sent the stuff to Winters, and Winters is the one that went to Jerry. So yet the unified command, with the benefit of the crime scene photographs, apparently either incompetently or intentionally failed to piece together these images, which would have caused any curious investigator to continue pursuing Brad Holder as a suspect. Ryan Boucher's curiosity led him to continue his research into runes and Odinism. That's a good point. Think about that. Ryan Winters collected all this stuff, right? If he didn't collect all those screenshots, would we know anything about this? Like, why didn't the police have all this? Because they had Holder in it, so they lost the interview. Okay, whatever. But they investigated Holder. Wouldn't they have all his social media stuff? And why isn't there a record of them having it? Okay, so the interviews were erased accidentally of all these fucking guys. Okay, let's accept that. I mean, whoopsie. 70 hours of crucial interviews were erased. Oh no. But they looked into Holder. Didn't they look into his social media? Isn't that the first thing cops do? And fucking Brad Holder had put all this shit. And then Boucher later Boucher got all this. But and if the police looked into it to clear him, they must have looked into this and said, clear him. But where is the record of that? Where is all these screenshots of theirs from the police? The police should have it all. And they would probably be able to get even more than this Boucher guy on Holder. Like if they looked into it and, Facebook give us this, or Snapchat, or at the very least, it should have been as good as Boucher's, because they would have looked at all this to say, no, nothing here. But then does it just disappear? No. Where's their file on Holder saying they looked into all this? Because without Boucher, we wouldn't know any of this. And then Boucher gave it to Winters, and Winters tried to do a Dropbox thing, and then that goes missing. So then not only are they not providing it for us like they should, it's also disappearing after Boucher gives it to Winters. Winter puts it in Dropbox, then it disappears, and the defense has to fucking drive down to Georgia to talk to this guy to finally get it a third time. Holy fuck, eh? That's wild. Man. You know what else disappeared? DNA and fingerprints. Man, just think of that. So Boucher has to fucking push. So Boucher's is pushing this on Liggett. Liggett's like, no, nothing to see here. Take your shit, fuck off. And Boucher's like, okay, bye. So Unified Command tells him, get lost. Nothing to see here. He takes his shit to Ryan Winters. Ryan Winters almost jumps out of his chair and bumps his head on the roof. I'm just picturing. He's alarmed enough because of Holder's hand tattoo. Looks just like Abby's stick configuration. He's seen the pictures. So then he takes the photos, all the Butcher's screenshots. He goes to Unified Command to meet Jerry face to face takes all this shit, and then whatever reason the defense doesn't get that stuff, or they do, but the original investigation, why does Ryan Boucher need to bring this to these guys when where's their file on him? So to clear him, they must have looked at all the social media. Wouldn't they have kept it and then said, hey, we have all this on this guy, but we don't think he's involved. So they disappeared it, I'm sure, or they didn't record it, whatever it is. Oh my God. And then Ryan Winters then, I don't know if he uploaded it to some Dropbox or whatever, and so then they can't find it or something, and the defense have to go down to Georgia to get it from Boucher. Holy fuck. The defense has attached this article by Daniel Bray entitled Sacrifice and Sacrificial Ideology in Old Norse Religion 42. Article by Daniel Bray. So within Bray's article, he discusses the history of human sacrifice to Odin that exists in the pagan Norse religion. And 1 second. You guys, I gotta really take a quick pee. So there's 23 people here. I'm extremely sorry. I have to go pee-pees. Okie dokie. So I will be right back. I hope you're still here. If you have to leave, I understand. I will be right back. And if you want, this would be a great time for any of you to go and make a sandwich or take a break. So I'll be literally maybe 2 minutes. Okay, guys? I'll be right back. I'm going to read more when I come back, especially if there's at least 10 people still here. I will continue reading. There's 23 now. Please, I'll be 2 minutes. Stick around. And we're back. Hi, guys. All right. Ooh, Josh. Hey, bud. What's up? Lowlight. How you doing? welcome, you fellow night shifter, owl on the prowl type of fan. Anybody stuck on anybody else on the night shift? Yeah, I'm working hard. Oh boy, I'm 3:30 a.m. here in the east. I'm working so hard until at least 7 a.m. And that reminds me, I need to keep an eye on this other screen. One sec. Make sure I have my security cameras all in the right spot. And I've only worked 3 days over the weekend. Yeah. Oh, cool. Right on. Good stuff. But you still, I guess you keep you don't, yeah, you probably just, are you steady when you work? You're always night shifts, right? But not every night. Like so you stay, I guess you're a night owl, right? You probably like this time either way. Better when you're not working. But yeah, I've always been kind of a night owl too, because I definitely worked for 15 years. I worked swing shifts, so it was fucked up. Like we'd have to work 2 weeks days from 7 a.m. till 3 or 5 p.m. if it was 8 or 10 hours, and then from 6 p.m. to either 3 a.m. or 5 a.m. or whatever. And we'd sometimes even stay 12 hours till 7 a.m. The other shift started again. And I did that. So 2 weeks days and then 2 weeks nights. 2 weeks days, 2 weeks nights. Fucked up, eh? It was always the hardest of going back to the day shifts, right? And I definitely always loved night shift better. So yeah, there's that. Some people are morning people, some people enjoy it. And I guess there is, mornings are great too, in a way where, if I'm camping or Saturday and I'm getting up to do, oil change on the car and just hang and, but I'm definitely not a morning person if I have to go somewhere and do stuff. So there's that. Yeah, dude, I had to flip my sleep schedule. Oh yeah. You see, that's funny, eh? Yeah, you're a swinger. Ooh, so a swinger would mean if you have a couple. I don't even have a person. I'm not even in a couple. I wish. So I can't swing, because that wouldn't mean you trade to swing. You would trade like my wife to your wife or something. I don't know. Guess if I was with somebody, I don't know. I don't think I could do it. I'm a pussy. Oh, swing shift. Yeah. Well, it was swing shift technically. Yeah. Because we had to go back and forth. So I see what you're saying. No, yeah, technically, well, yes, in that sense, I was definitely a swinger. Yeah, a swing shifter, because it was so weird. 2 weeks of days and then 2 weeks of nights. I guess it was okay, because also back then my kids were young and I was just separating with my wife. So it was like I had a 50-50 custody. So when I was on day shift, my kids were with me. And then I'd get them up in the morning and take them to their moms, and she'd drop them off at school early because they had a before school program. And then afterwards, hopefully 8 hours, I would go back and pick them up from the school, because they stayed in their little PLASP after school program until I could get there, half an hour or whatever. Then I'd go home. So for 2 weeks every day, and the weekends I had them, and then they'd be at their mom's for 2 weeks when I was on nights. So maybe that's why I enjoyed nights more, because it was kind of less responsibility, because 2 weeks of there's that. But I think even without my kids or whatever, I would have definitely, I enjoy the night shifts much more, for sure. So swing shift. Yep. So we did 2 weeks days, 2 weeks nights, and I did that for close to 15 years. So it's weird. But anyways, 22 people still here. I should carry on. So is it just Josh? It just came in, right? Did I miss anyone else at all, or just reporting you're here, right? No sandwiches, but London broil, baked potato, and a Caesar salad. Perfect. All right. Welcome, guys. Yeah, glad to see y'all. Let's do this. I'm having a blast. So, Unified Command claims that Odinism was ruled out early because of the findings of a Purdue. Yeah. So they even lied about. They said it's ruled out because fucking. This is wild that they lie about this. However, Unified Command now claims that it can't remember the name of the Purdue professor. So this is the whole thing. So if they're so sure that it's not Odinism, right? And there's nothing to see here. First of all, why are they going to talk to, if there's why didn't they just rule it out? No. So they go talk to the Purdue professor. But then I guess they don't like what they hear because he says that it looks like it. At the very least, it's fanboys. So he's saying, yeah, it's there. And if it's not posing, if it's not real stuff, then it's at the very least staging. Because he's saying that it would be, if it's not real, then it's present, that it would be fanboys or some kind of fanboys LARPing in the woods or whatever. He fucking says it, Turco. But that's wild. So they turn around and say it's not even there. Meanwhile, so they lied about what he said, and then they added words to it. They lied, saying Holman said that he said stuff he didn't. So I'll always say this: they lied by omission. They lied in the opposition, saying he said stuff he didn't, and then they lied. I guess there's the whole obfuscation of we don't even know who this person was, man or woman, or how to get a hold of them. It's three different, and Holman does that in a sworn fucking affidavit. Sworn. And Gull, no problem. Like fucking wouldn't that be something that you'd fire somebody over? Holman should have been fucking fired for just that alone. He lied about what Turco said. He said Turco said shit he didn't say. He omitted things he did say. And then he obfuscated the whole fucking report and how to get a hold of him or her. Like he doesn't even know who this person was. And he was full of shit. In a sworn affidavit. That's fucking something Rosie and Baldwin would have been fucking fired and put away for that. Oh boy, that's wild. I've never met nor seen these girls in my life. Anyways, let's go. Welcome everyone. Glad you're here. Let's do this. So early in the investigation, one of the investigators viewing the crime scene thought that it might be the work of Odinist practicing Odinism, 43. And also, 43, Holman says it, yeah. But also, there's the whole Robert Ives, the former prosecutor, saying non-secular. There was so much non-secular stuff, and there was so much evidence that Robert Ives was convinced, he was so sure that they would easily solve this case because there was so much stuff at the crime scene. And he mentioned the non-secular. 5 years later, nothing. But then all the stuff Ives was so sure about obviously was meant all the stuff that I guess, I don't know. Well, it could have gone hand in hand with all the stuff that was the interviews that were lost too, but we'll never know. Because I can just imagine those first few interviews that day. And obviously if it was Westfall, he was pretty smart. Even Holder, but Elvis probably said some stuff. Oh my God. And I don't even know who else they did. There's a bunch of other names. Somebody slipped up, but we'll never know. Because those interviews are all gone. Oh, was Peggy on tonight? Had me fuming. Oh, I don't get that, but her often but down. I rage quit that stream at least twice. What happened? Was Peggy having a live stream tonight? What? I didn't get any notifications. Oopsie. Uploaded beautiful. Was it her videos or notifications or what? Or did she do a live? What? Oh, so it was the rerun of the previous night, right? She had, yeah. Or maybe the night before. I don't know. It was a recent live. Yeah. Oh, it's gone. Why? Oh, you want to talk about it? Well, something. Is it something? What was? I mean, it can't be that bad, right? I was doing a live stream or something. I don't know. There's so many live streams. I think I went there and then left to do my own. That's what it was. She went on like an hour. Ooh, yeah, because I was even talking to her. She said, because I thought she's in a different time zone. She was an hour ahead of me. So I was thinking that when she said something about she was going on at 9 or 10, I don't know. I thought it was 2 hours before. So I went there. Then I was listening to that, but then I left to start my own time stream because I was like, oh, I lost track of time. So, and there was time zones and whatever. Can you say what it was you think, or is it bad, or should we not talk about it here? Or she took it down? Why? Oh boy. Is this something we shouldn't talk about? I don't know what to do. Well, whatever. We'll see. Anyways, I'll carry on. No, it's some. Oh, so she took it down, eh? Well, I don't even know. Or maybe she'll cut up and make videos. I don't know. I'll see. I'll send her a message and see what's up. Yeah. I could have sworn I watched the replay. I watched so many dumb live streams. Oh my gosh. Not dumb, but I mean, this is wild. They're kind of, especially with all the ones I've done. Oh, I'll check into it and I'll update you. Probably not. I'll probably forget. So let's do this. But say anything you want. I mean, it's cool. Peggy's cool. She must have took it down for a reason. I don't know. But it's interesting to me. Thanks for telling me. Hot chat. The KAs for hot chat criminal enjoyed speaking our minds. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Whatever you say. Oh yeah, Peggy. When Peggy she gets good stuff. Then I think sometimes, people like her and Prof and Snake get really harassed a lot. We don't see all that, and they maybe, I don't know. I wish, but type people like them, they make good stuff, and then like Prof, they try to fucking stop him from just talking about this. They really, so it's obviously, they're getting to something. Because why would these people be so much after them after the fact? Like, because so Richard's in jail. They got 130 years, right? Like, why wouldn't they just run off in the sunset and go and fucking run up to Chuck E. Cheese and have a drinks and laugh and smile together? Laugh at the little garden gnome sitting away they got a conviction, 130 years. Why would those people even still be here now? Because, like, they're not here. I can just imagine. I don't know. I don't know if they don't care about me because I don't have many followers yet, or they would come in and, I'm not making any good content or say, I'm just reading this shit. But other people that are making stuff and kind of getting towards the truth more, they really try to stop them. It's like, run off into the sunset for those other people, the trolls, or whoever's bugging people like them. Like, they got what they wanted. Why would they still even be here bugging people? So, like, celebrate. You got 130 years. Woo, you got the guy. Justice has been served. And now, but they're here because they know if we keep pushing and appeals keep happening, the truth is going to come out. And they're trying to stop that. Right? Right. That's right. That's right. So let's talk about fucking Jerry Holman lying about this Purdue report. Oh, I love this stuff. Man, I haven't covered this in a while. Again, talk about anything you guys want. And if it has to be, to enjoy, to disagree, and then, so it's like in hockey or in MMA, that's kind of throw some punches and talk shit, chirp, 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 and then boom, pat each other on the tushy afterwards and have a beer and move on. That's great. That's how it should be. Being able to move on and not get stuck, and that's the good thing. So, because if we hate each other, we're going to miss all the other things that we enjoy together. Fucking movies, music, cars, sports, pussy. Right, guys? Pussy. There's not many women here, so us guys. I know you're all guys, so yeah. Ladies, don't listen. We're talking pussy here. Sorry. I'm sorry. That's a bad joke. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oops, scratch that. V's here. Shh, V's here. Oh, man. Oh man. Hi V, how are you? I missed you. I'm sorry. I'm just fucking around. You guys know. Oh, Peach is here too. Oh, you see that? Oh, well, that's a magical word. It brings people out of the shadows. Yay, V is back and Peach is here. And I'm just kidding. Everything I say is just know I'm full of shit and I have no idea what I'm talking about. And I'm all talk. I blow in hot air. And I'm a dope who barely squeaked through high school. And I'm all talk, no action. I'm barely a shower and hardly a grower, all that stuff. And away we go. Before I say anything I can't come back from. So this is Jerry Holman lying about fucking the Purdue report in sworn affidavits and getting away with it. Early in the investigation, one of the investigators viewing the crime scene thought that it might be the work of Odinist practicing Odinism. Did I go look for this addendum already? I think I did. Yeah. Yep. Jerry Holman has forgotten which investigator it was. 40. That's probably just more. So I'm not going to come to any more addendums and all the way up to 51. Fuck it, because it's all just this. I'm going to ignore these fucking numbers everywhere. Early in the investigation, based upon the thought that Odinism may explain how the bodies were found and how the sticks were arranged on top of the girls, Unified Command sought out an expert. Right. So they thought it was nothing to it. There's nothing to see here. Yet we are going to talk to an expert. Right? Fuck them guys, man. The expert was being sought in order to consider whether the crime scene was indicative of Odinism or some other cult. According to Holman, Sergeant Steve Buckley of the Indiana State Police was in charge of locating the expert. Allegedly, the expert that Sergeant Buckley found was from Purdue University. According to Holman, Holman, doesn't know the Purdue professor's background, but he studies the Norwegian Nordic culture that Odinism is. Holman admitted that Holman, has never talked to the Purdue professor. Holman stated that Sergeant Buckley knew the Purdue professor's background, and furthermore, that Sergeant Steve Buckley was in communication with them. So again, whatever's said after this, Holman knows Buckley, and Buckley can easily have, as if they didn't keep record of. Oh boy, this is wild. According to Holman, the professor was out of the country at that time. And I don't remember that. So he started saying he's out of the country. And we did not release the photos, but we released a sketch of the sticks, how they were laid, and some other information. 52. Let me just double check these ones. Same shit. So I'm going to ignore them all up to 61 for sure. Probably going to ignore a bunch of these. Oh, maybe the next one looks good. Forget it. Sorry. So I'm going to ignore all these addendums up to this page for sure. Having reviewed everything, the professor concluded that it was not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime, right? So why is Jerry lying about what he said? Because he doesn't say this. Why? And then obfuscating, so not only is that they're not saying, oh, just because he didn't agree with that, we don't believe we don't want to go down this route. He's covering it up. No? Oh my gosh. ID, whatever that is. However, Jerry Holman told a different story to Trooper Roland Purdy concerning the conclusions of the Purdue professor. 53. Trooper Purdy began assisting with the investigation in March of 2017. So right away, Purdy's in there. However, the first time that Purdy ever even heard the word Odin or Odinite, Odinist, was at least May or June of 2017. It's also important to note that the first time that Trooper Purdy heard the word Odin or Odinist was even through Unified Command or any other law enforcement officer, but rather Becky Patty. Yeah, I remember him saying that. Purdy heard it through Becky Patty, who is Libby German's grandma. Becky Patty, while talking to Trooper Purdy, informed Purdy that Abby Williams had dated Holder's son, Logan, and that Logan's dad was an Odinist named Brad Holder. Right. So fucking Libby's mom's telling Purdy about Holder, eh? Oh man, that's why I know all this, but this information interested Purdy. Yeah, fuck, wouldn't it? Who then talked to Holman, and Holman told Purdy that they had already run the stick formations and Odin angle through a Purdue professor. Holman told Purdy that the results from the Purdue professor were kind of inconclusive, which is bullshit. Purdy also believes he was provided a copy of what Purdue University had provided them. Upon reviewing that Purdue report, according to Purdy, the Odinite angle was not dead. Yeah, because he actually read what Purdue Turco really said. So Purdy's thinking the Odin angle is not dead. It's not. Because, yeah, forget what fucking Holman told him or insinuated or whatever, misled him to believe. Purdy didn't take the bait. He actually looked into it, and he probably read what Turco really said. And he's fucking like, dudes, that's not what he's saying. He's saying it's present, either in the form of posing of real fantasy or some kind of combination of those bastardized guys who are stealing, their Odinists, who are still simping for Christianity and Jesus or whatever, or just a complete misdirection, a staging of to fucking throw them off, but whatever, it's there. In other words, Holman did not tell Purdy, and the report did not claim that the Purdue conclusions were that it was not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime. Holman has told one story to Purdy and yet another story under oath in a deposition as to what the Purdue, they have that, his whole fucking affidavit in deposition, yeah. Conclusions were concerned. Oh, he does that whole report where Holman's going on about what he says Purdy's, Turco says, what he says Turco believes, and he's fucking lying. Holman's lying his ass off. He said things that he didn't say. He said that things that he didn't. Oh my gosh. He added shit to it. Were concerning Odinism involvement in the murders. Sorry. Quick drink, guys. Sorry if I get off. V, it's nice to see you. Thank you for being here. If I say anything dumb, ignore me. I appreciate you. You're fun. You're pretty. I like you. And Peach, you too. All you ladies, you're cool. Nicole, if you're still here, you too. You guys know who you are. RC's too. If you're, I don't know if you're a girl, but I like seeing you. Hello, RC. Welcome. Here we go. I'm going to take a quick drink. Sorry, guys. Here's a better comment. Thanks, creepy dude, Shibby. You're welcome. Yeah, I know. I'm 52. Anything I say is going to be creepy. Fucking just walking down the street. If I was like, hey, and they're like, what the fuck? The creepy dude said hi to me. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, ooh, can I hold the door for you? Thanks, creep. And fucking little ladies kick me in the nuts. And what the fuck? I can't do anything right anymore. As soon as you turn 50, it's fucking over. It's over for me. It's totally over. Why bother? I'm just kidding. 1 second. I'm going to take a drink. Yep. Just get in my white van. Get in my white van and hand out candy to the kids for free locally. Old fart. You guys are funny. Yes. I'm going to get my white van, pass out Halloween candy all year long. Oh boy, that's creepy. But anyways, yeah, fuck, whatever. All right, enough joking. Hey everyone, and welcome. 27 people. This is good. Oh my gosh. Like YouTube keeps giving me notifications. Like I don't know. I thought this would be to do these long lives. I don't know if it's good or bad. I don't know. They keep sending me stuff like, oh my God, congratulations, you got watch hours. Oh my God, you got subscribers. Oh, they keep sending me these alerts. Maybe they're just blowing smoke up my ass, but YouTube is loving whatever I'm doing. I'm just fucking reading away. So I guess this is good. Well, you're here again, so that's cool. Even if you have a great place to come and chat, I enjoy you guys, and thank you for being here. Ignore all the stuff I don't read. Anything I say, ignore that. But the reading, take that seriously. All my comments, I'm full of shit. The difference between concluding that Odinists and cults did not commit the murders versus that the evidence is inconclusive as whether Odinists were involved in the murders is significant. There's my word, significant. In the first instance, such a conclusion could theoretically explain why law enforcement stopped pursuing the I fucking hate that. Odinite angle. In the second instance, law enforcement would presumably continue to pursue the Odinist cult angle based on the stick formation, girl's body positioning, and the F painted on Libby's blood on the tree, as well other strong evidence supporting an orchestrated abduction and ritualistic murdering of the girls. 62. Yeah, this is important. This evidence will be discussed later, but primarily involves social media posts on Brad Holder's Facebook page and witness statements found on a 12-page report that the defense has dubbed the Odin Report. So, like, I know, does any of you guys believe that? Like, I hear everyone saying it, right? And a lot of people I love watching are saying, oh, the Odin angle was fucking dumb. Like, was it really? Like, look at how much discovery they received concerning Odinism. The only reason it looks dumb now is because they fucking didn't allow any of it. But at this time, nobody was saying, I don't know. Why is everyone saying that now? Weird. Is it just me? Am I being a dork? Yeah, lurking. Lurking. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Transphobic. Oh my gosh. Don't fall for it. Nothing to be afraid of. Fuck. Are you worried about? Oh, I won't get into any of that shit. I'm not worried about anything. Don't let anything scare you. Nobody's coming for you. You never liked playing Monopoly? Oh man, I loved it. Loved pass and go. It's too early even now to second guess the lawyers in my. Well, but you guys hear that, right? Like they're saying the Odin angle was dumb. But I mean, why was it dumb? Like, look at how much discovery was given to them and how much Holman lied about the Odin stuff. Like, is it dumb? I liked it until I lost. Well, I'm missing it, but the only true contest between minds is the cutthroat ways of apples to apples. You guys sound like you're talking. I'm not reading all, so I'm probably lost, but you guys are having a good convo. I'm going to stay out of it. Enjoy yourselves. So honestly, I think it's obviously, maybe it was their plan in the beginning to give them all this Odinist stuff, knowing Gull's not going to allow any of it. And now they look like fools because none of it was allowed at trial going on about this. But I mean, the reason it looks weird is because it wasn't allowed at trial. Like, who the fuck are they but the reason they're presenting is because they were presented it in discovery. The law enforcement collected all this and said, here, fucking Odinism, Holder this, Holder that, fucking all this shit. And then it turns out they can't say it at even trial. Well, these fuckers are running around using words like undoing and no. Oh boy. Yeah, now it looks strange. You can't talk about Odinism, then this fucking thing looks stupid. But the only reason it looks stupid is because it wasn't allowed. Because they're getting all this. They're not making this up. They're getting all this from discovery. Sure, they may have emphasized a few things, like the whole, they kind of, not melodramatic, but, they made things, they tried to sell it. But I mean, these are two very accomplished lawyers. You think if they didn't see something here, they wouldn't have. Nobody knew Gull was not going to allow all this stuff. You remember when all that fucking Frank stuff came out in that October, and all the photo leak, and everyone was freaking out when this came out? Nobody once. We were all new. They're oh fuck, this is it, you know. But then the trial comes, and none of this is in there. Holy fuck, man! Am I sounding silly? Shibby, have you heard the name Willie Tepes? No? Is that like a separate murder? Yeah. I think I should pick a day. Maybe I'll pick a day if you guys like to do something totally different, because I'm probably reading too much of this. So that's a great point if you're talking about like another true crime thingy or story. So maybe I'll pick a day. I want to do one day a week. I want to do like trivia, fun stuff, and another day do like something completely different. You know, if that's what you're suggesting, I like it. But no, who's Willie Tepes? Who dat? And Willie Tepes is a character created for the sole purpose of weaponizing. Ooh, oh wow. So it's like a. Oh, I didn't know that. Willie Tepes is a character created for the sole purpose of weaponizing a person through internet influence. Oh, wow. So, what are you saying then? Am I being influenced? Are you an influence? Are you a Willie Tepes? Who would you say would fit that description? I've never even heard that before, but I'm glad you told me if it's true. Willie Tepes was the feds. They weaponized Thomas Crooks. Oh boy, dude. Oh man. So like you trying to distract me now? Are you Willie Tepes? Hmm. 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 Dun dun dun. I'm just kidding. You're fine. Whatever. I'm gonna keep reading. Willie, leave me alone, Willie. Alrighty then. So, as stated earlier, both Leesenby and Liggett privately believed more than one person were involved based upon how much work was needed to leave the crime scene the way that it was found. However, if the Purdue report concluded that a band of Odinites cultists were not involved, then arguably it would be the work of one man. Yeah. So that's why they lied and said that, so they can push the one man thing. But meanwhile, it wasn't what the Purdue report said. Fucking guy never said that. So it is very telling that Trooper Purdy has been working as an investigator on the case for at least 2 months, from March and May, so right after the murders, right after, before ever hearing the word Odin or Odinite. So Purdy doesn't hear Odin or Odinist, right? But wasn't it right away, like a couple days after they had Holder and all them in to do their interviews, the ones that got lost? Like they got lost later on, or they realized later on they had lost them. But those interviews were right after, right? But so why are they doing that? Are they bringing Holder and all them in because Holder's Logan's dad, or was there more to it? Because Becky Patty probably told them the whole this shit and all that. So then Purdy comes on the case, and then Purdy doesn't even know about this. It's like he finds out about it himself and we're stumped. Do I have that right? It sounds kind of like they're just trying to hide it and cover it, or I don't know. It is frustrating. What interview? What do you mean? Who are you talking to? What interview? I'm talking about like when the ones that got lost. You know, the 70 hours of interviews, like when, if that's what you're asking me. The oh, you're probably talking about other stuff, and I'm talking to myself. Do you guys know? Wasn't the Brad Holder and all that stuff a couple days after? Well, the interviews that got lost. Oh, you guys are having a good time, and I won't disrupt you. I'm buying what you're selling and proving your point at the same time. Oh, V. V, V, V. V, 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 V. All right, where was I? I'm distracting myself. I'm my own little Tepes. Where the fuck was I? That's my problem. From now on, I vow to you, I will do this before I go off on a rant. So when I start up again, I will know where the fuck I was. And I was right around here. This fact is evidence that the Odinite angle was abandoned before Purdy became involved in the investigation. So the Odin angle was involved before Purdy. So they were going Odin. But yet Purdy comes on and they don't tell him about Odin. Yet they're sending him looking into Brad Holder. Because Purdy then goes down. But that was only after Boucher Boucher, Ryan Boucher sends that stuff into Liggett, and Liggett says fuck off, and then he then takes it to Ryan Winters at a different police station, the state police, and he fucking runs right over to Holman and says, dude, the fuck, look at this guy, Brad Holder, fucking tattoo looks exactly like the fucking Abby's stick configuration, get on him. And then Purdy goes out to double check on him, because even though he's cleared, he goes back out to his work, and Purdy says he checks in at his work and the timestamps all checked out. He didn't deep dive him because Holman had cleared him, but he still went out to look at him. And then him and Lori go and talk to Holder, and Holder fucking tells him that he runs through the woods, walks through the woods, and listens to the branches. He's listening for Odin to speak to him through the branches. Holy fuck. This point can't be emphasized enough. The Odinite angle was abandoned by March of 2017, only a few weeks after the girls were murdered. The reason for this abandonment, a Purdue professor, the reason oh my gosh, it does, look at it all now. How it's all pieced together. Like, I mean, we knew this, and it still fucking drives me bonkers. So they abandoned it because, hey, Holman's excuse was fuck Odin because there's nothing to see here because the Purdue professor said there's nothing. So the reason for this abandonment, a Purdue professor had reached the conclusion concerning Odinism and the crime scene, of course. Holman tells one thing concerning Odinism and the crime scene. So they abandoned Purdue professor, they abandoned it because the Purdue professor reached a conclusion concerning Odinism and the crime scene. Of course, Holman tells one thing under oath that the conclusion, Odinism and cults were not involved in the murders. And another thing to Purdy, the results were inconclusive. So he says it. So he says Odin. So he says that Odinism and cults were not involved in the murders. Under oath, Holman says that, because he lied about what Purdy said. Yeah, he lied about what Turco said. He said Turco didn't see that. Turco said it wasn't that. And then fucking said, who the fuck is even Turco? I don't know how to even get a hold of him or her. Yeah. So that's where he lies about it under oath. But then to Purdy, he's like, the results were inconclusive. So he's not. A report may or may not exist that does not rule out Odinism. So he doesn't even get on the report. But then Purdy finds the report and says, because earlier Purdy says it, or they say he says it, the defense, that Purdy finally gets that report and says, whoa, he did not say that. It is. Boy, this is wild, eh? What do you mean critical thinking? Dude, I've never even fucking heard of TEPIS. So if you think that's part of critical thinking, then you're calling me a dummy, I guess? I don't know. I never even heard of that, so thank you. I'll have to look up. I've never, ever, ever heard that. But thank you for telling me. I'll look into it. Does TEPIS? That's wild. I love knowing those things, but I've never heard of it. Where does one hear that kind of stuff? I mean, I believe you and I trust you and it sounds neat. But it's still just critical thinking. The fact that no one is publicly discussing TEPIS says a lot. I've never even heard of that theory or whatever. So, yeah. What does it say to you? It says a lot. What do you read from it? I've never even heard of it, so I don't know what you read. I probably don't want to know what you think because I've never even heard of it. But thank you for telling me. That's very interesting. I love that stuff. I've never heard that. I'm going to remember that and look into it. But wow. Is it just me that hasn't heard that? Has anybody else heard of this theory? Willie Tepes? Oh, on who's Thomas Crooks? V? V will look into all this, right? V, you're interested? Has anybody else heard of this William Tepes? No. V, I never said that. I said it. No, he didn't call me a dummy. But if it's critical think, I've never even heard of it. So if that's what you thought, I'm not saying he called me a dummy. I've never heard of it before. So I'm saying I've never heard of it. V, don't you start. Oh, I'm not going to talk to you guys. I'm going to cause so much trouble. I wasn't saying that. I've never heard of it. And you think of this something, it's a neat, I love those things. So I'm kind of mad at myself because the theory is something that's a cool thing. Sorry. If I said anything wrong, I'm sorry. I wasn't saying anyone saying I'm stupid. I just never heard of that before. So have you guys all heard of this and I haven't? Then I feel even dumber. Anyway, you know what I'm trying to say. Oh gosh. Let me get this one off the screen. You're cool, skinny. Shinny. Yeah. I love that. There we go. Perfect. Shinny. No, it's all right. Shinny's good. I've had people, all sort of typos. I've had shitty, Shiddy, shabby, and my favorite was shinby. So like yours was shinny. I had someone Shinby, shinby. So that's all good. Awesome. Oh, yes, V. Yes, ma'am. I agree. I'm sorry, V. I agree. Get the whip out. Shaboobies. Yes, guys. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me back off the ledge. Especially you, V. And I'll carry on. So the best thing to do is figure out which version of Holman's story to believe. But also, have you guys honestly, have any of you heard of that old Tepes thing? Let me know. Just say yes or no. I've never heard of it. I'm kind of bummed because I like those things. The best thing to figure out which version of Holmes' story to believe, if either, is to go straight to the source, the Purdue professor, or to read the report that the Purdue professor prepared. Yeah, Purdy, Roland Purdy, after he saw it, so they hid it from Purdy. They didn't tell him about it. It was over with, and then Purdy comes, and then he says it has nothing to do with it, but then when he reads it himself, he's like, whoa, it does. Turco said it does. So he figured out at that time, Purdy's like, whoa, Holman's a fucking liar. He must be thinking that. Because after he read it, he's like, it's not what it says. So the problem is that as of the filing of this document, the defense has been told that Unified Command cannot identify the professor and therefore can't locate the professor, and in the end may not ever be able to identify this mystery professor. 63. Prosecutor Nick McClellan informed the defense of this development in a September 6, 2023 email. Wow. So in September 6, 2023, Nick and all of them are like, we don't know who we talked to. Mm-hmm. Like, so they go talk to people, and then for what, 3? So it's 7 years later. They have no record of who they talked to. Oh boy. I mean, sure, it's 7 years, but the case wasn't closed, so there should be plenty of record of who they fucking went to talk to. And it was Turco. They knew it. They're fucking lying, obviously. Fucking liars. Lying, liars, lying. Ooh, look at that. That worked perfectly. Additionally, the prosecution has not provided the defense with any Purdue report. Presumably, if the state of Indiana had such a report in its possession, then the identity of the mystery professor would be revealed. Oh boy. How did God let him get away with this, man? Oh my God. The only conclusion is the Purdue report is missing, just as the author of the report is also missing. It is unknown if Detective Dick Homan is currently searching for the mystery professor. Yeah, put out a call. Fucking find this guy. Find this guy you talk to and you have no idea. And the fucking, also, the guy you convicted 130 years in jail came and talked to you 2 days after. Find him too. Oh, you lost him for 5 years. You guys are fucking pros. Oh, what? You're all getting promotions? Oh, wonderful. Fucked up so bad. You're getting promotions. Every one of you. Doolin's a fucking captain now. If so, he would probably never be found because of the incompetence surrounding this investigation and the complete inability to conduct a comprehensive review of all facts and circumstances pointing to the involvement of multiple actors in this crime. Right, right. So the multiple actors thing, like at the very least, even if Turco said it was present, right? He did. And you got to take his opinion. He knows what he's talking about. So, and so what you want to think is if it's a real, maybe not, or it was like somebody who knew about this to try to stage it, a fanboy, or to misdirect for whatever reason. Either way, he says it's there, and they said it. He said it wasn't. So why would they lie about it? Why? Just to be able to say that, oh, we're not going down that angle? No, that's a lot. Oh man. Taking a quick drink. 1 sec, guys. Anyone fresh? Yeah. Rick was cleared early on because you know what also makes sense. So the reason I think it's obvious Rick was cleared because they wrote cleared. You know, I mean, as if they like if Rick wasn't cleared, then Doolin is a fucking biggest idiot in the world because if he's not cleared and they're looking for a guy and he talked to a guy and doesn't come forward and I talked to a guy, he said he was on the bridge and all the shit he said to him and gave me his IMEI number and he's a white man on White Man Drive and I wrote down his last name as a white man and he drove, he has a black car and all this. Then Doolin is the fucking dumbest motherfucker. And that's, I mean, I want to think that, but obviously it's not the case. It's that he was cleared. And another way that makes me think that is because at trial, they said that they didn't bother searching for the car in the database. Like if you're looking for a black car and they could get somebody to identify that it's, they could have rounded it down. So you don't have the license plate number. Those fuckers have the database, the DMV, so they don't run the, like what do they say? So they should look for how many black cars are around here from what 2015 to 20, and at the time it was 2017, so it could have been newer in 2017. So they could have said 2013 to 2017, how many black cars that are either Subarus or they could have rounded it down, and it turns out they would have, if they did that, they're saying they didn't. But they would have found out that there was only one that's a Ford Escape. And a guy that came and talked to them said he was on the bridge that day, as if they didn't do all this. As fucking if. These guys are dopes, but if you want to believe that they didn't do this, well, that's on you. Because these fuckers did it. And they do it for fun. They're doing it for their buddies. They're running through shit. Oh man, they say fucking some guy cut me off the other day. Fucking run his plate or run his, ooh. They're running that database and their computers and the DMV databases, and they're using that stuff just for fun, let alone this kind of stuff. So to think they didn't, and that's another reason that explains that, proves further that we think he was cleared. Because as if they didn't do that, and as if they didn't find out the one black car, the one 2016 Ford Escape, the Ford Focus, the one black Ford Focus in the area, they couldn't find it after the guy came and talked to them. And it's parked a mile away. And in front of their goddamn police station, out in front of CVS. You really believe that? No, they fucking cleared him because the fucking car is right there. Got photos of it. They had videos of it if they fucking collected the video properly. Fucking guy comes to him 2 days after saying he owns one of those cars. He must have told him, like, as if he didn't, I don't know what he said to Doolin or what they said, but oh man, as if he wouldn't, like, don't you ask a guy if you come, what kind of cars you got? I got this and this. I got a Ford Escape. Sorry, I got a Ford Focus this year, black one, and I got a silver, whatever the other one was, a Ford 500. I'm not, but 2 days after, he's not forgetting what car he's driving, right? The only reason he forgot years later was because they waited fucking 5 years. So yeah, at that time, you're like, oh, I don't know if I was driving this or that. Could have, but at the time, 2 days after, he's not forgetting. That's for sure. Oh boy, fuck him is right. You're right. Fuck him. Fuck him. Wrecked him. Damn near killed him. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck him. I agree. Good question. Danny, do you think Richard Allen did it? Any all opinions are welcome. Sure. If you think he did, that's cool. If you didn't, well, everything's welcome here. Answer the damn question. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think. I think he's the one guy in this town that's not involved, in my personal opinion. But I respect all yours. Ooh, you do. Ooh. Do you think you got a fair trial, Danny? Can I ask you that? And the investigation was fair? Or all the evidence they couldn't bring in was fair? I'm interested. And again, I respect you. And you've been fun and great comments. So, do you think Richard Allen got a fair trial, guys? Yes? No? Not because he decided to, though. What? What does that mean? Speak, Danny. Not because he decided to, though. What does that mean? Do you think Richard Allen got a fair trial? Is that the answer to that question? Not because he decided to, though. He accidentally, yeah, wrecked him. Rectum. Damn near killed him. So you don't think he got a fair trial. Then how can you think he's guilty? Are you saying that you think he probably did it, but he should be innocent because he didn't? Like, isn't that the whole reason for a trial? The state has to give you a fair trial to prove you guilty. So you think he didn't get a fair trial, and I respect that. No fair trial. So do you think he should be in jail, convicted? Do you think that was a good conviction? Ooh, we're getting to this, and we're not jumping on you. We're not jumping on you. We're just kind of curious. So I respect anything you answer. It's cool. Nobody's jumping. We're all loving this. But so it was no fair trial. Now, do you think it was a good conviction? Like, you think Richard Allen is where he should be? There's the question. Bum bum bum. Because the Constitution would say, if you don't get a fair trial, you shouldn't be in jail, right? No? Isn't this the whole thing, the fair trial? And but I hope you don't feel like we're piling on you, Danny, because we're just asking. This is interesting. But again, thank you guys for being all respectful, and I love the dialogue. So I'm going to read on. Did he spend? V, down V. V, I'll do that. Down V. My turn to say down V. Be respectful. Danny's he's being nice. Oh, a pharmacist. Yeah, it's weird. Like the whole car thing. Like, they obviously cleared him because, hey, so who writes cleared on his tip? Well, come on. He did it. Oh, you think he was gaslit into it? But that wasn't the question, Danny. Do you think, is Richard Allen in the right place now? Should he be in jail for 130 years? That's the question. Answer that. And then I'll leave you alone. So if he was gaslit or tricked, whatever, after you watch that trial and think he's no fair trial, you think he's in the right place. A proper trial would have shown a few other methods used. So you think he should be out, Danny? Do you think Richard Allen should be in prison or out of prison? There's the question. A proper trial. Yeah, fuck it. That's all we can ask is a proper trial would, like, they handed him all this stuff and then said you can't talk to about it. Like, come on, who does that? How's that? And if it's so ridiculous. They should have let them make fools of themselves. No? Like, I don't know. Gaslit into double murder of 2 heroes? Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. 25 people listening to this. No. No what? A proper trial you don't think he should be in. So do you can you be more specific? He should not have gotten life. How much should he have gotten? Because if should he have gotten 10 years, even 1 year? So no fair trial should mean, what is that word for it when it's not acquittal? Like there's a word for it when it's not fair. Like it's on the tip of my tongue. And V's gonna type it in. Watch. When it's not a it's like not oh fuck, I can't. It's right on my tongue. When it's not a fair trial, is it acquittal? Or there's a word for it, right? Maybe it's acquittal. Oh boy. What proof do you have of that, Danny? What proves that? Who you're saying Richard Allen killed somebody, right? What makes you think that? What's the one slam dunk thing that says Richard Allen killed anyone? Oh boy. Yeah, you should have lawyered up and said nothing. Peer pressure. Oh boy. I'll let you guys talk with this. Just be nice. Be friendly. Oh boy. You don't need to pile up on him. Maybe this is the whole Tepes thing. Maybe he's trying to distract us because we're reading this and getting to it. I'm just kidding. He should be allowed the possibility of parole. So after a fair trial, why should he even be in there at all? Shouldn't he have walked out of that day if it's not a fair trial? Oh boy. You're speaking out of both sides. Oh boy. No fighting. No Tepes, no distraction. I'm going to start reading. Be nice and respectful. I respect your opinions, Danny. Thank you for being here. Well, you're not a district attorney? Well, if you didn't get a fair trial, the Constitution would say you shouldn't be put away. You should. The whole thing is getting a fair trial. So, I heard the Franks a bunch. Let people, distract away. Let people fight. V, you little vixen. You can see your little devil horns right now, and your smile, and I enjoy you. You're fun. I'm gonna read, and you guys do whatever. Just be nice. All right. V. To summarize, the crime scene is chocked full of signs of cult involvement. A non-secular, yeah. At least one law enforcement officer believed that the cult involved maybe Odinists. Therefore, very clearly on in the investigation, that's Ryan Winters, because he saw even more of them. But that's, later on, Ryan Winters comes back to Holman. And that would be Odinism, because the reason why Winters went to Jerry Holman the second afterwards, because he saw Brad Holder, the Odinist, hand tattoo, which is a rune, and he said it looked exactly like Abby's stick configuration. So there's a link right there. Fucking Ryan Winters, after Liggett told Boucher to Boucher to get lost, we don't see nothing here. Boucher takes it to Winters, and Winters goes to Holman and says, dude, so why don't we believe him? Winters is a decorated police officer. He's trustworthy, Oh, but he's not saying what Holman wants to say, right? He's not supporting Holman's narrative. So fucking what? Is Ryan Winters a nut now? Just like Mary Jacobs, who passed her. She was crazy, right, Holman? He said she was crazy. But your two officers thought she was lucid enough to go fucking do a polygraph test, the polygrapher is now fucking suspiciously died in a fucking fire. She's gone and her daughter's gone. The polygrapher who polygraphed the Mary Jacobs, who passed the polygraph. So Stephanie Thompson and her daughter, ISP, are dead in a suspicious fire. And the prosecutor, Nicholas McClelland, his fucking dad was a felon, an arsonist. He was charged with arson. Oh, man, these fucking tentacles are everywhere. But hey, I'm not saying it was involved, but there's some big coincidences here. And if even one of them was against Richard Allen, they'd fucking hang him by his balls. But hey, look the other way, Tepes. This expert from Purdue, according to sworn testimony for Dick Jerry Holman, dismisses Odinism and cultism as being involved. The investigators move on from Odinism to the degree that when Trooper Purdy got involved in the investigation in March 2017, Purdy, never hears the word Odinism, or Odinite, uttered by anyone in unified command. Rather, Purdy hears Odinism for the first time in May or June from a fact witness. Becky Patty says it to him. So instead of them telling him, it's like, why? Like Purdy comes in to investigate. Why don't they say, hey, we looked into this and Odinism shit. You're going to talk to Holder again. He's an Odinist, but we're ruling out Odinism. Instead, they say nothing to Purdy and let him accidentally find out from Becky Patty. What? That's wild. I know this too. Oh boy, I need a quick drink. 1 sec. And 1 second. What's up, guys? Anyone new? My dad was behind bars for over 25 years for the hell of a bartender. Oh, haha. There you go. Sienna with the jokes. Justice ain't fair? But what about a fair trial? Sure, justice ain't fair, but this was justice? A non-fair trial? Man, wow, dude. Cool. Thanks for letting us know. That's a great... the Constitution must be bullshit too, then, I guess, because it's all in the Constitution is to get a fair trial. No, we're not trying to change your opinion, but I mean, if you're saying you believe he didn't get a fair trial, yet there was justice, how can you say both of those things at once? Do they go hand in hand? Because if it's not a fair trial, that's not justice. But dude, you've been respectful and thank you, and everyone's loving it, and thanks for you helping my comments, and YouTube keeps sending me things like, dude, people are loving this, and oh man, so thanks for being here, and I respect you guys all, and I love hearing from you, and just that whole Tepes thing was so interesting. I'm mad at myself for not knowing, because I usually know that kind of shit, and I love it. But thanks, guys. And again, there's still 23 people here, so something's going good. So keep talking away. We love it. I love it. Catch you all on the flip side. Night, Josh. You get your work done now. I'm almost finished my hard work shift. So thanks for being around, Josh. And I know you'll be back because you've been around a lot. Thanks, dude. Good night. Low light is Josh. You'd like to be Josh, right? Like you like, or you want to stick with the low light? Remember you said in the chat once you liked the Josh. So good night, Josh. Oh, Anthony leaving too? Off to bed, bro. Good night, Anthony. Thanks for being here. And good night, Josh, or whatever you're doing. Good night, guys. And if you have to leave, catch the replay, or I'll probably be rack around. Look at all this shit. Oh my God. I'm only at page 52, so I might still be reading here when you wake up in 8 hours. I'm just kidding. I'll have to stop sooner or later. But I'll get to start up again. This is kind of fun. I've been doing this anyway, so what the fuck? I might as well be hanging around with you guys, right? The purpose of public debate is not changing opinions. I think the thing is, that's nice. Yeah, I think what you're saying is willingness to change your opinion in light of new evidence or just kind of new findings or whatever. And that's always a good thing. And, but I don't want to change your opinion. I just, if that's your opinion, I respect it. I mean, opinions are just that. That's why there's that weird saying that opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got them, and I respect your opinion. But again, I'm not trying to change your opinion, but if you don't think he got a fair trial, then you should say, hey, even if I know he's the guy that did it, without a fair trial, the whole fruit of the poisonous tree, the whole document, the Constitution says that if they fuck up, you walk, right? So, but although I think it's even one step farther that he's definitely not the guy, but either way, without a fair trial, we'll never know. So again, there's that. But you guys are fun. I fell asleep last night and wake up to see you had been going till right before I woke up. Thanks. Mm-hmm. Well, criminal, just keep those amazing opinions available for modifications. Yeah, I think everyone's pretty open-minded. Well said. Boom. Awesome. Yeah, I have a stupid saying, and I wrote this myself, and maybe other people have said it before, but my opinions are, I write them in pencil, not carved in stone. I write them in pencil, really messy, with a gigantic eraser on the end, and yeah, maybe I'll fucking erase it and write something else. But I don't carve it in stone because, can't change that, right? That's all. And, you know, I don't want to change your mind. I just would, I appreciate you and I respect your opinion. But I mean, if we're doing it by the book here, the whole Constitution says, you get a fair trial. And if this isn't a fair trial, then you shouldn't get any time. But those fuckers, if they just didn't lose, oh my God, these fucking guys, I'd love to see those interviews, those first 70 hours. So these Odinists that they tried to lie about and cover up, that there was even any Odin, they fucking lose all their interviews, and oh my God. And then they can't talk about it in trial, and fucking, like V always says, 8 fucking cops got in a van and went down to investigate Elvis Fields' fucking whole family, 2 cops on each people. There was 4 of them. They sent 8 cops down there, and she goes and she's crazy from home and says Mary Jacobs' sister's crazy, but Purdy and Murphy think she's lucid, and just because there was pill bottles around, she sounded very trustworthy and of sound mind, so much so that they drive her to the police station where she takes a polygraph test. But what she said about Elvis said to her, and then she fucking passes with flying colors, and then that fucking polygrapher and her kid end up dead in suspicious fire, and then they can't talk about fucking Elvis Fields at trial. Oh my. How the fuck did they get away with that? Wow. It is wild. But hey. You guys are cool. I enjoy y'all. You aren't trying to change. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, just being open is a great thing, Danny. So it's exactly all I expect to hear from anybody, regardless of their, just being open. And I mean, but it is, just know that it's a little, it's like to say, if you didn't get a fair trial, then it's like you're saying he shouldn't be in jail, because your Constitution says that, right? If you don't get a fair trial. But I respect it. So I think that's a good thing if people can say that at least he didn't get a fair trial, but I think he's the one that did it. Or then I don't know how you can be okay with 130 years after that trial. Holy fuck. It's wild. And thank you. And I love it. Yep. You're very true. And also, yeah, V is awesome. And this debate and probably many other chats probably would have, oh, V, don't you start. Oh, V, outlandish, stop it. This is where things will go sideways. He's being reasonable enough. But it is a little contradictory to say that if a person didn't get a fair trial, you think they're still guilty. I don't know. Those two don't go together. That's all. So I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. Just if you look at your Constitution, and if somebody doesn't get a fair trial, then you should be bummed. You should be pissed, especially that whole pretrial detainment stuff. If you don't think it was solitary or not. So the guy's on pretrial detainment as an innocent citizen, and they're breaking him like a horse. Fucking saying he's faking and giving him, he's faking, but we had to give him forced Haldol injections. The fucking Haldol is some crazy shit. And fucking with his meds, and his face was all bruised and bloodied, and he's an innocent guy at that point. And then they send in the fucking succubus, Dr. Waller, with her titties out, smelling all clean and pretty, and oh, I'll be your friend, Richard. I'll be your friend. Like, oh my God. And she admits to fucking breaking all sorts of policies on the stand, yet she His confessions, they don't have them on tape or video. It's just take her word on what he said about this and the white van, and then she's in there talking to, and Gray Pubes is fucking chat about the white van and stuff or whatever, and then she's looking up people on the database, breaking policies there, and yet they're trusting her what she said, and she admitted on stand to fucking violating policy after policy of the IDOC. Oh my, this is wild, eh? I asked, you're right, and you answered, yep. No, they're not naive, and that's fine. I mean, you sound reasonable, and I love it. That's great. You sound reasonable enough. And yeah, this is the type of one where if this was on many other, we'd be all fighting. So a good discussion is good discussion. So we should probably move on, but thank you. I'm going to move on. You guys talk about what you want, but just consider, if you think he didn't get a fair trial, I can't see how you can think he's guilty. That's all. Or you think he's guilty and shouldn't have been sentenced, because a fair trial is the whole reason for all of this. That's justice. The fair trial is the justice. So maybe I have it wrong too, and I'll look at it back at that. But it doesn't feel like it. So awesome. Thanks, guys, for the conversation. I enjoy it. I'll continue reading because I've got 2 hours and 19 minutes left of my hard working night shift. I'm watching cameras, security cameras. I'm talking to you fine people. I enjoy it. All right, where were we? So the investigators move on from Odinism to the degree that when Trooper Purdy got involved in the investigation, I'm going to read this again, even though I know I read it. In March 2017, Purdy, never even hears the word Odinism. So they have an investigator come on to help them, and they don't tell him Odinism, even though they're saying, hey, okay, so we don't believe it was Odinism. We shelved it. But, shouldn't he know that they shelved it or whatever? It's like they just hush and don't say nothing. That's kind of weird. They should say, oh, we looked into it and we think it's not related. But then they lie about the Turco says, and seems there's much more here. That's suspicious. So they not only lie about it, they don't tell the investigators that coming on. He's going to talk to a known Odinist, and they don't even tell him about it. He accidentally finds out from Becky Patty, who's the fucking Libby's grandmother, and technically, basically, whatever it was, they had guardianship or whatever. Man, Purdy hears for the first time in May or June from the fact witness of Becky Patty, not from the people he's working for, because they're just like, why tell this guy? Because for whatever reason, why would they tell him? They should say, hey, fuck. If they're so confident that it's not involved, say, listen, we looked into the ordinance manual and fucking ignore it. We think it's dumb. We think it's not, but they don't even tell him. That's suspicious, no? So now this mystery professor, and then they lie about Turco, like they can't get a hold of him. And at this time, they sure as fuck know who Turco is and how to get a hold of him. But Holman says he says stuff he didn't say. He says the stuff that he did say, he didn't tell him. So he omitted it. He lies in the alternative. And then he obfuscates the whole fucking existence of this guy, how to get a hold of him. And that doesn't make you sus? Oh, wow. That makes me I'd be like, oh, why are you lying, Jerry? What do you have to hide? Why are you protecting these people? And then you read Holder's deposition I read the other day, and that fucking, what's her name, Diener, not the old Judge Bloodlust Diener, Stacy Diener, that's helping Nick as a prosecution. She fucking coddled Holder's balls and tried to get him to just look like a little queen, like he had totally nothing to do with it. She was just like, she was fucking, what's the word for it? Holding his hand through that whole thing, like directing him, and oh man, go read Holder's deposition where Purdy comes in, Stacy Diener comes in at the end and just fucking, ooh, you're an exemplary, this, all these great things, and just making Holder look like, oh, he's totally not the guy. He's totally, why was she so involved with him protecting Holder? Is it just so, if we make Holder not look like the guy, then Richard Allen is more definitely the guy? Like, if Richard Allen's the guy and Holder's the guy, fucking lump him in. But no, she was fucking coddling his ass. Go read his deposition. She fucking coddled Holder's ass. They're protecting these guys, man. It's the only way you can see it. For whatever reason, if they just want to protect the name of the town, or I don't know. It's fucking losing Holder's interviews and oh. Why me? Who in a Yggdrasil? Who's got to be careful, dude? Not me. Who's got to be careful? How do you go from having it all figured out to claim to being naive? Ooh, wait. Ooh. What's that thing again? Yggdrasil? I've seen that a few times. I remember they spelled it out in somebody's deposition. I'm finsta be flashing type shit. Sienna, are you smoking weed again? You're getting high, aren't you? You asked me what I thought about it. I knew I threw together what I have heard for an answer. Never claimed to have the answer. Guinness record holder. Really? What's your record, Cian? Makes you wonder what the investigation was doing for the first 5 years. Yeah. Well, they cleared fucking Richard Allen, and then they turn around and because to believe that they lost this tip, like the Orions, there's like so much wrong with that whole philosophy that they lost the tip. Like they're not throwing it in some dusty drawer. Because I always joke that Holman planted his tip deep in Shank's dusty drawers. Hardy har. But if you think about it, it's no dusty drawers. This Orion system is more likely set up from what? The government and NSA and the Fed. Where does this Orion? Who makes, this is a computer system, an iOS or whatever it is. The Orion tip system, they entered it in as tip 74. Do we honestly believe that they lost it just because they claim they put Richard Allen as Richard Allen Whiteman? And when they're looking for a white man that says he was on a bridge and he lives on White Man Drive, and this fucking eludes the Orion system? Like I joke that the whole Orion system, you look like those fembots in Austin Powers, the fucking Orion system. They enter that tip in, all those keywords, bridge, white guy, blue jack, whatever. I was on the bridge, Monon High. I have a black car, all this shit into the Orion tip system, and it doesn't flag any of those keywords, and it gets lost for 5 years. And then the fucking whole Orion system starts to smoke, and his titties pop off and start shooting at those little guns out of the Austin Powers girls, and they start shooting their titties start shooting bullets, and then their heads pop off. So that's the Orion system smoke. I'm just kidding, but so the Orion system, they enter it as tip 74, and it fucking doesn't flag any of those words. Oh boy. I'm amazed that anyone would take that as the way that they present that. Then Gull accepts that as their excuse, that they lost their tip in some dusty drawer or something, and this little lady stumbles upon it, and despite it saying cleared, is like, ooh, here's the guy that eventually he came and talked to us after 5 years, and so he came and talked to us after 2 days, and we lost this, and he's the guy that we now convicting for 130 years, the guy who came and talked to us 2 days after. And then the guy who fucked it all up is now the captain of the Department of Natural Resources. He got a promotion for fucking up royally. And this is all sus as fuck. Ooh. That an opinion has to be. No, I don't. But it has to make sense. You can't contradict yourself, because your opinion says that you think you didn't get a fair trial, yet maybe 130 years was too much, but what? Maybe 40 years, 30 years for a non-fair trial should be zero. The thing is your Constitution says you get a fair trial, or it's like an acquittal, right? No? Isn't that the whole point of this? You get a fair trial. So if you don't get a fair trial, you don't get time. That's them because they fucked up so royally. So even if they knew they had the right guy, that's the whole poisonous tree thing. Sienna was saying that. So even if if you fucked up acquiring this, you can't use any of that related evidence. And they fucked up getting those confessions with Walla's. So how can Gull admit how could any of those confessions that were made to supposed confessions made to Walla be admissible when she fucking admits to violating policy after policy and fucking up royally? So there's that. So your opinion is great. It's welcome. No, it doesn't have to be popular, but it also, you're a little bit contradictory too. So there's that. That's all. But I respect you for being able to talk about it. So just knowing the sounds, like if you think someone doesn't get a fair trial, then that's it. They fucked up. And even if you saw the guy do it, that guy walks, don't they? Don't they? Which would, I don't know. That's how the system works. The Constitution says it and all that. About the trial, dude. You're trying to see what. Oh, you're right, dude. I agree. Yeah, I just asked you. I asked you. Mm-hmm. Oh, V. Don't you start. You guys are being. I'll keep reading. Yes. Let's see what we can learn. But I mean, is this the first time you've heard all this stuff? This isn't new. I'm reading this. Oh my gosh. I've gone over this a bazillion times. I just love doing it. But if this is new, I would love to. Yeah, this is so interesting stuff. I mean, but we knew Holman lied. That's the whole thing. The fair trial was because Holman's lying at the trial and Gull's allowing all his stuff in. But he's lying in sworn affidavits. And shouldn't Gull not allow that? And then, so the confessions they're nailing him on are to a Walla who then has broken all these policies. That's the whole thing here. So even if he really did confess to her, if she's fucking breaking all these rules and being unethical and searching databases and fucking talking in YouTube chats and all that, that's not admissible because she's fucked up, the Walla. No? Maybe I have it wrong. One contradiction doesn't equal a lot. And I think you guys are thinking that I'm trying to be some pillar of knowledge. No, dude, we're not. It's just that's a big contradiction to say. I understand though, but if someone doesn't get a fair trial, so 130 years is too much. Is 10 years too much for an unfair trial? So, because non-fair trial to me says that you fucking get sent out the door because they fucked up. No offense, but I mean, whatever. Why does it matter, V? He found me because I'm an influencer. I'm out there. I'm being pushed by the algorithm. I'm glad you're here, Danny. If you don't, but I see you. No offense, but I mean, he's here to learn. He's open-minded. He's being open-minded, so that's good. So, let's move on. Let's teach each other stuff. But I mean, this is all very familiar with this stuff, but I love it because I love reading it again. Although, yeah, I do see it makes more sense because of things we've learned. But to me, it's all that's making more sense to me is it's even a more unfair trial. So it's even worse in that perspective. To me, that's all. Because we know all these things. It's just like reading them again is like, boom, the fuck. And we know if the defense was lying in trial, they're fucking like they have ethics boards of their own. The whole bar association and Gall would have fucked them up if they were lying. So all they're doing is presenting the state's discovery back to them. And she's turning it around saying, you can't do this, you can't do that. Oh man, it's wild. They should have just said, do whatever you want. Gall should have said, go. Anybody you want to get on stand, get them on there. And, because Elvis Fields should have been questioned. McCain should have been questioned. And all this shit. And then if they look like fools, they would look like fools. But I mean, I don't think this jury would have seen it that way. But the jury didn't see 80% of this shit. They had no clue, really, if you think about it. So the state presents to them all this fucking shit from day one about Odin and Mulder and those that can't be at trial. Holy fuck. It's wild. Wild, wild, wild. But thanks, guys. You've been great. I enjoy you. The algorithm gods. Yes, I'm a superstar. So there's that. All right. So to summarize, where did I skip from? Oh boy, look at me. I'm going to start from here because I know I read to at least the best thing to do to figure out which version of Holman's story to believe, if either, is to go straight to the source, the Purdue professor Turco himself, and or to read the report that the Purdue professor prepared. The problem is that as of the filing of this document, the defense has been told that Unified Command cannot identify the professor and therefore can't locate the professor, and in the end may not ever be able to identify this mystery professor. So 63. Now that's wild. Prosecutor, yeah, I remember this in his email with the development. So yeah, they have no idea who it is. Oh boy. The guy they went to talk to, the guy that cleared, they can't find Turco or the report or any of this shit. Oh my gosh. So it's not that they lost it. It's that they're actively covering. You see this? If you don't, I see it that way. Holman is not saying this or that. He's actively running block for this. They're blocking, they're just not saying I don't remember or I lost it. They're actually lying in the alternative to hide it, in my opinion. The prosecution has not provided the defense with any Purdue report. So the defense didn't get a hold of what Turco really said. So it's just like Jerry says, he says this, trust me, because I know we read about that in one of those depositions or another court filing coming up after this, or probably in this paper, that we get to read what Jerry actually said. And Jerry lied his fucking ass off. He said Turco, the Purdue professor, said stuff he didn't say. He didn't say stuff he did say. They didn't tell him about stuff he said, and then didn't know how. Oh my God. In a sworn affidavit, one of the lead cops lies. Oh, fuck. The only conclusion is the Purdue report is missing, just as the author of the report is also missing. It is unknown if Detective Dick Holman is currently searching for the mystery professor. If so, he will probably never be found because of the incompetence. So get that. If you don't know that, Jerry Holman is covering the identity of the professor and all this stuff because they used what the professor said to rule out Odinism. They ruled out Odinism because of what this professor said. And yet this professor really says, we're going to find it because we're going to see it. And he says that he believes it was present at the crime scene. And maybe it wasn't a real thingy. It was like fanboys and all that stuff. He uses that word exactly, fanboys. Either way, Turco, backed by a Harvard professor who he ran to for advice. So a Harvard professor and a Purdue University professor both concluded, or Turco concluded with help from his friend from Harvard, that either way, he believed Odinism was present. But Holman says they used his report to rule out Odinism, to get rid of it. So Odinism isn't. So that is wild, eh? So Holman, and then they lie about, because they know if they knew who this professor was and read what he actually said, they wouldn't be able to rule out Odinism because he says it's there. And he's the guy they chose to go talk to. They picked him. They picked this guy. And then he doesn't say what they want to hear. So, and then they fucking lie about what he said and how to get a hold of him. Oh my God. So right there, that should be in. because the fucking expert they went to said, yeah, it's there. Maybe it's fake, or maybe they're fanboys LARPing and they're fucking idiots or whatever. But he said it looks to me to be very present. And then Holman lies about it. Oh boy. So if so, he will probably never be found because of the incompetence surrounding that's not incompetence. That's next level. What's the next one? Nefarious, not just incompetence, because they're actively lying about what he said and hiding his identity, because they very well know who they talk to, and they don't even know if it's a him or her. So fucking that's not just incompetence. That's fucking what's the word for it? Can't think. You're not trying to be an asshole, I'm sure. I read like one though. Apologizes. So Danny, there you go. B, you're cool. Danny, you're all right. I don't even want to read. You guys are fun. Funny. Whatever. Danny, very, very rude, but equally funny. Hardy har. Yes, there. Throw the emojis in and we'll all laugh. What are you talking about Michael Jackson for? I thought you wanted to learn about this. Maybe you are a Tempest, Danny, trying to distract us, right, V? Because didn't he just say that he wants to learn more? And you're talking about Michael. That's great. That's cool. I didn't hear that before. Joe Jackson had Michael chemically castrated. Ooh. Kardashian. Ooh, all this great stuff. I'm just kidding. Say whatever you guys want. You guys are still 21 people here. Oh my gosh. This is wild. Okay, so everyone get that. Joe Jackson had Michael chemically castrated. At what age? Because I mean, hopefully it was before he bought Neverland. Yeah, Michael was strange, but as a kid, I had Michael Jackson on my wall, and I'm an older guy, but when I literally remember when Michael Jackson did that moonwalk at that Motown thing live on TV, I was like a fucking kid, and I was like, oh my God, so crazy. Thriller, watching, I almost cried. So there's that. So if so, he will probably never be found because of the incompetence surrounding this investigation and the complete inability to conduct a comprehensive review of all facts and circumstances pointing to the involvement of multiple actors in this crime. To summarize, the crime scene is chock full of signs of cult involvement. At least one law enforcement officer believed that cult involvement may be Odinites. Therefore, very early on in the investigation, Unified Command claims to have found an expert from Purdue. Yeah, this expert from Purdue, according to sworn testimony from Dick Jerry Holman, he dismisses Odinism and cultism. So they're saying it. It's obvious. I mean, Jerry Holman in sworn testimony said we could dismiss Odinism because the Purdue professor Turco said it wasn't Odinism. He said it wasn't, but meanwhile he never said that, and quite the difference. So, man, Jerry Holmes is lying in a sworn affidavit about this. So the investigators move on from Odinism because, to the degree that when Trooper Purdy got involved, Purdy was never told about Odinism because, hey, but basically they shouldn't have ruled it out because the pro they went to said, hey, it's there. And, even at the very least, they should have said, hey, we don't believe it's there. And we believe that the person maybe faked it to misdirect us. So I that would respect that decision. But they're not saying that. They're saying that Turco said it had nothing to do with it and wasn't there. So that's a red flag. Because at the very least, they should have said, hey, we take his other, we take his the second part of his assessment, saying that it was like some fanboys or whatever, or possibly like a misdirection, a staging, and we're not falling for it. But he said it was there, so that would be an acceptable answer. Then they move on, but they're not saying that. They're fucking just like, ooh, he said they lied about it. He said what he said. So that right there is very sus, because it's not true. And why lie? Why lie? Why, Holman? Rather, Purdy hears Odinism for the first time in May or June from Becky Patty. He should have heard it from all of them. He should have said, hey, Turco said he thought it, he said it was there, and we agree with him. We think it's there, but we think it's some motherfucker trying to distract us, and it's not real, and there's nothing to see here. Fuck Odin, we're not doing it, and we're moving on. That's my call, and I guess that would be acceptable, right? Because he's the investigator, but he's not. He's fucking lying about it and hiding this guy's. Now, this mystery professor can't be found. 2 young girls were brutally murdered, and an innocent man sits in Westville being mentally abused by Odinite guards. The 2 guards. Let's not forget those guards. And it's a coincidence, right? I guess it's a coincidence that the 2 guards watching him are running around with fucking patches that have Odin all over it, and then they have to take them off, and one motherfucker gets an Odin tattoo on his face. How did they get away with this? This is wild. And Detective Holman can't even identify the Purdue professor that caused the abandonment of the likely source of the murders. It's very difficult to put into words the level of incompetence, or worse, the level of intentionality on display. It would be utterly laughable if the consequences of this dereliction of duty don't involve life and death. The life of Richard Allen and the deaths of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. I take a quick break. Drink. Sorry, guys. One sec. Well, whatever it is, I mean, so is that the problem? They called it Odin. They should have called it Odin acid truth. Like, because most of the times they're saying, so they get the name wrong. I mean, how do if it's specifically Asatru or Norse pagan heathen, but after they say all of those descriptions, they then say, or anything related to this, that's the thing. So yeah, maybe they should have said Asatru, maybe they should have said Norse pagan heathens. Either way, they always finish with or some, any of those. You choose the name, whatever one, if you want to be exact. But they're saying none of it was there. Not that they got the wrong one. So, I mean, I think it should be, yeah. Yeah, it should be the umbrella term. Exactly. I agree with that. Yeah. Like, oh, so they get it wrong with this Odinite stuff. I don't know what they're going on. That was dumb, but Odinism, Odinist, but anything of the such, any Viking related drinking out of horns relation or heathenism, or do they have to say the whole thing each time? Like, because well, they some of them were white supremacists, some of them were, yeah. So what you're doing here is, like if somebody said they were Norse pagan heathens, but they were actually Asatru, is that person far off? Like, so they're wrong. It wasn't Norse, it was Asatru, right? But so I think you're being a little, that's a distinction without a difference. There's a name for that. Yeah. So I understand. Yeah. But these guys don't even, so it's like me saying to a cop, ooh, the Norse pagan heathen did it. And they go talk to the guy and said, oh, he's into Asatru. He's nothing to do with it. Like, so, I mean, they say, oh, fuck, that's, I don't know, they're pretty similar, or I don't know. Like, so for me, I have nothing to do, so for us to get it wrong, so whatever the term is, so let's just use Odinism as a blanket term for this type of stuff. It's all related. So if you want to get specific, maybe they did get things wrong, but it's convoluted too, because, some of them are white supremacists, some are white nationalists, some, but all should be the same deal. Because that's what they're saying, is that none of it was there. There was no Viking related shit there, is what they're saying. And there was, whether it was Asatru or Norse pagan heathen or all the other fucking names they have. And then Brad Holder's kind of like he's kind of like mixing, matching, and taking cherry picking shit from stuff, and he's making his own shit up. And I mean, whatever. Just call it from now on. Forget it. Just say the anything related to fucking drinking out of a horn. That should cover, right? See, yeah, they probably were acid true, and they were probably this or that. I see what you're saying, but you see what I'm saying? Like, so to say that, you know, okay, what if they were specifically acid true? Then are these guys wrong? Because what Turco said is it was present. So to get the name of what they called it, you know, we don't know what they believed. Whoever did this. So whatever the people did this, it's in Turco thought it was indicative of fucking people that might like Odin and Norse pagan and drinking out of horns shit. So whatever they want to call themselves, and then the defense doesn't know. So the whole Odin thing, which should be a pretty blanket, as in, you know, so if they don't get the specific acid tree wrong and that, and whatever it is they're saying there's no fucking stuff there. And meanwhile, the guy said there was fucking stuff there. So if you want to get a name wrong, that's not what's that discussion here, really. So he's saying nothing was there. So he's saying let's say they were acid true. So he's saying no acid true was there. He's saying Purdue professor said nothing was there. And the Purdue professor said there was stuff there. So if you get the name wrong, that doesn't matter. And if they were faking it or fanboys, that doesn't matter. These fuckers, Holman said there's nothing of the such. None of it was there. We fucking canned the whole fucking Viking bullshit. And we moved on because the professor said, nope, nothing to see here. But the professor didn't say that. He said, quite contrary, that there was something here. Whether you believe it was real or fake or this, acid true or pig, or whatever you believe, he saw signs of that stuff there. So to get the name not exact, that's just that's not what's at hand here. What's at hand here is, was any of it there? See what I'm saying? The white separatists feel like, yeah. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff because there's a whole lot of names. Separatist, national. I mean, and some of these guys are kind of just making shit up as they go and cherry picking the best of both worlds. But either way, so Holman said none of them were there. And these guys are saying he didn't say that. So that's the thing. So let's not even give it a name if you want. Yeah, we're continuing. Yes, Danny. For you, I'll continue. V, I hope you're still here, V, because you're fun. You guys, let's carry on. But yes, so shouldn't we be pissed that Holman says nothing is there? And Holman says the professor they went to talk to said, nope, nothing to see here. Quite contrary, it's definitely not any of that shit. And turns out he didn't say that. So there's that. Like Holman lied. And then he lied about even who the fuck him or he was. And he very well knew they could, or at least he knew the guy who talked to him. He knew the other cop that went to talk to Turco. Yet they tried to not only fucking hide it, they lied about it. Oh my God. Why would they do that? Why wouldn't they just say, this will be the last time I cover it. I'm not being Holman should have just said is, Turco said he wasn't sure if it was real or not. And we believe his second part of the assessment that it was just some fanboys who may have been faking or trying to trick us and misdirect us. And we don't believe. So he did say it was present, but in that form, we believe his assessment that it was like maybe misdirection, staging, and not real. So we're not falling for it. So we're fuck. So he said it was there, but we're not going with that. We're going another way. And that would have been fine because he's the investigator. Just say, but to lie about it, you can't do that. You can't go to a professor and have him write a report for you and then fucking lie about what he says to you. No. Say, okay, we read what he said, and we're going to go with the part where he says that it's more than likely fanboys, and probably even we believe he meant somebody was trying to misdirect us and has nothing to do with Odin. Then that would have been legit. And say, hey, here's his name. Go ask him yourself. But no, they're fucking all this lying and shit. Wowza. I'm moving on. I bet. Hey, Critter, what's up? Critter's here. What's up? What's up? Holman doesn't seem to understand how clearly suspect we're. Yeah. But hey, you know what? So hello, Critter. Good morning. Welcome. Great discussion. Ooh, we cleared up the Odinist label. Good. Oh, you being a smartass, Danny? We didn't clear up the Odinist label. We don't know what the label is, but the label is Holman said none of them were there, and meanwhile, Turco said there was stuff there. That doesn't make you upset? Forget the name. It's not clear because we don't know what these guys actually thought, or if they were actually just fucking around faking and misdirecting or whatever. The whole thing is Holman said it wasn't, and Turco said it wasn't, and he didn't say that. He said it was. So whatever you want to call it, you choose. It wasn't there, yet it was. That's the issue. So morning RC. Holman doesn't seem to understand how. Yeah, that's the funny thing is, Holman. It's one thing that they cleared Holder, although whatever reason they cleared him and they lost all his evidence, they lost all his interviews, and then they lie. So the reason they clear him is because they cleared him on because Turco said there's nothing to see here, and meanwhile this motherfucker is cleared, and Turco didn't say that. Turco said there was a guy exactly like Holder would be the type of guy to do this. That's what Turco's really saying. He's not saying Holder specifically. He's saying either a real person or a fanboy, whatever you want to choose. What do you think Holder was? Holder sure as hell thought he was an Odinist, right? We've heard him say it in all his depositions. He fucking goes on. He talks about it loud and proud. He's fucking bragging about it, posting shit about it. So then the lead investigator turns around and says that the professional they went to ask about it said it wasn't there. Meanwhile, it was, whatever you want to call it. And then Holder gets cleared after they do that. So imagine they came and said to you that Turco said it was there for whatever reason. And Turco said it was there. Yet the guy, the girl's boyfriend's father, who has a tattoo on his hand, it looks exactly like her stick configuration. We cleared him. You know how fucking ridiculous they'd sound? We cleared the guy. But no, the only way they can properly clear the guy is to fucking lie about it. That's fucking sus. So then they received the screenshots from Boucher, and Boucher takes them to Liggett, and Liggett tells them get lost. We don't think it's Odin. Then Boucher okay, I'll take him to fucking the state police, and takes him to Ryan Winters, and Ryan Winters looks at him and fucking like, holy fuck. Ryan Winters, after Holder's been cleared and lied about Turco, Holman lied about Turco and lied about all this shit. Holder gets cleared, and then all this guy comes to fucking Liggett and says, here, look at all this shit Holder's posting. And this guy's Liggett says, fuck off. We cleared Odin. It's not Odin. Get lost. And this Boucher then goes to the state police, Ryan Winters, and Ryan Winters fucking immediately says, holy fuck. I've seen the real crime scene photos. I've seen Abby's stick configuration. And this motherfucker, who turns out to be Abby's boyfriend's dad, who has lied about meeting Abby, and it turns out he did meet Abby, his hand tattoo looks exactly like her stick configuration. So this fucking guy runs off to Holman, and he goes to Unified Command and says, hey, dude, you got to go check up on this Holder guy, man. Look at this. It alarmed him, and he's a state police officer. So do we not trust him? So then Holder, after clearing Holder, Purdy goes back and just to make sure he's cleared. And so they, I guess, unclear him or then uncover him, whatever. Purdy and them go back, and Purdy says that fucking he went back to the cleared Holder, and Holder says to him that, ooh, I walked through the fucking forest and listened to the branches. Holder listens to the branches for Odin to speak to him through the branches. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Man, I amaze myself every time I say that. I'm going to say it again. Problem I'm seeing with what I can't find about all this is the separate confessions he made. I'd understand that under duress to law enforcement, but not to his wife. Were they in Westville? The guy, they fucking made the guy, they broke him like a horse. They fucking juiced him up on Holodow. Fucking probably starved him and threatened him and left the lights on 24/7. That's fucking torture, man. They don't even do that at Guantanamo. Leaving the lights on 24/7 and having those suicide companions whisper in his ear. And because Gallup admitted they were talking to him, and then all the inmates were screaming baby killer 24/7 at him. And holy fuck, that's torture. And this guy's innocent at that point. He was an innocent American citizen on pretrial detainment, being fucking literally tortured. Oh my God. That should have everyone furious, no? Wow. So, where are we? You guys still here? 18. Losing people. We're losing. These are the facts that greatly undermine the credibility of the entire investigation and are an embarrassment to the greater law enforcement community. As stated previously, when determining whether a Franks hearing about a grant should be granted, the court will be determining whether the actions of Tony Liggett, as alleged by the defense, were intentional or reckless. Surely a missing Purdue professor and missing report would qualify as either intentional or extremely reckless conduct. Yeah. Not only so, I miss it. They couldn't find a professor, they couldn't find the report, but turns out Holman lied about what was even said in this report. He lied about it. He literally lied. It's in the fucking affidavit. Luckily for Richard Allen, the Detective Murphy was thorough and organized enough to document in great detail his findings in the Odin angle of the investigation. Enter the Odin report, and it seems only prudent that the court would review the report in its entirety before reading the remainder of this memorandum. The 12-page Odin report. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You guys having fun? Critter, you just waking up, you silly monkey, you. Oh. Critter, did you have a good sleep? What are you doing up so early? Where are you? Are you been up all night, or are you just waking up? The stuff at crime scene sounds like had been there a while. Not convinced had to be Odism. Professor said could be okay. Yeah, well, whatever the professor said, you're right. He said whatever he said. He said something was there, right? He didn't know why. He didn't know if they were real or misdirecting or just fucking fanboys, but he said it was there. Something was there. Something related to all this shit, Odinism or Noasitru or North Pagan, whatever that person believed, he said it was there. Correct, yes. But turns out is Holman said he didn't, right? Not only did he say he didn't, he said like he didn't tell him what he really said, and then lied about what he said, and then hid his identity. That's the issue. So that's fucked up, but I know you see it. Ooh, just waking up, waiting on coffee to brew. You have a big day, or you just early brew? You just gonna sit around and read the paper or whatever? What's up? Or you got a big day planned? You one of those weirdos that goes to work? Oh, or as I just kind of make up my own work here at home. I have my own little business and my own security fat thingy. You're one of those types, are you? I'm just kidding. Well, that's nice. Hope you enjoy your coffee and your day. I'm going to read a bit more. I have an hour and a half left of work. Hard ass work. Security cameras all over. And I'm reading to you guys as a what is my creator? That's it. An influencer extraordinaire creator with 200 subs. I'm only kidding, guys. This is fun. I'd be doing this without anybody reading this. So I enjoy you guys being here. I expect your opinions. Thanks for the conversation. Thanks for being here. And away we go. Let's read this. So the 12-page Odin report. Here we go. Buckle up, buttercups. As part of discovery, the defense received a 12-page Word document that provided a summary of Trooper Kevin Murphy's investigation of the Odinist angle. I'm switching that. I'm sick of saying Odinite. I don't know why they're doing that. We know what they really meant. I don't know. Fuck. I don't know if they're trolling or they really don't know it's Odinite, Odinist. Just does sound stupid. Maybe they said Odinist and they fuckers said they said Odinite and they're fucking with them. Who knows? I should ask the defense, were they always saying Odinite this long? And were they doing it intentionally to troll people? Or did they really think Odinite was the word? Because it sounds stupid. Over time, for reference purposes, the defense has come to call this document the Odin Report. Therefore, to more clearly reference this document throughout the rest of the memo, the defense will use the moniker Odin Report when discussing this report. The Odin Report was created by Indiana State Trooper Kevin Murphy, who thankfully was independently curious. The Unified Command through Leggett and Hammond had concluded by March 2017 that Brad Holder should be cleared as a suspect, as will be detailed later. Further. Unified Command had claimed that it had concluded very early on, probably in March 2017, that Odinites were not involved, as discussed earlier. Despite Liggett, technically Odinites weren't involved. So if we're going by this, they weren't involved. Because Odinite isn't even a thing. So, but, what they're saying here is if any of that shit, you choose the name, wasn't involved. And it was. So, despite Liggett and Dick Holman clearing Holder as a suspect in March 2017, so basically they clear the guy after a professor says that that's what this guy would be the exact type of guy that would do this. So they go to a professor and they show the pictures and they say, and turns out this guy's good. And they don't need, you know what? That's another thing. Let's think about that for a second. Oh, I just thought of something. They don't need Holder's got this tattoo on his hand, doesn't he? So as if they don't see his tattoos and that it looks exactly like so they're clearing a guy who's been there talking to him with the fucking same configuration of his son's dead girlfriend and saying Odin has nothing to do with it, man. Well, this guy's all about Odin. And they clear him after going to talk to a person who says that this type of shit is very present at the crime scene. Even if it's a fanboy or some fucking meth head who's on meth-induced psychosis bit or whatever they're saying. Shit. He's sitting there. So it's not like I kind of lost track of that. Whereas it's almost like I just found out about it through when Holder posted his tattoo hand photo on social media. It's like we're all just finding out about it. But no, he's there talking to him and they clear him. They knew this. They see the tattoo on his hand. You think Jerry Holman doesn't look at his hand and think, oh, that looks exactly like Abby Sticks? And you cleared that guy who also turned out to be his son's girlfriend, and he lied about having met her, and turns out he had met her, and you cleared that guy? Because he's a fucking crazy Odinist? Or whatever you think, Asatru or Yugago Prul or fucking any name. He gets cleared? And then all his interviews go missing? Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's too much. So again, the tattoo wasn't a mystery to them. They're talking to this guy. He's got it right on his fucking hand. And despite a mystery Purdue professor dismissing all the links between Odinism and the murders, Murphy pressed on. Murphy began investigating a man named Elvis Fields down in Rushville. Here comes V's favorite part, I'm sure. It's going to be in here. About the 8 cops in one van, 126 miles away. The fruits from this investigation ultimately boomeranged Murphy, as well as law enforcement officers Greg Ferenczi and Todd Click, back to Brad Holder and therefore back to Odinism. Murphy, Ferenczi, and Todd Click's dogged pursuit of the truth is what we citizens and those accused of crimes should expect out of law enforcement. One sec, I need a quick drink. Sorry. And 15 people. If we drop below 10, I'm shutting her down. Just know that. That's crazy. These honorable law enforcement officers were knocking on doors and conducting interviews, going wherever the evidence led them. Immediately following an interview, Murphy would reduce key aspects to that interview into a Word document. Over time, the Odin report grew from a single page from his first interview with Mary Jacobs to 12 pages, with the last pages used for summing up his thoughts from all the interviews he had conducted. The defense has attached this document to this memorandum and marked it as Exhibit 36. Surprisingly to Murphy, even though he was handing over to Unified Command powerful evidence that really painted a clear picture of who was involved in the murders, Holman and Liggett did not seem interested. Yeah, Holman and Liggett, they not only did not seem interested, they lied about it. So instead of saying, that's cute, that's being graceful, because, they didn't just not seem interested. They were actually covering it up and lying about the Purdue professor. And I really wish to believe them at the time. They should have just said, he said it was there, and we kind of go with this assessment that we don't believe it was real. And therefore, we're not taking the bait, and because we're going to find the guy who did it, and we're not going to take the bait and chase around these guys we don't think did it. But that would have sounded dumb, because, man, it is dumb. So obviously they had to lie about it. Eventually, because they're clearing Brad Holder, which is fucking ridiculous. Eventually, Murphy said that Unified Command phased out the Odin Night Rush County angle 64. So what's 6? Oh, just Murphy's depot. Okay. Murphy, figured that this phasing out was due to Unified Command knowing things that Murphy, didn't know. So that eliminated the Odin angle. So yeah, he said, oh, okay, so they must have a good reason for this. They're my fellow law enforcement. I'll have to trust them and go with what they. So Murphy further stated, I kind of took my marching orders and just did what I was told and went where I was needed. In other words, Murphy trusted that Unified Command was doing the right thing. Right. So the defense would encourage the court to stop and review this document before continuing to read this memorandum, as the Odin report will be discussed over the next several pages. So, who is Brad Holder? Who is Patrick Westfall? Who is Johnny Messer? Who is Elvis Fields? Who is Rod Abrams? And why does the evidence strongly point towards what are you saying? During that period of time, this is correct. During that period of time, there was a lot of Viking stuff all over the internet. Lots of people were trying to create via blacksmiths, and especially if outside big city. Also, police can deputize people. Yeah, that's true too. The blacksmith stuff. Good thing you brought that up, because yeah, Holder said he was doing the whole blacksmith thing, and I mean that's a cool hobby to learn how to make knives and stuff. And even if they learned how to do that, Holder says he learned how to make knives. I mean that's neat. It's like a hobby, and he enjoyed it obviously, and he turned around. He gave one of those knives he made to his nephew who was in California or something, right? And he probably could have, if he made a bunch of them, he could have sold them or whatever. So blacksmithing's a tough thing. It's physical. It's interesting, and if he enjoyed it, it's all. I mean, that's it. I don't know. That's, I guess, a respectable part of it. Making a knife would be hard. I didn't see the knife, but to make a knife, it's not easy, because I know if you don't do it right, the steel won't be strong or whatever. So, that's another thing. So he's making knives. A Holder makes his own knives. He loves knives so much. And what happened to these two girls? What happened? Is that why they're insisting it's a box cutter when they have no idea what really cut them? This guy makes knives, and these girls were cut. More of a link than Richard Allen, who just had a couple knives. I mean, who doesn't have a couple knives? What guy? Most guys have knives. I have a bunch. I found a Rambo knife when I was a kid, and I got folding. They're neat. But this guy loved them so much, he's making knives. And so I'm not saying anything, but hey, more of a link than Richard Allen, because not only did he make them, I'm sure he had shitloads of them. Holder. But hey, just a thought. I'm not alleging or saying anything. It may have nothing to do with it, but it's more of a nexus than anything Richard Allen. Richard Allen doesn't make knives. If Richard Allen made knives, these fuckers would be all over that. For sure. Oh my God, he makes knives. These girls were cut. In my opinion. So, and why does the evidence strongly point towards these men as having been involved in the murder of Abby and Libby? The Odin report provides much of the information. However, the report is not the only source of evidence provided by the state of Indiana that links these men to the murders. The investigative fingerprints of Todd Click and the late Greg Ferenczi are prominently peppered throughout the Odin report as well. Click also prepared a roughly 85-page report and delivered it to Unified Command. However, the defense didn't receive this document until September 8th, 2023, nearly 10 months after the defense counsel entered their appearance. So what's a plausible scenario there? Like, why would they wait? Are they even allowed to do that? Shouldn't to wait 8 months to give them stuff like this big? The defense will now show what Liggett and the rest of Unified Command knew but refused to act on. This information is also what Liggett concealed from Judge Bloodlust Diener. The defense will include the evidence that links these men to the crime scene and to each other, including the intimate knowledge that these men had of the crime scene that only someone who had been at the crime scene would know. This is intense. Should I still going on here, guys? Oh my gosh. It's only 5:30. I'll go on a bit more. Still 16 people. Brad Holder's connections to the crime scene. Brad Holder's son, Logan Holder, was dating Abby. Richard Allen's kid wasn't dating Abby. Abby Williams at the time of the murders. Nobody denies this fact. Amber Holder, for example, discusses this fact on page 9 of the Odin report. Exhibit 37 is a document memorializing the only known interview of Brad Holder concerning the Delphi murders, at least through August 30th of 2023. In that document, it is learned Brad Holder details he was usually in Delphi every weekend visiting his friend, Patrick Westfall, and attending Asatru religious ceremonies at Patrick Westfall's house, usually on Sundays. Asatru is interchangeable with Odinism. Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder had been... I missed a... So, 66. Where is it? So wait, what did you say? Asatru is interchangeable with Odinism. In a report labeled Patrick Westfall described to law enforcement that Asatru was a warrior-type religion with many gods, including Odin and Thor. So, Asatru doesn't matter. Odin does, it's all They're saying the same thing. So we don't need to get distracted. The whole problem is Holman is saying none of it. The guy said none of it was there. And these guys are saying we didn't say that. So call it what you want. Excuse me, sorry. Here we are. So back in the 90s, they had towers like TV and could zone into cordless phones, come in like a frequency, listening in on town people conversations. Ooh. Oh yeah, I remember as a kid, like the table. Yeah, you could watch TV over that stuff. Like TV shows were over, and my neighbor had one of those. It was one of those big antenna things for the TV. It was on the side of his house, and you can climb up it like a ladder. It was like a triangular shaped ladder, and at the top was a fucking huge antenna to watch TV shows. So back in the 90s, they had towers. They could zone into cordless phones. Sure. Yeah, imagine. I remember those old cordless phones. Sometimes every now and then you'd hear like, somebody else's phone would connect to your cordless phone. In the beginning, like when was it, in the 90s or whenever the cordless phones, your home phones came. I remember actually, like at that time I lived in like a townhouse complex, and I guess you had more close neighbors. I don't know if I remember I turned my cordless phone on, and if I listened, I could almost hear other people's phone calls, or maybe someone had a similar phone. And that's weird, eh? Like back in the beginning, for sure. Now it's better. But so Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder. Oh, where did I go from? I was here. Which one was that? So I was here. Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder had been friends prior to the murders of Abby and Libby. In fact, Patrick Westfall and Brad Holder were found in a photograph together as late as January 21st. So fucking 2 weeks before. Find attached a copy of said photograph marked as Exhibit 38. Murphy noted on page 11 of the Odom report that Westfall appears 10 times in pictures that Holder posts on Facebook prior to February 13th. However, after February 13th, Westfall does not appear in any of Holder's posted photos. Yeah. I'm surprised he was posting anything of Westfall. I thought Westfall fucking didn't want any of that because he says it. And I don't blame him. Like, I mean, if you forget about this, just, you're doing stuff, you're not gang, or whatever they were, you don't go posting shit on social media. So what happened to the friendship of Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall? Amber Holder tells a very disturbing story. As can be viewed on page 9 of the Oldham report, Amber told law enforcement the following. Amber said that Brad spoke of Patrick one time when he was intoxicated and said that he and Patrick got into a fight and they no longer speak to each other. He told her that he and Westfall were in the woods near a river conducting a ritual. One of them said or did something that the other did not agree with, and they no longer talked to each other. She said the river was near Patrick's house. Note, Brad has a Facebook post with him and Patrick together on January 21st, 2017. But did they ever, I remember asking this, did they not send Amber Holder to a thing? I think they would. So Patrick Westfall was living in Delphi and at the time, find attached, marked as Exhibit 39 and filed as confidential. This document is a narrative report, which is believed to be the only interview police reported of Patrick Westfall, 67. Just like Holder's videotaped interview, as of the date of the filing of this memorandum, the prosecutor still has not turned over the Westfall videotaped interview. The defense only has a narrative that allegedly memorializes Westfall's interview. Yeah, here's their narratives again. They love those narratives. It's like, why listen to what Betsy Blair had to say when you can read Tony Liggett's narrative 3 weeks after? What? It's craziness. Why do we need their narrative? Just tell us, give us what they said. Fuck your narrative. The narrative is law enforcement, what they remember them saying, but they have it. Just give them. Oh, how do they get away with it? Oh my God. The defense has requested both Holders and Westfall's videotaped interviews. So I think we're done here, guys. We're down to 10 people. So how about we shut her down? I got some stuff I actually have to do. Sound good, Critter? I think you're the only one here. Not that I'm not doing it for you, but I don't know. Down to 10 people. So probably a clue. That's a hint. That's a sign. And I'm one of them on my alt account. So it's 9 people. So if you maybe go back to the beginning and watch this, how's that? And I'll go finish what I should be doing and go to sleep. All right, Critter? Anybody here still? Want to say goodnight before we shut her down? And I'm going to remember where I was. So I'll do that. I'll give you, if anybody's here, to say goodnight, because I'm going to shut her down. But thank you all for being here, and whoever hears this in the future, thank you, thank you. I read from here. I'm going to add continuation. So responsible writing down where I left off. I left off on page 57. Page 57. Oh, Marissa, is Cillian still here? I have no idea. I don't know. I read a lot. Oh my God, I'm so ridiculous. Doing all these long lives. Who's watching these? Oh, you guys actually, I do. I'll probably listen back to this as I sleep myself, because my voice soothes my own voice. And also, when I'm reading this, sometimes I'm not taking it all in as much as I probably could. I don't know. So there's that. So page 57 of the 136 is where I finished. And Westfall was, I'll just start from right from the beginning. Page 57 of 136. Of the 136 Odin stuff. And awesome. So I don't know. I don't think Sienna's still here. Not many. There's only 10. So if one is me, so there's 9. Critter makes it 8. You're 7. So there's 6 other people possibly. And it's quite likely that they're sleeping. So Marissa, Beth, thank you for being here. And Critter and anybody else who was here. Oh, Critter, have I not been reading your stuff? Have you been? Sorry. So I read that, just waking up. During that period, I read that one. Back in the 90s, I read that. The point I'm making is that I didn't read this one, sorry. The point I'm making is that they use taxpayers fund something even more accurate and don't want the public to know. Cases are overthrown if caught using this technology. Oh, about the listening in stuff. Yeah. It's okay, everyone. I talked about this. You and Daisy quit streaming. Oh, is that me and Daisy quit streaming? I don't know. Daisy didn't quit streaming. I asked him to stop telling me about Twitter, because I worry about that shit. I don't want to know about all that stuff, trolling, and I don't want to do all that stuff. I'm too old. My heart can't take it. I don't want to see people be hurt, and it hurts. And I just said, please leave me out. And they kept telling me, I don't know, fuck it. I'm not mad. I don't know, whatever. Okay, I talk about this. You and Daisy quit streaming. No. I am a dork. Anyways, I shut hers down. Okay, guys? Thanks for being here. Marissa, Lee. You don't you dare come in here and say goodbye. Good morning. I'm saying goodbye, you noodlehead, Carol. Were you listening the whole time, Carol? Or are you just coming back? Did you go sleep? You're going to have to figure out how to get this data for sure. What data? What are you looking for exactly? Did I miss something? Here, okay. I'm going to have to figure out how to get this data for sure. It's not trolling if taxpayers fund something funded and being used against. What are you looking for exactly? The stuff from the antenna stuff? Oh boy. Critter, what are you up to? Are you going on an investigation, a mission? Good night and thank you. That's a great way to end it. Oh, there's 14 people. So I shouldn't speak so loud. I might have woke up a few people who are trying to sleep. So I'll speak quieter. I've read enough. So I think I'll continue more. This is great. We had it great. The Hampton Law Firm tutorial. I've been awake this whole time. Yeah, you're on the other side of the world, ain't you? I hope you have, because it's the day for you. Are you at work? I hope you're here at work, especially. You need to be. I'm the strange. I get it. I'm the weird one because this is 5:50 a.m. It's the middle of the night. So the only acceptable, plausible thing for me is I'm working the night shift. So, but other than that, yeah, I'm the weird one. I get it. Yes. Normal people are probably waking up soon and acting like adults, and I'm going to go to sleep. So there's that. So thanks for being here, guys. Almost 7 hours. Oh boy. YouTube keeps telling me people are enjoying this. So yeah, YouTube is enabling me. They keep saying congrats. So I'm going to keep reading until I'm going to make some good shows. How's that? All right. So gotta go. My dog says something. Bye. Oh, go save the little ones. And everyone have a great day. And I'll see you later tonight, probably 10 or 11 p.m. EST, my time. So you work it out. Whatever Indiana time is, maybe 10 or 11 p.m. All right. Good night, guys. Bye.